with the commentary, do you want me to introduce Jen Michael, or is that just off the top? Does Gordon do that?
Perfect.
Now standing over tennis, a sunny lane on line raised cricket, and the top round 24 degrees. And the stars of tennis from around the world again. On our lady have Summer Hull, and the Foundation Cafe on the Hull have been their campaigns. On the magnificent Margaret, Australia's Jill Carousel, Great Britain's Kenny Murray, and Germany's Angela Kerr bring action. And remember this year, for the first time, you do need to purchase a Margaret Real Estate ticket. A Grand Pass will not get you into Margaret Real, but it will get you to license Real. Go to the big service credit, send more off to the battle in their respective countries. But of course, the outside was starting with tennis activity as the first Grand Slam of the year kicks off. Have a great time and get up closer to the action at the Australian Open 2013.
instructions on getting in here. History is going to be made today, and we've got some marvellous matches for you. Don't forget too, if you want to be Instagramming, you can do that, and you can hashtag it with Margaret Court Arena. Make sure if you take a selfie, take a photo, take a crowd shot, take a shot of the players, and get involved with Instagram as well. Margaret Court Arena. We're going to have an Aussie for you in the first match. We're not far away from the introductions. So welcome to day one here at the Australian Open. Welcome to Margaret Court Arena and a brand new copper-coloured roof. It is going to be history in the making. We're looking forward to it. Selfie, but make sure you put Margaret Court in there as well. And who knows, your picture might pop up on the big screen. It's tennis time. Hashtag Oz Open, hashtag first day. That's not bad. Have a look at some of the images we've got. A fortnight of fun begins today. Can't wait for the first ball to be hit. Make sure you hashtag it Oz Open. But in particular, if you're in here, make sure you hashtag it Margaret Court Arena. We'll try and get it up on the big screen. You might see yourself or someone else Instagram as part of the Australian Open. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give a big Margaret Court Arena welcome to our first competitors on day one. Please welcome from Romania, Alexandra Dolgaru. And from Australia, Yamila Gajusova.
Huge round of applause as the players come out on the court to Margaret Court Arena here at the Australian Open. Women's singles first round action here. Yamila Gajusova, the Australian, a big round of applause as she entered the court as she takes on the youngster from Romania, Alexandra Dolgaru. And a tough one here because both players, Jan Michael, have not had a great deal of success here at the Australian Open.
No, I think both of the ladies are looking for their first win here. That's pretty exciting. It's a great day to play some tennis. It was a little bit chilly this morning, but it's warming up nicely.
Beautiful arena, this Margaret Court Arena. They were building it last year. It now has a retractable roof, which gives the Australian Open 3 major courts with a retractable roof, and it only takes about 5 minutes to close the roof here, about a third of the time it takes for an ROA. And we're just waiting now for the players for the coin toss.
It's unbelievable how much this facility has improved over the years. It's fantastic. It just looks amazing here. Having a roof that can close that quickly is just the way of the future. It's pretty neat, isn't it?
It is, very much so. And Margaret Court is very thrilled with this.
Hi,
because
Alexandra.
it's really up
This
to
is
a
Mitch is
date
going to
and
do the
very
coin toss
modern.
for us. Okay. So number one, I'm sorry. The ball kid just spewed over there. We need to clean the court up before we can even start doing anything. Okay. Apart from
nice
that,
to know.
we do play best of 3. Final set is advantage. Any other questions from your end? If you want to make a challenge, just please make that vocally and clear to me. Okay. Heads or tails? Heads. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, there's more
That's okay.
heads there.
That is heads. Receive.
So Dolgaru won the toss
Descent.
and elected to
Okay.
receive.
So
but
let
before
me
they
just-
get going,
thank you.
there's an embarrassment there for one of the ball kids lining up there. He was ill. He or she, we don't know which, but they have to clean that up as the chair umpire let you know there in certain terms. They'll get that done and it'll all be underway. But I think, Jan Michael, we can attest to the fact that I think Alexandra Dolgaru is 5'8".
Exactly. She is 5'8".
There's a little bit of discrepancy in our facts here that the profiles of the players, one listed are at 5'3", and the other one at 5'8", which is -72, and that's about how tall she is, because Gajusova is around that range also at -74, 5'7" in the old measurements. Interesting one, this one, because Gajusova is an interesting. Both women have won 2 career titles, so that's a plus for both of them, both on the ITF futures, or as far as Dolgaru is concerned. She won a couple last year, but she's played Fed Cup for Romania, as Gajusova took out Australian citizenship, became an Aussie in 2009, and has played Fed Cup for Australia, represented Australia in the Olympics as well. Likes the forehand, big forehand, has had some top wins, but at mono for a while. It kept her off the courts for nearly 12 months, so the ranking slipped into the 200s, and she last year came on very strongly, 161 spots in the ranking for her, so she'll be keen to get out there and do well today. I spoke to her early this morning after she just warmed up, and she figured that she was fit for the first time and felt good and was ready to go.
That's good news. She definitely has the game to be a top 50 or even further player, like you said, for the big forehand. Has a good serve too as well, and moves fairly well. So if she can stay fit, she's back at 62 in the world, which is a huge accomplishment, coming back that far last year, getting back in the top 100. Hopes, I think, to have a good start here. Played pretty well in Sydney last week, won 2 rounds. So on form, also around earlier this year. So 3 matches under her belt, not bad.
No, and she's, as I said, she's fit this time. And this time last year was her first tournament back. The Australian Open last year was the first tournament back after she'd been off. So a slight delay here while they take care of this mishap at the end of the court. Dulguru from Romania will be looking to win her first match here, as the chair umpire explaining the situation at the moment. Understand why they can't get out and warm up. Because
I guess they don't want the ball to go through that.
Spot in question is we're trying to work it out now.
So we can call it the danger zone. Dulguru electing after that toss to receive. Often a good thing to do. You receive rather than serve. Get in the match. Get those first or second ball jitters out quickly.
Well, the first couple of games, when you start off in a Grand Slam, any tournament, but even more so in a Grand Slam, the first couple of games you're rather nervous, and I think everybody is. It doesn't matter whether you're the top seed or whether you're lucky enough to get in the draw as a lucky loser. You'll feel that situation. It's a Grand Slam, and your career is predicated on Grand Slams and Davis Cup and Fed Cup. So it's an important move. Points in the Grand Slams, you get double points in Grand Slams as far as your rankings are concerned. So that's an important equation as well.
Looks like they've almost got the mishap cleaned up.
A long delay here before they even get into their warm-ups.
Little opportunity for some more people to trickle into the stadium and get their seats, grab something to drink or eat before.
Not a bad seat in the house here, and the large screens on there, so the fans over the changeovers can check out them. Even the players like to watch that big screen, see any replays, or sometimes they pick up on things that they've done or haven't done. Not a bad seat. There's 7,500 people in this new arena here, Margaret Court Arena.
You see some super festive outfits and hats. Yep. Fans here, it's always playing here. It was always amazing to see what was created next with various
the Swedes started that off many years ago when Borky was down here. They started off. They used to get down here and avoid the winters, obviously, and come in and stay all around Melbourne in hostels and groups, and they'd come out here to support the Swedes, and then that gradually grew into other nations, and now, as you mentioned, everybody has their fans. The Australians have got the fanatics, and then the genies of the genies group from Canada.
It's pretty crazy. I used to have a few supporters that would wear these huge Taco Bell hats. They call them Taco Bell hats, not any Taco Bell hats that I'd seen. But they'd come out and they'd sing songs and chant, and it was crazy. But you'd only have it here at the Aussie Open, and it's fantastic. The atmosphere is always unique and festive, and definitely different from the other slams.
But they also understand the fact that when the ball is in the air and they're ready to serve, that they quieten down. They don't really do it throughout points, and they know the etiquette of the game as well.
Absolutely, Fred. Very, very good for sports fans here. They love their sport, their tennis.
This is taking a lot of time.
I think that the main delay here is it has to be treated almost as a biohazard when this sort of mishap happens. The ladies waiting patiently.
Yeah.
Love their inventive covers that they now have on the seats.
Yeah, that's a first down here. That's the Australian also, and they lift those up. In a lot of the other events, the ball kids use the umbrellas and stand over and give the players some respite during the changeovers.
This makes it a little bit easier for the ball kids, and maybe they can help the players with water or other things that players might need, bananas, those kinds of things. The sidelines where you're playing a match in the changeovers. Got to keep yourself fueled, especially in this heat. Very hot here in Australia.
I was over at the Hopman Cup a couple of weeks ago, and they had a record over there, 44.5 Celsius. It was the third hottest day on record in Perth, and then the rest of the week was very pleasant. So players are used to it, and particularly when they first come down here, there's always a few upsets, isn't there, in the early tournaments, because they come from, I think, Lise Cornet was -2 in Paris, and some of them were -10, and they come out here to the
Right.
Australian heat, and they come out, and the first couple of days it takes them some time to really get used to the Australian heat, and particularly here in Melbourne, where a bit of a joke about Melbourne, you can have 3 different seasons in one day here, and they did have about 4 years ago here. And so if you want the weather to change, this joke is down here, just wait a while.
That's right. I imagine they closed the roof for that day, did they, Fred?
They did, yes, they did. Yeah.
It's extreme heat. That is very difficult, even if it's just 2 out of 3 sets.
Well, it's a good event because it gives the players an opportunity to play 3 tough matches against good opponents. And Andy Murray was over there playing for Great Britain. He comes in here and he did well, as did Djokovic when they played over in Perth. The Hopman Cup came into Melbourne to the Open and did well. Djokovic won it.
Absolutely. Hopman Cup's a great event. I loved it.
Well, you were there. You played there a couple of years as well.
It's a great way to start the year. Guaranteeing yourself some matches, especially this heat, is priceless to have that opportunity. It's taking 6 people to clean up this this mess down here. We're almost there. We're almost going to see balls hit on Margaret Court Arena.
As we did mention, one of these young ladies will be victorious today. Miller Gaidasova has played in the Australian Open on 9 occasions and is yet to get past the first round. So as I said, I spoke to her earlier, and she's always a little nervous when you go out there, but looking forward to being fit for the first time and hopefully getting a win here. But that's Guru also has played here on 3 occasions. She's 25 years of age, and she's lost in the first round on all 3 of those occasions. Gaidasova, a little bit older, 27 years of age now.
Nowadays, that's not even a very old age with tennis. 27 used to be kind of getting older on tour, and now 27 is pretty little.
Well, you remember when the kids used to come through, and that was particularly on the women's tour. They were starting to play WTA events when they were 13, 14, 15, and they brought in a rule that you could only play like 5 a year. I'm not too sure exactly how many it was. I think it's around about 5 a year up until you reach the age of 17, and then if the kids came through and they were really good, then they petitioned to try and get them more tournaments.
That's right. You know, Coco Vandeweghe, who I coached for 2 years, had that rule when she was 16, 17, I think, as well.
Well, she's out here again this year. Okay, she's one of the promising juniors. They've got quite a few youngsters in America at the moment.
American tennis is looking on the upside, especially on the women's side.
There we go. It's all cleaned up. The crowd give the chair umpire a round of applause, and the players are doing a few exercises, and they've had the ball toss, and then they've had to sit down for another 5 minutes before this one gets underway. Where it's 11:15, they came on just after 11. And
it's interesting, Fred, when something like that happens, and you sit out there in the court as a player, and you're nervous, it's your first round, often you feel like you settle in a little bit. I think that both ladies are quite composed sitting on the side of the court there, and this might have actually helped them both play a little bit better tennis in the beginning stages of this first set.
Prefers to play on clay, does Dugaroo. Very extreme Western, born in Bucharest, lives there. He's 25 years of age, and that's the height, confirming 1.72 meters. prize money. Quarterfinals is Florianopolis, and second round the US Open, Istanbul and Pattaya City. There's the win-loss record. Has yet to win one here. Didn't play last year. First round. 3 years on the screen there. So she'll be looking for a victory here against Australia's Yamila Gaidasova, who will have the support from the crowd when she was introduced. A huge round of applause. She's been very popular out here over the years, this young lady. Very strong, big forehand. Now lives in Dallas and born in Slovakia. You can see most of the bio. Ranking at 62 at the moment, has improved that 161 spots last year. That's the prize money. 2014, she'll be looking to get better than that. Second round at Wimbledon. First round losses here, you can see 0-9. That'll give you a bit of a complex. She's in with a pretty good draw here, so rather confident with her chances today. There's a great look. She's introduced again. They call it a coffee-coloured roof. And the closing roof. Julian Kendall from Norway.
Just a few minutes away as these ladies take serves from this. Some of the first action here at Margaret Court Arena.
3 minutes.
It's interesting. I always like with the women, when they warm up, they come in and they take their volleys and their overheads, and then they come in about 4 times during the match. So, but you'll see a little bit of a difference with Gaidasova. She likes to go forward a little with the big forehand.
Yeah, Gaidasova does, and she can volley. Has had some good doubles results. Also seen her play some team tennis. I played some team tennis with against her, and she's a good all-round player. So you might see her come to the net to close out some points, and she can execute up there.
Her goal this year is to try and get into the top 10. It's a pretty hefty ask. It's not confident. She's got the ability. What's held her back has been basically the choice of shot and the inconsistency. The forehand, if it goes in, it's a very strong shot. But with all big hitters, if it's not there, you get a lot of unforced errors.
See Delgado trying to get some returns in early, sneak in a few in the practice. I loved doing that if I could, but
well, sometimes you got sometimes you got the players that wouldn't even hit them to you. That's it. They say, no, I'm not going to give you a chance to do that.
That's so true, Fred. If a player did that to me, I would definitely try to not let them hit it.
So she's got a nice smooth motion on the serve, Delgado.
Minute away from the start of this match. We'll have Gaidasova starts this match off serving.
I mentioned Gaidasova got her Australian citizenship in 2009 and represented Australia immediately on the WTA tour, and was a member of our Fed Cup teams from 2011 through 13. And represented Australia at the Olympics in 2012. Loves Australia, fell in love with it when she came out here the first time when she was 14.
What's not to like, Fred? This is
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best.
Pretty good lifestyle, isn't it?
Great lifestyle.
You're a beach guy too, aren't you?
Definitely a beach guy. Yeah. Currently reside in Hawaii. I love this weather.
Oh, do you? Not a bad spot to hang your hat either.
It's not a bad spot at all.
Favourite stopover point for my wife Pat and I when we come down here every year. Pretty much Honolulu. A couple of days before you make the trip down under.
It's a great idea, especially coming from Florida.
Well, they're just about ready to go here. The time has been called. Julie Kendley, who's in charge of this one. And the players go and sit down.
Players grabbing their last little pre-match drinks. Make sure you're hydrated even going out just to start this match. Gets hot quite quick here.
First set.
Well, we're ready to go.
Jarmila Gaidosha-Batusu.
Notice over
Ready?
to start the action. First round women's action, 2015 Australian Open. Yeah, we mentioned she's come to the net and the first point. Knows what she's doing there.
15.
I like how she laid that backhand volley down low. The first one didn't try to hit too much on it. Bunted it for a later second volley there.
Just wide.
15.
Gaidasova's career high in singles has been at number 25. She was ranked 25 in the world back in May 2011. Her opponent is pretty close there too. She was 26 in April of 2011.
Nice
15.
First serve up the tee there. Give her an easy free point. She struck that backhand up the line very well in that last rally.
Yeah, just
missed it. Gaidosova moving the ball around pretty well early in this set, this first game. Looks quite composed, Fred.
Yes, he looks pretty relaxed. Pretty good crowd on hand for first match of the day. And that's an ace out wide. One game for life, Gaidosova.
First game.
Well, they're the sort of opening games you like. If you can finish up with ace, get a little bit of confidence, get rid of the nerves. Fans are starting early.
The Aussie chant, got the rare Aussie chant in my favor. I felt really good. It's tough when you're out there playing against it.
Alexandra Dulgaru
Alexandra
to
Dulgaru.
serve right now. First service game for her this year's Open. good service motion with this young lady. I don't know about you, but over the years there was a
Love
time
15.
3 or 4, 5 years back where most of the girls didn't have too much of a shoulder turn when their serves, but I think that's improved in the last couple of years.
That's
Net
right.
cord there helps.
That's right, Fred. They've started to really hone their serves using their full body. You know, trying to get that every little bit that you can.
Yeah, have a look at
How
the
you
shoulder
gain.
turn here. There's good motion here. Yeah. No
15.
challenge from Gaidasova. That's an area of the game where you have to tactically use those challenges as well. Throw them away early. Could come back against you in the latter stages of a set. Yeah, well done.
Good goal with a nasty backhand off the line there. Well fought point from both ladies, though.
30-15.
Gajdasov's hitting a little bit more spin than I've seen her hit on some of her strokes. She's trying to take it out of the swing zone of Delgarou. Almost worked for her there.
Pretty flat off backhand, that last one for a winner. 30-15.
She's connecting well on the
30.
ball right now, Fred, don't you think?
Good timing earlier in the match, yes.
It's very good. Had a great return. Delgarou did well just getting that ball back way low to the ground. So important to bend those knees in tennis.
Turning the game, and she hits it for a break point opportunity.
30-14.
Not a bad serve from Delgarou, just seemed to be right in the swing zone. Gajdasova. Too good.
Two games to love. She leads.
Gajdasova leads 2 games to love.
Gajdasova's just looking to dictate out here. Really knows what strategies she's looking to employ. Taking a lot of balls up the line, Fred.
Yes, she's hit that one well. She strikes that first strike. She goes after that and then tempers it, which is good play because at times over the years she's just hit one hard and then wants to hit one next one harder rather than think the point through. She's done that well early. Got to consolidate here. Tough end, that end always has been here at the Open. Sun's a bit of a problem at this time of the day. You have to sometimes adjust the ball toss. Double fault of 15.
Gajasova with a much safer second serve on that point. Made sure she made it. Gajasova just really connecting well on the ball right now. Ripping that forehand out of the corner, getting the ball nice and deep.
Fault.
That was an overrule from the chair.
Yeah, good call.
Good tactics from the Australian there. She absorbs the pace, likes the pace, and then the change up cross court.
She's really opening up the court well there, Fred. Taking Dilgru way off to the side. Chance for 3-0 here for Gajasova.
Yes, I think a great start for the Australian. 3 games to love, Gajasova.
Gajasova leads 3 games to love first set.
Do we have any white towels? Sorry, they're really new. Thanks.
Gajasova, as a lot of the players do, asking for some white towels, some towels that have been laundered. The new towels that come into operation in any of the Grand Slams, they supply them for the players. They're very good souvenirs, but sometimes the new ones don't really do the job of drying the perspiration.
And often the lint on the towels, since they're new, will go on there. You look down and it's all over your hands and face because you're sweating a lot out there. And it's good to have a couple white towels on hand.
Good start for Gajasova. She has opened the court up in that last one. They opened the court up, and that's the shot that we talked about earlier, the big forehand. That is a major weapon in her arsenal. So a good start at 3-0.
She really does look more composed, Fred, than I've seen her for a while. Not making any unforced errors really so far. Making good choices. Dilgru actually playing pretty solid tennis, just hasn't been able to come up with the goods yet. Some more fans filtering in. Looks like we're going to have another packed day here. Day 1 of the Aussie Open. This wonderful new roof they put on Margaret Court Arena. Doesn't look like they're going to have to use it today. Beautiful day.
do to
Love 15.
stop the bleeding here, to get on the board in this service game. 2 service breaks might be a little bit too much to come back from.
Gajdosova could have made a better decision on that last backhand. She's been pretty good throughout this early part of this first set. Been better off taking that ball cross court. Got to keep the pressure on Dilguru. It's a good serve right there from Dilguru at the tee. She'd love to have a few free points herself. Gajdosova answering with a ripping backhand up the line.
30.
She's really striking that backhand much better than I've seen her in the past. Looks like she could return to top form again this year.
7 winners to 1. That's the difference. Double fault will not help the cause. A break point opportunity for Gajdosova to really open this first setup.
Dilguru goes for her second serve, doesn't she, Fred?
Yeah.
Doesn't hold back. Well-fought point from Dilguru.
Deuce.
Keeping herself in that game. Ever so important that she holds serve here.
Success with drawing her opponent off court when she hits that topspinner inside the service box and draws Dilguru out wide. She's made a lot of errors off that forehand wing. So another break point.
Game.
Confident start from the Australian. 2 service breaks. 4 love.
Gajdosova leads 4 games to love.
Really, right now appears to me that she's much more willing to stay in these points. She not only has more winners, considerably more winners, but she's more willing to stay in the point. One more ball, which you have to be, especially early in these Grand Slams, early in these tournaments that are so important. And match jitters are right in the forefront.
She's coached now by Chris Johnston, who's been an excellent coach in the Tennis Australia program for a number of years.
Good field from Dilgaroo up there,
Love 15.
blocking that volley back off the let court. But
Good reflexes, wasn't it?
fantastic hustle, though, from Gajdasova, running down, really making Dilgaroo earn that point.
Sorry, can you hold up? Excuse me, guys, can you stop or move faster? Thanks. It
really looks to me like, Fred, that Gajdasova thinks that Dilgaroo's forehand is her weaker wing. A lot of balls going that way. Draw her off the court.
Unforced error there brings her up to 9 for Dilgaroo. Most of them come from that forehand wing.
So far, Dilgaroo just doesn't have the forehand. He's not equipped to deal with Gajdasova's forehand pound for pound right now.
Let's first.
The best point she's played. Return of serve, set it up.
30.
It's a great return. She handled that high forehand quite well. Not an easy shot to hit. I'd like to see Dilgaroo do something a little bit different. See if she maybe even take some balls up the middle. Change the pace a little bit. See what she can do to get in this first set.
Let's first.
First opportunity for
30-14.
the Romanian. A break point. She's down 4-love though. 2 service breaks.
Dilgaroo finally winning one of those forehand exchanges.
It's long. Dilgaroo breaks serve. It's 4-1. Gajdasova.
Gajdasova leads 4-1 for set.
And those last couple errors from Gajdasova is the kind of tennis that she can play and gets herself into trouble.
That's what does get her into trouble, isn't it?
Absolutely.
She's been so solid, and then 2 quick unforced errors come into play, and now it's just the 1 service break.
I almost feel like sometimes she must panic a bit, where she's been really solid in these rallies, choosing to go up the line when she's not really in position to do it. If you can move in on that ball and you're in control of it, hit up the line, or maybe hit up the line with an off-pace ball to maneuver your opponent. But sometimes she forces the issue, and to really get yourself in trouble, you don't do that at deuce, you don't do that at out. Got to keep the pressure on your opponent and not go for what looks like the easy shot. Usually isn't. We've almost got a packed house in here, Fred.
Yes, it's 7,500 folks in this new arena. Last year it was under construction. They did play some matches in here. Well, they played all throughout the tournament in here, but since then it's had the roof put on it, a coffee-coloured roof, as they call it. And it's 3 retractable courts here in 3 different Rod Laver Arena, Hisense Arena, and Margaret Court Arena.
Belgaro serving 1-4. Few errors starting to creep in for Gaidasova. Just wide.
14.
There's 3 unforced errors, though, in a row, has put Belgaro in a pretty good position in this game. The love game is just what she would want at this stage, having just broken serve, down 2 service breaks.
Let for
Well played game now. It's 4 games to 2. Gaidasova leads.
Gaidasova leads 4 games to 2 for set.
Belgaro's stayed tough, and she's continued to do the exact same thing throughout the set. Not that much has changed, really. But Gaidasova, just a few errors creeping in. Maybe she's thinking about the fact this first set's almost hers.
At 4 love, you'd think that would be the way to go. Still with that 1 break of serve.
Belgaro not quite moving forward quick enough on that forehand. Reached for it just a little bit. Not in position. Just missing.
You mentioned earlier the tough end to serve from. Double fault again from Gaidasova. 15 all. Huge momentum change here from 4 love. It was just cruising along. Now the unforced errors are pretty much even. It was twice as many for Belgaro at one stage. Another one here. That's a wild one now.
15-14.
I agree, Fred. Completely different momentum change here. This is
just gifted games the last couple, haven't they been?
There's a ton of unforced errors from Gaidasova.
Break points.
position to go for what she tried to hit there. Another wild shot.
That's a little bit let off.
Deuce.
You can see from those forehands and those wild shots we've seen a couple of just recently that nerves are such a big part of tennis.
Challenge on the ball on the right near sideline. The ball's called out.
Looked wide.
Yeah, worth a challenge here, though.
Get the verification.
Way wide. So game point now from down 15-40. Good effort.
Another unforced error from Gajdosova.
Seventh game of the set.
Has 2 challenges remaining.
And very important, always the seventh game. And in this case, it would put Bulgaroo right back into the first set. And the other side would give Gajdosova a 5-2 lead. Deuce.
Advantage, Bulgaroo.
That forehand corner, when she's pressed into the forehand corner, Gajdosova in the past makes some errors here and there. We're seeing a bit of that now. Another one just then. Add out. Brett, neither player wants this game that bad.
The same thing. Yeah, it's such an important game, and they both realize it. Can't put the finishing touches to it. That's a good first serve.
Advantage, Gajdosova.
Finally,
Game.
Gajdosova back into 2. She leads.
Ball change, please.
That
Gajdosova
backhand
leads
up the
5
line there
games
for
to
Atlanta
2.
really helped her get over those nerves a bit. Well fought from Bulgaroo there. A bit unfortunate in that game. 15-40 she had. 2 break points to even it back on serve in this match. Just didn't quite get it done. 2 forehands that she really should have made. In my opinion, at least made Gajdosova execute and win a point there. Didn't do it.
That's a fine line, isn't it, when you have those opportunities, knowing full well that she was down 4-love. And done a good job to get back into this. And that would have put her right back into it had she been able to break serve.
It is tough. It's tough when you're the player and the shot's right there for you to execute. So you just can hit a winner here, but often if you can make your opponent play, pressure is kind of transferred back onto them.
Yep.
Time.
Gajdosova comes back on court now in front 5-2. Started playing tennis at the age of 8. And fell in love with Australia, as I mentioned, when she first came out here. She was 14. Lived and trained on the Gold Coast. Beautiful part of Australia.
Bulgaroo to serve with new balls to stay
New
in
balls.
this set.
Love 15.
One of the better points that the ladies have played, I think, this match, Fred.
Yeah, a lot of running there, good
Moving the ball
defensive
around a bit.
skills and good solid defensive skills from Gajdosova. Good shot, going out wide, just in the hitting zone though.
Dolgareo going
15
for
all.
the hope and a prayer shot. If she makes that, it's back to 15 all. This is it. She's in trouble. Well executed. Played there, Fred. Moving the ball around, getting to the net,
15,
executing at the net.
Well, we saw her come into the net early in the match, and she's gone away from that situation. That was a big point. Took over the net position. 15-30.
Good overhead there from Dolgareo. Again, the sun's a factor over on that side of the court. Tough for the players to hit that. You've seen some double faults from Gajdosova, and Dolgareo putting that overhead away on a big pressure point. Well done.
Well, that one looks as though it hit the tape.
Gajdosova returned extremely well in this game. Dolgareo's done well to even stay in this.
So that big forehand gets the baseline, and it's a set point now.
Deuce.
Good serve from Dolgareo. 30-40. Bit of a strange choice from Gajdosova hitting that backhand up the line. To make her opponent play with that. She wasn't in position.
Again, that's where the double faults have come in that end of the court. We mentioned earlier the sun is a problem there. So another set point for Gajdosova.
See Dolgareo again looking up at the sun there. She really should be looking up at the sun right before she serves when she's at the line. Adjust the toss and get on with it. Yes, you have to deal with that in tennis sometimes.
That's a bad miss, set point.
Dolgareo just getting that serve into the body of Gajdosova a little bit, jammed her.
Advantage Durgin.
Gaidasova continues to go back and forth and being
Yeah.
quite consistent to going for shots that she just really has no business hitting.
No, this is a situation where she has to play some pretty tight tennis. Well done
Game,
to Durgin to hold serve. It's now 5-3.
Gaidasova leads 5-3 first set.
Interested to see which Gaidasova we get in this game. She really has been two different players out here, all the way up to 4-0. Almost impeccable tennis. And kind of making weird decisions, huh, Fred?
Yeah, the last game there, a couple of set points and then just unforced errors on not very difficult serves. Nice to get that first point with the serve. 15 love.
15 love.
Serve out wide in the deuce court. Seems to be one of her faves. She hit that well.
Again, as you mentioned, forced out wide, really pushed to make the shot.
30 love.
So you go for a little bit extra on this one. And you either make it or miss it. And on that stage, it gives Gaidasova a miss and a 30 love lead. Should be disappointed
30-15.
with that one.
We can't blame the sun for that one,
No.
Fred.
So third double fault. Two from the other end. It's just serving for the set.
A little bit of jitters there. Nerves. Trying to change direction of the ball. She really wasn't in a position to hit. Missing the ball wide.
Tough thing to do. Set points again for Gaidasova. She's already had two. Gaidasova wins the opening set. Third set point. 6 games to 3.
6 games to 3.
In 42 minutes. Pretty good game on that occasion. Serving for the set. Started off with the ace and stayed there as we have a look at the first set summary. Here is pretty even with both ladies. It was the first 4 games. Gaidasova didn't make too many at all, but that was the difference there. Gaidasova 10 winners to 4.
Can I get one ball, please?
Both players successful when they went into the net. Gaidasova brought her service percentages up though midway through, even though she led 4-love. The first serve percentages were down about 43-44%. So she'd be happy with that first set.
Definitely happy with that. Getting through that.
Some of the highlights from the opening set. Both play similar styles, and they both try and work the ball around the court looking for the big forehand.
Very similar styles. I do feel like Gaidasova has a little bit bigger game.
With more pace.
When the opportunities present themselves, she executes a bit better. very determined in the middle and latter part of that second set. I think we could see a well-contested second set here.
Started to play the sport when she was all of 4 years of age, introduced to it by her parents. She, as I mentioned earlier, prefers the clay. You can see why. She's pretty solid off the ground. Been in the net a couple of times. Good motion on the serve. Set up points on clay. Make their way out on the court for the start of the second set.
Second set, Dölgerud to serve.
So just pounding that backhand return. Dölgerud almost fell down there. She got so low to get it back. Good effort. Still losing the point. Play
15.
Moving Gaidasova from side to side there.
Both players doing a good job as far as court coverage is concerned. They're moving one another around.
It's pretty important, Fred, for Dölgerud to get into this set early. Don't want to have Gaidasova get another early lead.
I was thinking the same thing. Very important to start off by holding serve here. Early stages of set number 2.
Gaidasova completely letting her off the hook there.
It's not a smart return at 15:30.
A loss of focus from the Gaidasova side of the court there. Easy backhand, no forehand she should make. Gotta keep that pressure on. Then she turns around there, Fred, and uses that forehand like she did in the first set to get herself in position to win. Executing the backhand, but that forehand
set it up.
Really set it up well.
Let's listen.
position. It was excellent. She made a very difficult shot look easy.
Advantage, Gaidashova.
I agree, Fred. Great footwork here. Nice stop. Got very low with that. Gave herself a nice margin for error up the line there. Break point.
Deuce.
It's just working hard to get yourself in a winning position and then sending them a gift.
Dilguru likes to take that second serve into the body there. It's a smart play. She did jam Gaidasova a little bit, but Gaidasova could have gotten out of the way of that. Made that ball. A nice first serve there.
Advantage, Dilguru.
Good timing for that, huh, Fred?
Yeah, needed it. Got to start off well there in this second set.
Game.
Wins the opening game of the second set.
First game, second set.
That's fantastic footwork we saw from Gaidasova on the backhand of the line approach. Didn't see in that last backhand that she tried to execute there. Needed one or two more steps to be in position. Reaching just a little bit. The outcome is a netted ball.
A good view there of the roof, the open roof, and the coffee-coloured top of the roof that will close. Very overcast day, actually. It's a bit of sunshine, but cloudy conditions here in Melbourne today. Pretty much perfect on the court, though. Conditions are supposed to stay this way for the first 3 days of the event.
It's nice, huh? Let the players get used to
Yep.
to the heat as it ramps up a bit.
15 love.
Still seeing some unforced errors coming from that Dilguru forehand. (18) unforced errors apiece, however.
Another one there. Well, that's been the tactic, hasn't it?
30 love.
Chris Johnson sort of mapped out for his charge. Gaidasova. And
30-15.
Dilguru pretty much the same, though. Attacking Gaidasova's forehand when she can.
I do think it's the similarity
Yep.
they have in their weaknesses. That was in the corner there.
Good body serve right there.
40-15. Let for serve.
Oh. Halfway up the net.
40-30.
That toss got pretty low on her. Gaidasova there. I do like when she takes the ball into the body. I think it's a good play for her, especially in this ad court. She naturally hits a spin on the ball, side spin on the ball, so it drifts towards the forehand. That's good news for the Gaidasova camp and fans. That was the best point she's played, I think, this set. Well executed.
A bit of a fist bump to the players' box up there while a little bit of maintenance takes place at the other end of the court. Just re-gripping. Must have lost the grip a little on that last exchange.
It's almost done.
It's tough conditions out there, even though it's not the hottest day here in Melbourne. You sweat a lot.
It's hot enough, isn't it?
Some players' hands, you notice she's got a wristband on that side. Some players' hands sweat a lot. You got to keep re-gripping.
1-all. Both players, when they commit to double faults, all of them have been in the net, which means that you're falling off it. Shoulder comes down, head comes down, and the ball goes into the net.
4 double faults apiece now.
Hardly hit that one. That must have been the sun right in her eyes. 138k.
Left. Seconds.
It's tough to make that ball adjustment. I used to hate doing that because you had to have a totally different swing at it.
It is tough. Often being able to kick the ball helps. Neither one of these ladies can kick the ball much.
Well played. More patient in that rally, Gaidasova.
I like seeing Gaidasova get around that ball and take the ball inside out. She's been utilizing that forehand corner so much. Now the backhand inevitably should be open for some of the plays here in the second set. We're really looking for that forehand. Moving in on that.
Love 14.
Inside out over the low part of the net.
Brings up break points, 3 of them. That's a gift.
15-14.
I feel like right when she gets those little nervous points, she just doesn't quite, a lot of players do this, doesn't quite get her feet in position. She can take one more step there, get a little bit better turn on the shoulders. She was pretty open when she made contact on that ball.
So again, that's not giving your opponent
30-14.
They're both first serves, but not great first serves. 150k, but both bad errors on the backhand, which has been the safest wing. Still a break point. You've got to make your opponent play at that stage. Drugaroo got to be rather nervous. I'm going to go down a service break here. This will be a tough second serve for her. And you can see it coming. Down break point, second serve, and we waddle 2 games to 1.
Gaidasova leads 2 games to 1.
Those double faults for her, it looks like Drugaroo stops using her legs, not using her whole body like she's been doing.
Just an arm, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just an arm serve, and when that happens, when you stop using your whole body, especially those legs give you all that spin, All that energy coming up towards the ball. You stop doing that, service gets very dicey. Margin for error goes way, way down.
Mentioned a good crowd on hand. As you said, the crowds, the folks are finding their way into Margaret Court Arena. It's a great way to start the Australian Open. First round women's action here. 3 retractable roofs, and this one is bathed in sunshine at the moment.
Time.
Sova serving 2-1 with a break. First round Aussie Open here on Margaret Court Arena.
Pretty good serve, as you mentioned. She comes around the outside of the ball, so she basically slices. So really, your opponent's got to be looking for a forehand on most occasions.
Ms. Dilgaru's challenge to the call on the right far sideline. The ball's pulled out.
Very close one. We're sitting right on that line in our broadcast position, on top of the stands. And it's good.
Good challenge.
Play the point.
And we play the point.
15.
I do think, Fred, that she's starting to look for that forehand Dilgaru. Gajdosova has hit almost a huge majority of her serves toward the forehand side.
This is where Gajdosova has to play some tight tennis, though. She has the break.
Well played point from Gajdosova. Dilgaru, though, still bailing out on that forehand in that last ball. She could have played that ball up the middle or cross court, stayed in the point.
That's a situation on that first return where I felt that Gajdosova could move forward. She gets a huge first serve, then there's nothing on the return. It's the forehand down the middle of the court and retreats to the baseline. One good move forward, and she's been successful at the net, and she's in the driver's seat at 40-15. However, now 30-all.
Well played there. Gajdosova's patience paid off, I should say. Good footwork getting in position on that forehand.
40-30. Good body serve. Gajdosova holds. It's 3 games to 1. She leads.
Gajdosova leads 3 games to 1, second set.
So you see a nice look up at her box, maybe a little sigh of relief getting through that game.
Yeah, this is where she lost a little bit of concentration early in this first set. She's going to try and keep her mind on the job ahead here and wrap this one up. Her first victory here at the Australian Open in 10 attempts.
$15.
Great play. Great play from Delhi there. Taking that ball out of the air, taking away her opponent's time. Coming forward. I think that's the kind of play you'd like to see a little bit more of, huh, Fred?
Yeah, I think she seems to play her best tennis when she's down. Being a little more aggressive in that point. Paid dividends.
That's a good point. She does. Belguru may have an easy service game here. Try to get back on track in this set. With a wicked backhand return across court there, showing why she's ahead in this match and this set. 6-3, 3-1. 40-15 for Belguru to get this back a little bit closer.
Double fault.
40-30.
Her sixth double
Mr. Belguru is challenging a call on the left service line. The ball's called fault.
I think this is a waste of a challenge.
This is a crazy one. I'm surprised she's challenging this, but
she's ahead on the serve.
Still waiting on the replay.
No challenge.
No challenge.
44.
No challenge now. How do you get away with that?
I don't know.
You challenge and then you say, oh no, it's coming. No challenge. Forget about it. So whole serve, and it's Gaidasova 3-2.
3 games to 2, second set, and by 1 set to 1.
Gaidasova unhappy with losing that point, missing that forehand, but she should be pleased with how she played that point, put it together, had the opportunity to execute there, just missing. The ball got a little bit low on her.
Yeah, it's a tough shot to play that one, isn't it? When you've got to get it up and over the net, over the high part of the net, and then dip it down quickly. You've got to have perfect timing, and she was just a fraction off. Still really at this stage has to realise she's in a winning position here. She just has to play some tight tennis, and if her opponent is to get back into it, then let her win her way back into it. Don't just gift her back.
I agree, Fred. She needs to keep making good decisions. She's been making the good decisions, staying in the rallies, shaping the points, getting to the net when she can. She's been doing very well. Very well played tennis.
Players back on court now. Gaidasova serving at 3-2.
And Interested to see if Dolguru makes any adjustments here, looking for forehands. I'd almost give Gajdosova the T serve in this deuce court and out wide in the ad. Force her to hit the serve you want her to hit. See if she could do it.
Well, she did it. Exactly what we were talking about. That's a good play to force the opponent to go for the serve that they have not been using.
15 love.
Occasion it worked. Gajdosova got it in down the tee. It's one of the few serves she's hit down the tee. 15 love. Of shot on the Gajdosova two-handed backhand. Forces the error.
It's well played. She's been winning a lot of those backhand to backhand exchanges as well. Talked a lot about the forehand, but backhand's pretty solid.
Left first.
Doing anything to get that ball back in play in that point.
14.
But Gajdosova with a great out wide serve there. I know she's probably, Dolguru was probably looking for that ball, but that was well executed or way off the court.
40 love. Good service game from the Australian. 4 games to 2. She leads 1 set to love.
Gajdosova leads 4 games to 2, second set.
Fred, I don't think so far we haven't seen any of the loss of concentration from Gajdosova in this set that we saw in the first set. We did see that at 4-0. So
7th game of this second set. The imperative that Dolguru holds serve here, or she's in all sorts of strife.
Love 15.
Confidence.
Gajdosova continuing to wail away at those returns, really striking the ball well again.
Oh, perfect timing there. At 30.
Love 13.
This is more the case, Fred, from just good tennis from Gajdosova than anything else.
Oh! 15-13.
And a pretty good serve there from Dolguru into the body. When your opponent's taking big swings at your serve, you've got to do some things to counteract that. Body serve's a great way to do it.
Missed it.
13.
Well played point. She went for the right shot. Maybe went for a little too much, huh?
Yeah. A little bit ambitious. 30 all.
40-30.
Delgado just bearing down, looking like she was in the fight of her life right there. Excellent defense. Little smile you'll see from her. Point well earned.
40-30, game point. Just keep yourself in it.
Time violation warning, Mr.
Time violation.
Game,
The time violation. She holds serve, but it's 4-3 now. Gajdosova leads.
Gajdosova leads 4-3. Second set, and by 1 set to love. Ball change.
Sometimes out there, Fred, you play such a long point, you are winded. It's almost worth taking that one time violation.
It's 20 seconds. You're allowed between points, but obviously I would have thought though that she'd have been warned before they give her the time violation. Normally some umpires do, some don't. I guess just give you a warning and say, hey, you're getting pretty close to it. I know that's the way Rafael Nadal gets caught a few times. But I've yet to see somebody, after they've been given the time violation, get given the next one. Any of the top players. I've seen them get the time violation, and you can time them as we do up here in the commentary booth, and they go over. But I've only seen the time violation. I've never seen them given a point penalty or a point, or you lose a serve the next time round.
It is rare that they give the second one out. The second one out being a point, obviously, against the player that has the violation. Obviously, as a player, when you're fighting so hard for any point, you don't want to have that happen. You tend to speed it up a little bit. I don't think that the umpire necessarily wants to give out violations like that, but you do have to keep the match going at a good pace.
No, on the tour, I think WTA Tour and the ATP Tour, I think it's 25 seconds. And I think in the Grand Slams, it's 20 seconds, if I'm correct.
20 seconds sounds like a lot when you're out there running. You're having 15-plus ball rallies. Those seconds are precious and go by awfully quickly.
New balls now at 4-3. And you can see you're having trouble with the ball toss with the sun from that end. Getting back to the time, depends on how it was.
15 low.
Bjorn Borg took between 13 and 15 seconds every point. Then when it went up to 30 seconds, Lendl took 28-29. He had a routine that took him to 28-29 every point. So the players know the rule and they get pretty close to it.
A couple easy errors from Bilger already in this game.
30 left.
Backhand in that first point. And easy forehand there. Again, easy for Gajdosova to get ahead. Maybe have a quick one here.
Getting ever so close to winning her first match here at the
40 love.
Australian Open. Emila Gajdosova, 40 love for a 5-3 lead. That's long and a challenge. That was deep.
Right baseline, the ball's
5-3 now. If this one's called long to the Australian, Emila Gajdosova looking for her first victory here. It's worth the challenge because you can't take them with you. And she's got 3 of them. She only has 2 now. Getting towards the end at this stage.
It's true, Fred. You might as well use them while you got them.
Yeah, they don't accumulate.
That was a bit hopeful
Mr. Guru has 2 challenges remaining.
on that one, but might as well. Especially, too, can buy you a little extra time on the in between points. Well played point from
15
both
love.
ways there. Gajdusova defending well out of the corners. She's moving well. She looks like she's done some work on her fitness. She looks fit. Fitter than I've seen her in a long time. In the end, losing that point.
Let seconds.
Often taking that backhand cross court from
15
the
all.
court, really getting behind it, getting her feet in position very well. Gajdusova, well struck return. 15 all.
Thirty 15.
See Fred there, Gajdusova signaling she should have taken that ball across court,
Yep.
looking up at her box, knowing she made the wrong decision, but
Hanging by a thread. Oh, big return after second serve. It was a pretty useful second serve from Bulgaru. Hit
30 all.
firmly with the forehand.
it's one of those returns I think Gajdusova just said, I'm going to rip this. It's 15-30. Put the pressure on if I make it, otherwise
Yep.
on to the next game.
Correction was good. First.
Pretty hefty return there. Solid return from Gajdusova. Have to do it again. That miss brings up the match point.
30-40.
The crowd know, I know this young lady has fought for years to get through and win a match here. The sigh from the crowd there as Gajdusova misses her first attempt at a match point. Juice.
Definitely on a racket there.
Another big return, very deep. Match point number 2.
Advantage, Gajdusova.
Gajdusova going for big shots on those match points. To see her play the steadier type of game that's gotten her here. Make her opponent continue to play.
Then after about 3 strokes of that rally, she had that short forehand and wouldn't come forward. If she'd come forward, she would have had an easy volley. So now Bulgaru is at a game point to stay in the match. And a wild forehand, so the Romanians hangs in there. Gajdusova 5-4, 1 set to 1.
Gajdusova leads 5 games to 4.
Second set by 1 set to 1. 2 match points down, but I agree, Fred, that deuce point from Gajdusova, second ball, she almost scrambled backward to stay
back
at the baseline rather than come in on that ball.
And they've had success at the net. She's been, well, when she goes in behind those ground strokes, we talked about it, you haven't got a heavy ground stroke and you get in there. Well, most of the times you're going to have a look at a bowler anyway. And she has put pressure on her opponent a couple of times and drew the error.
I agree with you. It's a thing that I think that she can work on in the future. She's quite a good volleyer when she gets into the net, successful up there, but it seems like in the back of her head, Gajdusova thinks she's more of a ground stroker, isn't fully 100% comfortable with it. Clearly knows it's something that she should be doing, but her go-to is to scramble back to the baseline.
Well, big game for her now as she comes out to serve for this match. She's played at the Australian Open for 9 years and has struggled. He's not won a round. He's not been to the second round, so an opportunity here, but this is a tough time. This is the moment of truth. 6-3, 5-4. Gajdusova leads.
When you hit your ground strokes that well, penetrating in the baseline, you've got to take those short balls and get in, finish off points. Don't let your opponent get back into it.
15 love.
Showing her opponent that she's not going to just go away, but Gajdusova with a ripping forehand up the line.
30 love. Mixed the serve up well. She's been going out with the forehand, slicing it out there at 30 love. She went down the tee. 3 more match points.
Well,
Getting through that match, tough match for her.
Well, it's always tough to serve them out, and she did it in fine style. Never faltered on the forehand, went for the shots, and that sometimes has been the Achilles heel. But on that occasion, confident enough to get them all in, and a well-deserved victory to put her through to the second round of the first Grand Slam of the year, 2015 Australian Open here. And what a way to open Margaret Court Arena this year with the retractable roof. And we'll just wave goodbye to Alexander Rivera as she leaves the court, and see what Gajdusova has to say to Ian Cohen.
And now our winner Yamila, it's taken 10 years. You're through to the second round here at Melbourne Park. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys, for coming today. It's a special day, believe it or not. Yeah, it was my 10-year anniversary. Yeah, unfortunately, every year I played, I ended up having a seed between 1 and 10 in the first round. So this year the draw was a little bit kinder to me, even the match was super difficult. And as you could see, the last 2 games were super nervous for me. But, you know, thank you guys for coming. I wouldn't have done it without you, so thanks.
Now, while you've got through the first round, the second round, Simona Halep is waiting for you.
Thank you. I'm glad you feel for me. But look, the last 2 weeks I was playing people from 4 to 11 in the world. I won a few matches. I beat, 11, 12, 10 in the world. So nothing is impossible. I just hope, I already got my monkey off my back. So I'm very happy. And I will just hopefully come back to this court in front of this amazing crowd. And I will do my best and hopefully it'll be good enough.
Now, speaking of the court, the copper roof, the sun shining, the first game in Margaret Court with the new roof.
Oh, definitely. The court is fantastic. I hit here yesterday, and I really hope that I get to play here again. And as I said, it wouldn't be a great court without a great fan. So thanks for coming.
Congratulations. Well done. Through to the second round. Give her a big round of applause. 128 minutes. Yamila Gajasova, 6-3, 6-4.
Players are out on court early at Margaret Court Arena for the first match in the men's singles, first round match here. As Andy Murray takes on Yuki Bambri of India. Andy Murray sitting 6 here. Bambri 249. Don't know too much about that young man from India, but Andy Murray, well, Wimbledon champion, and a man that I think after his problems with his back, he's going to do pretty well this year. Weather conditions mostly sunny. The current temperature 19 degrees. Pretty cool out here for Melbourne Day. First day of the Open 2015. First Grand Slam of the year. There's the young man.
Exciting day for him as well. First attempt at a Grand Slam first round match after coming through qualifying, winning 3 great matches there.
It's always a good sign, isn't it, when you can get through qualifying and you feel as though you've played a tournament by the time you get through 3 matches, particularly the Grand Slam.
Sevelan, Pastor Valenza covered. 5 minutes for the warm-up. Don't forget the time between points. If I have a chance to let you know before, I will, unless really over the time. And if it's a bit noisy or if it's moving in the stand, just look at me. Now we understand I have to make some announcements. All right? Any questions? Yuki? Heads. It's heads want. Receive. Receive. After here.
As introduced as they start their warm-up here, and a huge round of applause for Andy Murray. Well, the first thing that strikes me is how loosely strung that Bambri's got that racket.
Yeah, it almost looked like Ramesh Krishnan from a long time ago, who had maybe like 12 kilos.
We can hit that up here. It's very loose. Yeah, there he is there, 2014 results. Australian Open did not play here, so the first appearance here at a Grand Slam. And what a thrill it will be to play here at Margaret Court Arena against one of the top players in the business today.
If you do qualify for a Grand Slam, it's not the kind of guy you're looking for to play in the first round match. Andy playing so well in first round matches here in all Grand Slams, actually hasn't lost one for a long time.
Lane, Scotland is the birthplace, lives in London, and 27 years of age, and he's won just on $4 million this year. Last year, and $4 million last year, and he started off well this year. Played over in the Hopman Cup with Heather Watson and did well, played well over there, got these 3 matches in, and is ready to go here. And that's his win-loss record. Quarter-finalist last year, and he's been a finalist on 3 occasions. Emily Mauresmo now has got the coaching duties after Ivan Lendl couldn't travel as much as Murray wanted him to. But I think Murray's going to have a good year this year. I think, you know, if injury, we've all had injuries to a point, but a back injury is something when you get back on the tour, you're really a little bit shy of going about things. Arnaud Gavas from France is the chair umpire.
For the Indian player as he's being introduced. Probably a lot of Indian people trying to get in this stadium today.
Head-to-head results, well, they've never played because this is, we mentioned, Bambri's first Grand Slam showing.
A few times so he played on the tour. He played just in the Indian events where he got a wild card into main draws.
Current ranking is 314. He's been as high as 143, which is just about a couple of weeks ago. So I would think that's would be his ranking at the moment.
Well, he dropped a lot last year. He was injured for quite some time. He hurt his heel. I think he was out for like 4 or 5 months. Yeah. And he's been a very good junior player. In 2009, he was one of the top players in the world. And since then, I think a lot of people expected more from him.
Yeah. It's tough when you're one of the top juniors. You go back to Baghdadis when he was the world #1 junior, came out here and really carried the Australian Open. He then got through to the final, and then he's had a lot of problems since then. So it's a big change from going from the top juniors, and there's the applause from Andy Murray, who's a very popular fellow out here, being a finalist on 3 occasions.
Two minutes.
It's going to be interesting to see how Andy's going to start this match. Sometimes he has this kind of tentative counter-punching style where he's like kind of behind the baseline too much and doesn't take it to the opponent. And sometimes it's costly. You know, he might lose the first set. But the way he has played in Australia, as you said, winning 3 times at the Hopman Cup and playing well here in the last couple of years, I think he's going to go for it quickly.
It always was one of those problems with Murray for a while, wasn't it? When he'd go out there and he's so talented, he'd win the first set easily, and then he'd just sort of occasionally go around and then lose that set. And then I remember him losing here to Verdasco one year when got to the 5th set and he tried to just turn the tap on again, and it didn't work. Verdasco at that stage was serving very well, and Murray couldn't answer it. But I think he's matured a lot. I think Ivan Lendl helped him tremendously in that department, got him to win a couple of Grand Slams. And Emily Mauresmo is doing a super job.
So you saw his confidence coming back at the end of the year.
Yep.
And although you make $4 million on the tour, it's still considered to be a so-so year for Murray.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was one match.
He would have liked to do better at some of the other big tournaments. Tournaments that he win. We're not the greatest ones, not the biggest ones. And he'll be keen to start well. I mean, Djokovic has not shown his great level yet. Nadal a little injured. Federer playing great, but these are the kind of guys he has been fighting over the last few years. And you know, if they're not in great shape yet, that's when you have to take advantage of it.
No, I think he's in for a good year. I think he's got the talent. He can serve and volley, and I think he's moving better. But I think he was very
ready for play, please.
Afraid of movement, because with a back injury and you come back on and you do have something that goes wrong again, it can be well, career threatening. And so Murray took his time. Doesn't have his fitness coach out here anymore. I think he's let him go. So, but he trains very hard.
At any changeover, they will put it up again.
He wanting to get out of the sun already.
Already, he hasn't even started yet. No. 5 minutes warm up and he needs some shade. It's all part of the routine too, Fred, I think.
Oh yes, exactly. You can see the mixtures at the players. He's got about 4 or 5 bottles of those, takes one of them and the rest of them go in the cooler.
And remember, he would just take in this atmosphere in the beginning, try to relax and get accustomed to the court and his opponent and try to start off well.
Well, as you mentioned, he's played the challenges here on the grounds of Melbourne Park. But I don't think he's played in front of a crowd such as this, and obviously he would be rather nervous to kick things off.
First set, Andy Murray to serve. You ready?
Murray's ready to go.
Play.
First set.
Low 15.
Here testing first few games for Andy Murray. Obviously he's never played this young fella before. Probably hasn't seen him too often. And to go out there, I think he'll be just have a look at him and see what he feels he can do and what he can't do. First 4 or 5 games.
15 ans.
As Jaco mentioned, Banbury, former junior, #1 junior. He won the Australian juniors here in 2009. Plays Davis Cup in the
30-15.
Third point of the match.
Fault 15. Game.
Good start from Murray. He wins the opening service game. 1-1, he leads.
First game.
His left court was just his wake-up call. After he was lucky there to get back to 15-0. 3 big serves.
Fan club getting things moving.
I just talked to him. I just asked for that UK man.
This young fellow's from a great tennis playing family. All the family play. He's the youngest. He has sisters Ankita and Sinai, and as a cousin, and they're all a couple of cousins. They're all professional tennis players in India.
Backhand. 15. And his forehand, he likes to be a bit more aggressive. Doesn't mind coming into the net. Typical hard court style of play.
Didn't get into the singles here last year, Banbury, but he reached the 3rd round of the doubles.
T15.
Isn't that the big difference between the big players and the players are just ranked around 100, 150 normally, although he's a little lower ranked right now. Just all of a sudden these unforced errors.
Yeah,
it's like no reason to miss a shot.
Creep in at the wrong stages. It's a big move from the juniors up into the main arena, though. As I said, he's got to be nervous this opening game here in front of a crowd such as this. Solid stuff off the ground from Banbury.
Just holding your serve in this opening game.
Give him a lot of confidence.
Give him a lot of confidence.
point from both men. Just when you think Banbury's taken control, there it goes. And lots of topspin brought it in, well inside the court. Good start. Doesn't appear to be nervous at all. I guess that's the younger generation today.
You were never nervous, Fred, when you started, were you?
Oh, very. I think any time you start in the Grand Slam, the first round, you're a little uptight.
Game bumper.
So Banbury whole serve. It's 1-all.
1 game.
Some nerves are good. That's what you need to perform well. It means that you care about things. This is what you work for. At the moment the match starts, you know, you have to be able to accommodate it somewhere, somehow.
It's a good look at the roof, Margaret Court Arena here. Retractable roof. The Australian Open now have 3 show courts with retractable roofs as Murray serves at 1-all.
Northern Park has come a long way since the first time I got here. It's amazing to see how well they use the facility and make it better every year. As a player, as a supporter, as a commentator, it's amazing.
Now the Australian Open has the reputation of being the most fan-friendly. As you mentioned, everything's done for the players, the spectators, and also for the media. Good finish on that volley from Banbury, 15-all.
It's going
to be a tough one to fight against the rest of this match. If he can hit the tee, Murray on a 200+ serve, and also hits this slider, if he knows how to work this angle, it's so tough to cover the service box.
A little ambitious, that one. Andy Murray's won 31 singles titles. Career prize money over 34 million. That's on court prize money. Endorsements for the top players now amount to probably 3 times that much.
Game Murray.
Wide, Morris goes in front, 2 games to 1.
Murray leads 2 games to 1.
The first few games have shown us that this young fellow is pretty useful.
At the same time, it's shown us also that Andy is ready to play too.
Yeah, he's ready to go for it.
He's ready to go for it, you know. I think he was showing already some eagerness in the first Banbury service game to try and get an early break.
Well, it's important, isn't it, at this stage, well, of any Grand Slam, but particularly here where it's so hot and the weather's so unpredictable as to how warm it is going to get. You play a Grand Slam, it's 7 matches, best of 5 sets over 2 weeks. the first, you've got to try and peak the second week, not the first week, but you've got to get through the matches as quickly as you can in the early stages. Don't just stay out there to get a bit of practice.
You've got to be energy smart, especially if you see this half the draw in the men's draw. I mean, it's such a tough competition there.
Yep.
I mean, Dimitrov, Federer, I mean, all these guys just nearby for Andy Murray, Nadal.
Take a seat quickly, please. Thank you.
Any extra energy if you don't have to.
Margaret Court Arena filling up rapidly now that Andy Murray has the words out that Andy Murray is on court. Banbury to serve.
15.
We're talking about endorsements. Murray has just changed clothing endorsements. Period, I think, of 4 or 5 years, the contract.
Pretty solid contract.
Very solid contract, yes.
Third silo.
Well, Craig, that's a good forehand, and that's a tough area there. The tall boys have problems with that mid-court, that transition area. He just pulls the trigger on this one quickly. Well done. Tough end to serve from that one there. You look in the sun, you've got to change the ball toss somewhat.
Or change the position of your feet.
Yep.
Surprised me also in the ladies match we saw before on this court that neither one of them did that on that side.
That's as good as any player in the tournament can play a point.
40-15.
This is what you come to the Australian Open for, to see these kinds of rallies.
(40-15). That's the tough one when you get that off backhand that pulls you wide. When you've got that very severe, that western grip, really tough to control it, get over the top of it to keep it in the court.
Once again, Murray not letting go in these service games of the Indian player. He just wants to stay in there and hopefully make a break.
Murray gave him the change up there, the little slice, and he got into it pretty good, cut it, and it stayed very low, and that forced the error. So an opportunity now for Murray, break point.
Game, Murray.
And smart move, Murray breaks serve. It's 3 games to 1.
Murray leads 3 games to 1.
Isn't it amazing though? We mentioned it's a testing period. He just tried it out and he plays one of those and it puts it in the memory bank. The next 2 shots he plays a slice and he gets another error, gets the service break.
It's a difference, Fred, between being good and being decent.
Yep.
They realize what has happened a couple of points before. They use it as soon as they need it. It's tough for Bembry. You know, he's been playing well these last 4 games, but he's still down 3-1 in a break. Murray serving still a very high first serve percentage.
Crowd get pretty excited when that serve gets up over 200k. That one 205.
We're going to see much more of in the next couple of games, in the next couple of sets, that he's going to try to pressure the forehand a little bit more.
There, Murray streaks ahead. It's 4 games to 1. He leads.
Murray leads 4 games to 1.
He's here to perform. We saw the first serve, Kevin Bembry at 40-30, tried to come back to 40-0, make a break. Then it was 40-15 for the Indian player in the second service game. Murray said, I'm not going to let this game go, I'm going to stay in there. And it pays off. And the leading horse, Mo, sitting there in the front. One of the people we just mentioned in Andy's team, Daniel Valverde, he went to Thomas Burdick's team now. So he's going to work for Thomas Burdick in 2015.
Well, I think that's got to help him too, because he needs to get just a little fitter. He's one of those players that's on the short list of players that just quite haven't won a Grand Slam.
We also hired Per Barstot, former ATP physiotherapist, who's now also on the team of Thomas Burdick. And you see some of these players looking to the other guys. Okay, how did they get so fit?
Yeah.
Who did they hire as a coach who was working for them as a physio? And as soon as you see one go in one team, or you hear he's ready to leave some other team.
He's not out of a job for long. No. Not if you're good. 4-1 Murray.
These
are the kind of shots that you make when you're dreaming.
I like that. It's a little ambitious, this one.
15-30.
That's well struck. That's a good overhead from anybody from quarter court. Pretty nice defensive lob, a very high defensive lob from Murray.
Get the lead on the court. The lead on the court, yeah.
Real.
Down the line. It's not something you would recommend at any time, but if you hit it like that.
Yeah, it's not in the playbook, is it? It's
inside out.
And Murray decides to go for it that time rather than throw up the lob. Game point. Bamboo holds. It's Murray 4 games to 2.
Murray leads 4 games to 2.
It's interesting to see if he gets a look on maybe some second serves, what Bamboo is going to do, because I think if he just rallies, he's going to lose. If he's going to take too many risks, he's going to lose. Some fine line between still being aggressive.
And he's still going to lose.
Yeah, you might, but you at least
exactly. No, that's it.
Try.
No, you got to try and change things up. He's doing a good job so far, though. Bamboo impressed.
But
as you mentioned, Murray's come to play today. There's no practice session out there. He's in there with a purpose.
15.
Bamboo just looking, saying, I'm not used to a serve coming at me like that. 200k, 197, that one. So that's something different, yeah.
Second serve, as I said, you can take that on the rise and maybe take your chances there.
I believe that's a good play on any surface. You know, you got to put your opponent under pressure, and if they can hit passing shots, it's too good. But as you mentioned, if you're going to stay at the back of the court, you're going to come out losing most of the rallies.
It wastes an awful lot of energy too. I also think most of the top players, they have a different kind of fitness. I think that's also key to why they are so good. So you don't want to be there 3-4 hours against these guys. Obviously, it means you have a chance. You know, you're close to maybe winning sets of games or winning sets of matches.
There's a helicopter going overhead, so Murray just steps back for a moment. Puts the pressure on.
That's it.
Want to get back into this opening set, Bamboo.
His footwork there was increased a little bit, a little quicker on his feet, trying to get the perfect shot. And this was not the perfect shot, the one he took. Not out of position.
Game point. Gave him the slice there on that occasion. Good footwork, got him in position to cover it. This one stayed down very well on that shot. Deuce.
Point.
And to generate his own pace off that one, Murray. First break point for Banbury. Strange volley that he played on that one. He was in a pretty good position, wasn't he, to try rather than go with a real sharply angled.
I think if you see this replay, I think the ball's above the tape, so he could have just easily put it down the line and put it away instead of going for something risky. But I think he was trying to go for the lowest part of the net. As you can see, almost around to just the tape in the middle.
Can't believe he missed it. And it's cost him his service game, so it's put the Indian player right back in the mix of things. And he's played a good first set, Banbury.
When you want him to go forward, he does it, and you think, okay, what's he going to do? Try and hopefully get a break. And he does these things, so it means he's mentally there, he's thinking. He's training most of his time in Florida at Nick Volitaire's in Bradenton.
So he's used to the heat then.
Yeah, coming from India, I assume he would be as well.
Too, yeah, exactly.
And he doesn't like this, it's new balls coming up in the next game. We're going to break already, now he has to fight for this set.
Please take a seat behind you, Keith. Thank you. Thank you. Please. We'll find out later. Thank you. We had... Later. We'll talk about it.
Someone yelling from the crowd and umpire response to it. It's kind of strange.
Yeah. Well, he's got a bit of a battle on his hands here. Played well to get the service break and then let that last one go.
This is the game where he's usually very active. After, he gets either really angry and frustrated, or he changes that and uses the momentum to be more focused again.
Not the biggest serve in the business, 181k, but it was in the best spot, right in the corner. place that one any better. 30-15.
Could have been out by half a meter, I guess. Still went back into the court. Let's see it again. It'll be way out.
Way out, yeah, brings it back. 30 all. You'd expect Murray now these next couple of points to try and apply a little extra pressure. Beautiful. That was a pretty tough, a great shot.
30-15.
The fist there from Andy, knowing how important it is, this couple of points here. Don't you love that when you have a two-handed backhand?
Yeah.
You can still hit it when it's a little behind you.
Break point.
Mr. Murray changing the call. And then baseline, the ball was good.
It's going to be a challenge. Murray thought it was going to be long, but I think he made a mistake. Now, this is going to be interesting. The hard ride's going to bring us. Might be in.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Just come on. He thought he had to break the serve. He has not.
Deuce. Mr. Murray has two changes made.
So he's wrong. So the point goes to Banbury and it's deuce.
That's a stupid choice. That's really a stupid choice.
Stage, yeah. Well, that's a little bit of inexperience, isn't it, when you're up against somebody like one of the top players. This one, that's what my old friend Tony Trabert, when I worked with him, would call a closet shot.
Closet shot, yeah.
Keep it in the closet. Break point. Now they can come on and Murray breaks serve and leads 5-3 opening set.
Murray leads 5 games.
There's a lucky break there for Banbury with that call. And then that slice drop shot down the line, highest point of the net. Just threw all the momentum away.
There's a call from the chair. Good wide serves, brings up 3 set points. With an ace, the opening set. 6 games to 3 in 37 minutes.
By 6 games to 3.
Sitting down with some relief, I think, after being up a break and a losing serve, having a tough game then.
Well, as you mentioned, basically it was that drop shot that put him in the hole as the first set summary.
As I said at the beginning, Murray having a very good first serve percentage there. That really helped him a lot. And unforced errors, especially at the end, a couple of there, Bambury, 17-9. We must say these stats are not really reflecting what Bambury has shown us in this first set.
And Murray's played a pretty clean match, 10 winners and 9 unforced errors. As we have a look at some of the highlights from the opening set. Early on, this fella went to the net, showed us he could volley.
Again, try to come forward. I think we're going to see Andy trying to put some more pressure on his forehand here, and somehow when it's under pressure it looks a little dodgy.
Yeah, I think he comes through it a bit quick, doesn't he? He sort of shanks a couple of them.
If he can move forward with his body weight, he looks okay and he can make the angles, but if his body weight's going backwards and he's a little late, he starts to shank indeed.
Yeah, you only have to pull off it a couple of inches and you hit it on the frame.
Andy Murray practicing also yesterday already on Margaret Court Arena, around the same time as he's playing today. Trying to get accustomed to, obviously, all the circumstances, except for the crowd.
Except for the crowd, yeah.
Using the shade to a maximum while he's waiting. And
I think that's been the problem with folks sitting there. And they've asked the chair umpire, and that's what he said, we'll take care of that. So they've asked to take those things and only have them on the changeovers, which I think is fair. If now the crowd can see the court.
Second set.
That's why you come in.
Exactly. Oversized umbrellas, and they're a great innovation for the players.
Look at Murray. Hopefully we're going to see it in this replay. Kind of hurt himself on this last stretch. There you go. Here you see. I saw it while looking at him.
50.
Hopefully for Andy it's not that bad.
No. You never know with Andy. He's always stumbling or feeling. He's always around something. I think it's just you've got to feel that there's something wrong there. But he hasn't shown any at the moment. Above 30. 15 all, I'm sorry. That's a great shot. Not an easy shot.
I think that Yuki also saw the first set highlights like we did.
Yeah.
Going forward, winning the points there. He's doing exactly what we were hoping for.
That's you.
I think one of the other problems for him will be that he just doesn't get enough free points of his first or second serve. He just has to work pretty much every point. You just need a couple of freebies here and there in your service game.
Faulty 30. Game Bamboo.
Good service game, Bamboo. 1-1, second set.
First game, second set.
I think we've seen more competition in this first 42 minutes than I expected, to be frank.
No, we didn't know too much about this young fellow, but as you mentioned, he's earned his stripes through the ITF events and throwing the challenges in India. And his fans entertaining the crowd here. You've got to listen to their lyrics and then they get a round of applause. So it was points won with Murray there. Pretty big lead.
Favouring the deuce court with the serve down the tee. At the same time, he can hit the slider wide. Big service box to cover.
Love 15.
The ball picked.
And he has too much of a game, I think, against this Indian player. But still, I see a little slight of irritation every time when you look at, and he's not completely happy with
some areas of his game.
No.
Yeah.
He gets away with it still. Trying to push the forehand here.
15-13.
Well, you've got to try and peak at the Grand Slams as the second week progresses. Not so much, but I think this is a pretty good practice match for him. He hasn't won it yet, and you can't count the other fellow out. But on paper, you'd think that this would be a good one for Murray, and he's going to have his ups and downs. Concentration levels probably pretty old. But I think his concentration levels have improved since he was with Lendl and with Marismo than they used to be prior to that. Perseverance.
30-40.
And this is a break point.
Juice.
Taking his time.
Advantage, Margaret. Game, Margaret.
So that was a break point, 1-all, second set.
One game.
Why he's a little irritated is, you know, when you have some easy points, you try to go up a notch and improve your game throughout this match, throughout the tournament. The moments he wanted to do that, that's when he misses, or when he got some unlucky shots, maybe. Look what a difference it is from which side Bambry serves.
It's a great learning experience for this young fellow to play something like Murray on a court like this, a show court such as this, and this is good tennis. This is taking it to him.
I think it would make him really, really angry. I think if...
don't you go using any of those words that Mark Woodford taught you.
I won't.
No.
Oh, that's nice. These words that did come to my mind when you said it.
30-15.
Great return, but it was go big or go home in this game after being down 30 love.
Stayed with him. I'm impressed.
40-15
in the last couple of games.
That's a good approach shot. This is not an easy overhead. Made it look easy though. See the number of times that Murray's been to the net, 4 times.
40-30.
Against Banbury's 15. The young fella's enjoying the net position, and he's won 11 of those 15 points. Still a game point.
Yes.
Murray tightens things up a little.
Same happened in second service game of the first set. He was down 15-40, came back to 40, and then eventually made the break.
Advantage, Banbury. Juice.
Doesn't seem that the ball's going to go so fast.
No.
The moment he releases on that forehand, all of a sudden it's just like, it's such a pace.
It's like a cannon shot, isn't it? Just effortless pace. Another good serve. He's not afraid. He's been burnt when he's gone out there a couple of times. But that shows you that he's thinking. That's a good serve if you can get it in the right spot.
Let Fussell.
Good service game from Banbury. He leads 2 games to 1.
Banbury leads 2 games to 1.
I can't help it. I just love watching Murray when he's a little upset, when he's a little angry. That's when it really excites, it excites me. I just want to see if he gets really mad and he starts cursing at his team, you know.
Well, that's something then you wouldn't put up with, as they have the change of ball kids and change of line judges at the same time here. We'll do 45-minute shifts or about that time. Now that was a passive return, the last one, the forehand into the net that gave Banbury that game. But he's worked hard, Banbury. He's done a good job at the moment taking it to Murray. Murray's had to earn the first set.
Just showed 19 degrees, Fred, on the outside temperature, but I think it's warming up now. I think it's well over 20, 23, 24. Slight wind, which will be tough to see how it goes here on Margaret Court because it's so well covered. It's completely different on the outside courts.
You get into a situation like there's more of a bowl, isn't it? It sort of swirls around. Yeah. Well, Murray in a battle on the first set, 6-3, and breathed a sigh of relief when he did so. He's struggling, and still on serve in the second set.
Fantastic, really.
Seems every
time when he's going to a quick start in his game, the game's going to be over in 1 or 2 minutes. If Banbury wins the first point, there's been a few longer games.
Game, Murray.
Good service game for Murray. Wins it to love. It's 2-all.
2 games on.
These are tough games to handle because you just had such a long game on your own service game, and then you lose 140 love within a minute and a half. You're back serving again.
Back again with the pressure. Yeah. Team Murray there in the players' box.
Love 15.
158-second serve. That's not a lot of pace, and if there's no angle, you have to worry. Even slow, 149. I mean, I know there's a lot of kick, there's a lot of spin in it, but still, it's not good enough.
Now Murray dealt with this one. Look where it sits right on the paint there, and it opens up the court. Love 30 now.
Challenge that one.
15-13.
He knows it's in, he feels in, but the S3, you can't take him with you after this set. I thought it was going to go wide, but it didn't.
40-30.
Mixed himself up well. Game point. Slower slice again.
I think there's only one way to hit it, is really try to hit it as an approach shot. If you hit it just as a normal drive, usually your body weight doesn't go forward enough.
It stops. Yeah, he threw it a little bit early. Shoulders rotate through a bit early, and the ball props with that slice when it hits the court.
First point he wins in this game, so he has to play a second serve.
Advantage, Bambi. Game Bambi.
So Bambi stays in front, 3-2.
Bambi leads 3 games to 2.
But India is becoming like such a major big country, and well, you see with the new leagues, new tennis league, IPTL, and also Fiji Amritraj looking for some great tennis there in India with team tennis. I think he's had too much pressure also because tennis is growing so much in India, winning the Grand Slam Juniors in 2009.
Well, it's a great opportunity for him, I would think. You know, that
5-6 years down the road now, though, he should be ranking.
Yeah, probably should be up there a little further. But you know, I think they did the same thing in tennis as they did in cricket over there, and they're getting some of the more that's basically with more the senior players, and then they're getting some of the superstars to come in. But
it's a great example for some of the young Indian players to pick up the game and hopefully start playing tennis, and also thinking that they can become world-class players as well themselves.
Well, I think it's great training ground for the younger players like this fellow to get on a team and have some of the top players go out there, and that's what Billie Jean, when she started it in the States, it was a great training ground when we played for 3 or 4 months for the juniors to get in there and learn and build up their confidence and build up their techniques and watch the great players. And I think it's a great opportunity for tennis in India.
$15.
He guessed totally wrong then. You have to. You're forced to guess occasionally when you're playing against the top players, particularly when their service percentages are the way Murray's are.
First serve percent being so high from Murray, he wins less points off first serve than off second serve.
Not afraid to step around and have a go.
$30-15. 14-15.
Reaches that one. Murray holds serve comfortably. It's 3-all.
3 games all.
Just this last point, you can see that Andy is more of a counter puncher by nature. You know, just how he hits these kinds of shots, and also a couple of lobs we've seen already.
Great control.
Look where he is, like 1 meter outside the line.
Love 30.
This is the game, 7th game. This is where the business end starts of the set. You'd think Murray, with his experience, would try and put the foot on the pedal here. So love 30.
He's
been winning a lot of points on this serve wide, and Murray somehow doesn't read it. Maybe it's like last minute, the same ball toss. Last minute, he just kind of uses the wrist to camouflage that serve.
Opportunity now for Murray. Tries to change direction there, and it's break points.
Murray leads 4 games to 3.
What an effort Murray put into this point. Being completely in the defense in the beginning, and then trying to work the court. He's happy to make that break right now.
Well, it's been an enjoyable match to watch. I think we've seen a bit of everything. And it's shown us that the young fella doesn't have any nerves out there. He's gone toe-to-toe. He's made a few errors at the wrong time. But
imagine how tough it is, Fred, if you play a great match, maybe you're close in winning a set, or maybe, hopefully you're going to see some great things in next couple of games, next couple of sets. But then you go back ranked out of 300. Okay, you qualified here, so you'll pick up some points and you pick up some money, but you go back to court 16 and you challenge your Numia or whatever. That's tough.
It's not easy.
That's not easy.
Gets a few bucks for first round losses here, and the prize money at the Australian Open's gone up, so I think to lose first round here in the singles about $34,000. So you multiply that by 4 Grand Slams, that's not bad.
That's why a professional tennis player, you have to make your money now at the slams.
Yep.
Gives you an opportunity maybe to hire a coach or to start taking better care of yourselves by the way you travel, the way you train.
4-3 serving.
Love 50.
Lazy footwork. Blames himself for now.
Love 30.
Same again. Ball comes deeper than he thinks. Runs around his backhand, trying to hit the forehand.
And he's falling off it, and nothing to carry it over the net. Love 30.
$15.30. First serve.
It's an excellent return again. Depth. Caught Murray again. A little bit slow on his feet. He struggles, falling backwards. At break points now.
$30-40.
He'll be looking for a first serve on this point. He's gone wide on most of them when he's down break point or when he needs that point badly. See what he does now.
That's inexperience.
Juice.
Letting off the look there, he was in control of that point.
My coach always used to say when you hit a drop shot like that, it's a sign of that you don't know what to do anymore. There's no game plan. Seen it also in the first set.
Yeah,
It's completely changed the momentum around in the first set.
Advantage, Murray. Game, Murray.
Well, Murray battles. And it's 5-3, he leads. One set to love.
Murray leads 5 games to 3.
pretty successful with that serve down the tee. Marismo watching on there, we're pretty happy with that. Oh, he's got to be happy with his form, as Yako mentioned. A couple of things he hasn't been too pleased with, but it's the first day of the tournament. He's practiced on this court to get a feel of it, and pretty much everything's running smoothly. And this young fella's given him a good test.
It's a perfect test almost so far in a first-round match. Some break points down. Lost the serve once. This is what you'd like to see now. You have 5-3. And now he's trying to take his game to a different level.
50.
You see all the great players test themselves and hopefully get into the shape. Going through the first week of the Grand Slam.
$30-50.
Another fine serve there, takes him to 40-15. So Bamboo holds, and it's going to make Murray serve when we come back for 2 sets to love lead.
Murray leads 5-4. Time.
Murray comes out to serve, and the ball kids lower the booms, as to speak, so the spectators can see on the court. And, they're looking for a 2 sets to love lead. Unbelievable first point there from Murray as he serves for a 2 sets to love lead. 15 love. Murray won the opening set 6-3. Struggled, had to work to do so. It's been a very entertaining match so far.
You'd
want that one back. Second serve was not a deep serve. 30 love Murray.
Third C 15.
What would you tell your player, Fred, in this case, if you're Bambury's coach.
Yeah, well, the second serve again, he ran around that one and hit that one well. The one at 15 love was a half-court ball, and he sort of felt for it. Got to keep going for his shots. As you mentioned, he gets in the rallies. He's going to run second in the rallies.
He's trying so well, and he's working hard. Two stupid slice drop shots, which really cost the momentum in both sets.
Yep.
And that's just kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say that's a difference, but
it's caused problems. 40-15, 2-set points for 2 sets to love lead.
Let second serve.
Murray's tactics originally to start off with a couple of little slices brought him a break of serve. He continued with that on some of the big points.
Out.
One's called deep, so
second set Murray.
Takes it 2 sets to that lead. 6-3, 6-4.
Murray 6 games to 4. Murray leads 2 sets to that.
It's been an interesting one so far because we thought that it would be a good practice run, but Andy Murray's had to work hard, and as you mentioned, the drop shot causing problems. Murray came out, wanted to play the drop shot in the first set, and there's the second set summary there.
Murray not serving as well as he did in the first set. First set percentage a little lower, and also his unforced errors a little up. But all in all, still, you know, the one who won most points and winning the set. It's really been a really good test for Murray. A few times that you want to step up, he was not really successful.
No, you know it's been a pretty clean match. Murray's hit 13 winners and 10 unforced errors, so that's always indicative of some good tennis. But this young fellow has all the shots. It's just that he's played a couple of them at the wrong time, a couple of drop shots where they weren't on, and Murray's been able to scramble back. Murray, when he's been in trouble, though, has served particularly well.
Do you mind to take the tag on the floor, please?
So now, once again, your Bambury's coach, you know, you can signal him a little bit from the box.
No, you wouldn't do that, Darko. You wouldn't signal from the box.
No, I would just speak Dutch.
Yeah, there you go.
Nobody would understand.
All right. Well, so now you're telling us, is that what you used to do?
Yeah, Alex was saying, beetje door open and beetje, that's what he would say.
Okay. All right.
You wouldn't understand what I said.
No, I didn't know. The umpires probably wouldn't either. I'm ashamed. I'm surprised that you're admitting to it.
Of course we did. Of course we did. But it's tough. I mean, imagine you're this guy. You're playing well.
Yeah.
2 sets to love down against Andy Murray, and
Same side.
you're just going to tell him enjoy.
No, I think he's just got to be enjoy because I don't think he's going to win it. So
Third set.
He has experience. I think he will. It's a great experience because, as you mentioned, from here he's going to go back to play the challenges, and that's not like playing on Margaret Court Arena. So enjoy the experience, and he's played well. Murray's had to keep his mind on the job to get to 2 sets to love.
Such a huge difference where Andy hits his second serve return. He tries to hit that one at least like 1.5 meters inside the baseline.
Yeah, very important for Bambury to start off well in this third set if he's got any chance of staying in the match.
30-15.
Murray would be keen to get off to an early start, get this one done. That's the shot again. He started off that at about 2-all in the first set, threw in a couple of those off-pace slices, and it's drawn the error. This one here, just not much on it. You've got to generate your own pace from a deep shot, get through it a little quickly, a little too quick, and into the net it goes.
Somehow I think Bambury's been more aggressive coming forward to the net more in the beginning of each set. It's declining when the set goes on.
It's a good first service game, so Bambury wins the opening game of the third set.
First game, third set.
Interesting one here with Bambury, who was not expected to give Murray a good run for the money. He's won the Australian Juniors a couple of years ago and has come on the senior tour. This is the biggest crowd he's played in front of, and Murray leads 2-0. Won the first set 6-3. Had an opportunity to break the first set open, and Bambury broke his serve to get back, and Murray finished up winning that 6-3 as the English supporters get behind Murray. Same thing in the second set. A couple of drop shots have been very expensive for the young man from India, and Murray leads 2-0. And we just started set number 3.
15.
Murray came to play today. He's been all business. He knows that this fella has tested him.
This is normally his favourite serve, the one
out wide,
on the outside out wide, and he has not been hitting that as well yet.
30.
Hit the backhand down the line when they're confident. With Murray, it's the serve out wide on the outside if he starts to play well. See, he keeps trying that one. He's not hitting it yet.
Easy service game for Murray. It's 1-all.
1 game.
Again, as you mentioned, he's going forward early. That's what he gets, that wide serve. You get that half-court ball. Should move forward, put pressure on Murray. If he hits the winner, too good. But as you mentioned very much earlier, that he's not taking as much energy when you're doing this as you get in these rallies. Another one there.
I do not see it.
He says, why don't I see it? Especially the serve. So slow, especially on the forehand return. But indeed, if Bambury takes it 1 meter early, the ball gets to your opponent 2 meters sooner. You know, ball's not coming towards you. It's not doesn't have to go back. You win pace.
This has
been a good service game from Bambury. Hasn't had too many easy service games.
40-15.
That ace he just hit was his biggest serve up to now as well. 191. He's not cracked at 200.
There's not much of him. He's pretty lean.
He was down 40-15 second service game of Bambury in the first set, 40-15 down in the second set, 40 love down now, and he doesn't let go. No. He wants to have this game. We're going to see the same slice back in again of Bambury somewhere halfway through the set.
That's a little bit of pressure on him. Bambury wanting to finish this game, get on the, stay in front in this third set. Murray, as mentioned, down 40 love in this game, has fought back the deuce. What's an early break?
All his unforced errors adding up to 35. Most of being the forehand.
Mr. Margaret changing the ball on the right service line. The ball was called in.
Chance coming up. I think it's more out of frustration.
Yeah, well on the line.
Advantage Bambury. Deuce. Mr. Murray has 2 challenges remaining. Advantage Bambury.
He just keeps looking at his crew now, at his team. He's talking.
You like
I
that,
told it, I love you.
Yeah.
I love that. Great. I wonder what he says to Bambury.
Terrific effort for him. He wants this game. He's down 40 love. He's got back to deuce, then played a bad return, admonished his crowd, his camp there, and then hits this one on full stretch. Deuce once more. Good tennis, that's keeping the pressure on Murray.
Advantage Bambury.
Hour and 31 minutes on the time clock there. Pretty entertaining match, this one.
Game Bambury.
So Bambury stays ahead 2 games to 1, but he's down 2 sets to love.
Bambury leads 2 games to 1.
Ingenious system they have now there with these chairs, Fred.
That's terrific, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's the only Grand Slam that has that system. But they,
I would say from a European perspective, also the only Grand Slam that needs it.
Yeah,
the US Open as well.
Yeah. Well, I think they could do with it at the US Open. It gets pretty hot up there on occasion.
There's most of the time not so much the sunlight, but humidity that's making it tough to play in the United States in summer. Different heat than you normally have here in Melbourne.
Good crowd on hand, Margaret Court Arena. First day of the 2015 Australian.
Time.
First of the Grand Slams. Prize money's increased this year. It is 3.1 million Australian dollars to win either the men's or the women's singles.
It's fantastic walking around the premises this morning. It's so full around the outside courts. Such a long lines waiting for the gates to come in this morning.
Most fan friendly of the Grand Slams are the spectators. Well, the folks that come from overseas enjoy it. Murray to serve. On serve, third set.
Love 15. Love 13.
Just opens his shoulders here. He's not afraid to go. I don't mind that. This stage.
Fifteen, 13.
Good serve. The top players seem to be able to do that. Murray does not want to lose this service game to go down. A break in the third. He'd like to get it all finished.
We'll be happy to see that this one finally works.
Yep.
Shocking movement.
30, 40.
Shocking movement, and yes, the footwork wasn't there. Break point now for Banbury. Upset. So Banbury breaks serve and goes to 3-1 lead in this third set.
Banbury leads 3 games to 1.
Interestingly enough, Murray's gone apologies there, but he'll take that. It gives him the service break. Murray sort of did a bit of damage to the racket. Hasn't been given a racket abuse. I don't think that racket's playable anymore, but there it goes. And he went over to change rackets, but good call from the chair. It's just more frustration than anything else.
First time break in this whole match. So it's not going to be Groundhog Day where we see 3 times the same thing over and over again. Last time he lost serve, he broke back. as soon as he had a chance to. We're looking to do the same now in his third set.
To
stay in the point. Trying to finish it very quickly. He knows he's got that break. 15-30.
Down the line.
Great anticipation here from Banbury. Look, he's moved there.
This game he's going to break another record.
Missed it.
Juice.
It was not a difficult passing shot.
Just the pressure of the moment, wasn't it? And had to make it.
Advantage, Banbury.
Hasn't gone into his shell. He's been a little over-ambitious with a couple of the shots, but he's got an opportunity here to go to a 4-1 lead.
He's walking this very fine line between taking a 2 Murray at the same time, not overdoing it.
Out. Advantage, Banbury.
After every shot he misses, he looks to Morasmo, talks, still talking.
Game Banbury.
Swinging from the hips. Takes a 4-1 lead. That's it.
Banbury leads 4 games to 1.
Got frustrated towards the end of that, didn't he? The last 2 points just threw them away. Just no concentration, as you mentioned, yelling at the team.
Every time when he feels like he wants to step it up, he's not able to do so. And then he starts talking, and also you see these little things where he's irritated all the time. You know, if you really take a good look at his body language, he's not happy.
No.
Although he's still, he was winning the first 2 sets, he's not happy. He's not seeing the serve very well, as he normally can see his forehand just cross. He's not hitting that well. Serve out wide from the ad side, not that well yet,
Got to give Banbury some credit though in this set though, haven't we? Because he's just gone up there toe to toe and just decided, hey,
yes.
if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down the way I want to go down. I'm not going to just keep the ball in play. He's got aggressive, sometimes overly aggressive, but he stayed in there and he's put pressure on Murray, and Murray hasn't come through with the goods when it's needed. He's still only down to one service break.
I think he still feels that his constant level is not high enough yet. You know, he's like also up and down in Murray himself. But indeed you have to give credit to the Indian guy who's just hanging in there. He does everything. You know, as a coach, what you would tell him to do in the States like this, he does it.
59.
It's funny looking and preparing for this match. It said Murray has never lost a set to an Indian opponent. He's only played one.
Oh, that's good information for you.
Yeah, I thought so too. So, you know, maybe now he's going to lose one of his first sets to an Indian player.
59.
These are things that make a player irritated. He took the wrong side. I think you hit an ace, and then it's just long.
Third C15.
I somehow still think Murray's going to win this set.
Yeah, I think you'll put the screws on next game and work a little bit harder and concentrate.
Let Fussy. Fault C15. Game Murray.
So Murray does his part and holds. It's 4-2 now.
New balls, please. Bunbury leads 4 games to 2.
Murray's job now is to try and concentrate here. First couple of points.
New balls. It's kind of interesting to see if it's going to favor Bunbury. Normally you would say it favors the one who serves.
Serving, yeah.
In this case, if Murray wants to pick up the pace. This is what you want, a free point like that on the first point of your service game. 4-2. Too short.
Still moving forward. Bunbury. Interestingly enough, he's only 22 years of age, this fella. But he turned pro in 2008. Would have been 16. And he was a good junior.
During his junior time, you know. Yep. He still played in the Australian Open and won in 2009.
Won the Open. He was number 1 junior.
And now he does it again.
So it is Groundhog Day. Lucky to get that one though. A full stretch on the volley, but he did, and it was actually the drop shot that set him up to do it. Murray looking to break back now.
completely changed the momentum again.
15-14.
Unbelievable. No first serves, drop shot, and then an easy error right after that.
Banbury leads 4-3.
Everything you kind of expect in this match is happening. So, by the way, great passing shot Murray hit there on break point. Very funny way he held his racket. Probably now we'll see a very quick service game on Scott. Trying to do a lot of first serves, making sure that he beats out all the confidence out of his opponent in the next game.
Time.
You mentioned though he's still winning more points on his second serve, Murray, than he is on the first. And that's been a trend throughout the match. And it just goes to show that Banbury's returning serve quite well.
And he somehow reads.
Reading the serve well, yeah.
$59.
I don't think he's going to see a lot of points in this game, Banbury. Well, he is.
15. Third seed 15. $14-15.
Total chunk there, 40-15. Get all square in this third set.
Let Fesson.
Murray only taking 5 to 7 seconds now between points. Rushing his opponent. That's a great shot.
That's one of the few occasions we've seen the serving volley from Murray, so he's trying worthy.
40-30.
Murray acknowledging that as a good shot. 40-30.
Game ready.
So Murray gets back all even at 4-all, third set.
4 games on.
Has served well when it's been needed, Murray.
And Banbury hasn't. He's missed a lot of first serves in the last game.
Yeah, this is
I wonder what he does now.
Yeah, big moment now.
30 love.
This was great backhand, the one he down the line, completely opened up the court on the other side. And he overdid it.
So he overran it, didn't he? 30 love.
Thirty 15.
Pressing a little there, wanting to get the job done. It's 30 all.
Into the open corner.
40-30.
I'd like to see a lot more of that on this surface. If you can get this serve out wide and then you go into that corner, very rarely can you get past. If you do, it hasn't been a real good approach shot, or it's been too good a passing shot. The percentages are certainly with you. Again, exactly the same. So a good game there from Bunbury. He leads 5-4, third set.
Bunbury leads 5 games to 4.
I think there's a lot to be said for that tactic of, if you're serving well, serving wide and go into the open court and take your licks.
If you execute it well, it's tough to it's tough to do anything against it. But if it were that easy, Fred, everybody would do it.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't say it was easy. I think it was a good tactic if you could do it. Yeah. Most Australians played that way in the days of faster courts.
I think it's getting more difficult too, because the players, they take more of a risk on the returns. Where we in the early days thought, this is too much of a risky shot to hit, they go for it. And where it used to be 30-70% chance, now to hit these shots, 50-50 or even sometimes 60-40. And these returns, they come at such a pace. And also to control the next one, you have to be really keeping a good eye on the ball and hitting it clean. And if you don't do that, and you just slightly mishit it,
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble. Your approach is not going to be as good, or your placement is not going to be as good.
No, I think it's only advisable to do it on first serves. I don't think you can serve and volley too much these days on second serve, because the players just return so well.
And if you have to play a volley, you're 1 meter further away from the net. It's tough to put it away, the volley. It's tough to cover the angles on the second shot.
Murray to serve to stay in this third set.
Interesting to listen to Murray in his post-match press conference, to kind of listen to how he felt himself today on the court. pace on it, though.
15 all.
Only 132k, and it was dealt with pretty severely.
Try to do that with a one-handed backhand, Fred. A return like that would be tough. Shooting from the hip on that one.
30-15.
He's been trying to find. And ace takes him to 40-15. He's 11th for the match. Another one of your favourite options on the service line. That one, 5-all now.
I think we should punish him severely every time he hits one. You know, his coach should say, every drop shot I see, I'm going to have to run 3 miles.
Tough, coach.
I mean, it will only take a very short time. He will stop. He will stop.
Yeah, nobody likes to run 3 miles after a drop shot. No. 5-all. Murray wanting to finish this in straight sets.
Let first serve.
No.
15.
Murray getting confirmation from his team that the ball was long, therefore not challenging.
Let first serve. Fifteen.
Only one way to get out of the.
Yeah, that's it. 40-15.
He's
going about it.
That's too bad, his last one. He set it up well.
$40-30. And he's rewarded 6-5. He leads.
Bambury leads 6 games to 5.
I was just about to say this is a typical Murray rally where you can see some of his greatness again, and then he missed that backhand down the line. He knew he had to play there, but yeah, you can still see he's not completely confident yet. You know, he was just holding it back a little. You can't do that on the backhand down the line. As soon as you're hesitant, you miss.
No, it's been an impressive performance from Banbury. Came into this without expectation, got through the qualifying. First time he's competed in the main draw here at the Open. 2009 junior champion. I think he lost in the qualifying at Wimbledon.
Time.
Yes, played 20 or less matches on tour level. Not any slam experience. And if you come out like that playing Andy Murray, the way he's been doing, 3 times finalist here. Yeah. And very good player in first round matches. I think almost since 2008, not lost before any quarter final, I think. Any Grand Slam, Andy Murray. So far he's been doing great.
US Open he lost in the second round of qualifying in both 2012 and 2014. Banbury we're talking about. Only been to Wimbledon the once, lost the qualifying there in 2012. So this is a pretty good performance from him. It's been enjoyable to watch.
15.
Murray now having to keep his mind on the job to hold serve here and back it up in the tiebreaker.
Third C 15.
Right on the line.
Fault C 15. Game, Murray.
Very good service game in front. Murray.
6 games all.
And we're into a tiebreak.
Each player receives 1 additional challenge.
Looking at tiebreak records of both players. And the 13-12, which I don't think is a very good stat for a player this ranking. Only winning half the tiebreaks that he plays.
Not a good start from Banbury and double fault. Disappointment there.
Only hit 3 and if he had 1 at this moment.
He's going after it, isn't he?
He was denting the car there. He was denting the car in the net. That's a great shot. That was quickly. The way he played that last volley.
Really pushed it long. It's 3-zip now, though, for Murray. 2 sets to love, 3 love.
That was a fantastic forehand. Half volley wet from the baseline.
Yep.
Three, 1. Murray.
Bambury's played this tiebreaker in a very positive attitude. He hasn't got into his shell. He's attacked everything at every opportunity. Still down a point.
Still the first double fault. First point of the tiebreak.
Yep. Mini break 3-2.
Players change ends.
4-2.
It's great to see Andy Murray play. All of a sudden, once again, this acceleration on that forehand. Just out of nothing, the balls get such a tremendous pace. Look at this one.
The other side, please, for the balls.
And he went back behind
Balls
him
down, please.
in that stage. Banbury looking for the cross court. Thought he'd have to do some scampering. And he was off balance. So 4-2.
I think, Fred, is he going to play your favorite combination now? Serve out wide and then forehand to the open angle?
Out wide.
Let first.
Will he do it again?
He was even following it up for a serve and volley.
Serve and volley. He listens.
She can
even do it on second serve. An ace on a second serve for Murray as he goes to 5-2. He's only been to the net 12 times, Murray. And Banbury's been in there 33.
Wow.
Six-2.
Match points galore now for number 6 seed. Wimbledon champion. Olympic champion. And I think he's going to have a good year this year.
In the open court.
6-3.
Yep.
It's easy.
It's easy. And let's see if he's going to finish it in Andy's style. That would mean a big serve wide, but you've seen the mix-up.
Yeah, the one down the middle he's had success with, hasn't he? Went for his favourite serve, and he hasn't made too many of them today. That'll do it.
Yes,
For the number 6 seed, Andy Murray.
6-4, 6-4, 7-6.
And Andy Murray wishing his young opponent the best. Pretty good performance, 6-3, 6-4, 7-6 in 2 hours and 13 minutes. Your thoughts?
My thoughts, we've seen some Andy greatness, but not enough. He's going to have to pick it up in the next couple of rounds, especially the things that he likes to do well. I've not seen many of that, but all in all, it was enough to win and to be back in the locker room after an hour and a half. A little longer than that. It's all in all a good day in the office.
Well, he's got to be pretty happy with the performance, but it was an enjoyable match to call. I thought the young fellow Bambury did a super job for somebody that's been out there his first match on a show court here at the Australian Open. Margaret Court Arena. He's never played in front of, I'd probably say, about 6,000 folks here today. And I thought he acquitted himself very well. And the trouble is, as you mentioned, now he goes back to playing challenges. He's got to do well. And the crowd showing their appreciation for this young fellow. He gave it his all. He never backpedaled at all. And it was a credible performance from him.
I think Annie will give him some credit too in the next few words on Margaret Arena.
Murray just checking his rackets to see which was the split one there that he damaged.
The Scottish fans.
He's giving that to one of his fans there. So, well, that's the one I sort of got a little upset with. But he's, as you mentioned, a couple of things to work on. The two-fisted backhand you talked about down the line, the off serve out to the ad court. There's something that he wasn't real happy with. And
before cross rip.
Scotland, there you go. And there's a nice photograph there as well. So he makes his way now to Ian Cohen. Let's hear what he says.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation our winner today, Andy Murray. Now, Andy, I know Scotland had a referendum not so long ago, but you had a bit of royal support here today and plenty of local support from Scotland as well.
No, it was nice. Every time I've been in Australia, support's been fantastic and really appreciate it. It's nice to play. Obviously, this is the first time playing with this roof. It's a beautiful court to play on, and yeah, it's great to play in front of a full crowd today, and hope I can keep it up.
What about the performance of young Yuki? Fantastic, a former world junior #1, and he took it to you, especially in the third set.
Yeah, actually, the whole match, he made it very difficult. He played very aggressive. He came to the net. He's very talented, and yeah, he made it tough. I'd never hit with him or seen him play before, so that made it tricky as well. But he had quite a bad injury last year. I think he missed like 5 or 6 months, and he shouldn't be ranked 300 in the world. I'm sure he'll finish this year much higher. Yeah,
we expect to see a bit more of him. What about you and your game? You've had the change. Emily Marismo now heading up your team.
Yeah, I mean, that's been now 6, 7 months now, so yeah, I'm hoping that we'll start to see some changes and some positive results, and yeah, I'll need all the support I can get. I've got a very, very tough draw this year, and hopefully I can get through. You have got a tough draw. Runner-up here 3 times. What's going to be the difference? How are you going to take that next step in 10, 11 days' time? Well, I need to get there first. He's looking a little bit too far ahead. We've got a few matches to play before then, and yeah, I'll need to play great tennis. The level of the game just now is extremely high. A lot of young players coming through, and obviously the top guys are some of the best of all time, and it's a great time to be competing against them, but it makes obviously winning these competitions even harder. But I enjoy the challenge, and I hope we can go a bit further this year. Well, you've certainly taken the first step. It's been terrific to have you here on Margaret Court Arena. Please give him a big round of applause. Your winner on the opening day. 6-3, 6-4, 7-6, Andy Murray.
nice that Murray there gave his opponent lots of credit, says, well, there's no way he should be ranked where he is, and hopefully we'll see some more of him. But obviously we're going to see some more of Andy Murray. And he says he's got a couple of tough weeks ahead of him. He's got a very difficult draw. And the stats will show us what happened there.
Well, and he started serving much better than the final stats at 64% first serve. Good results though, 13 aces, no double faults. That's a pretty good stat to have, but not hitting the angles yet that he wants to. And overall a good, solid record, 40 winners against 29 on first errors, and completely the opposite for Banbury, and
that was the difference.
What it says, it says it all.
Came to the net quite a few times, 33 to 12, and that's what Murray said. He likes to come in, he's aggressive, and he took it to him today. Andy Murray is through to the second round of the 2015 Australian Open.
ramble through.
Ladies and gentlemen, all is in readiness for our third match on Margaret Court Arena. Please welcome from Romania, Irina Camelia Begu. And from Germany, our number 9 seed, Angelique Kerber.
Big hand for the German player Angelique Kerber, crowd favourite as she comes onto the Margaret Court Arena for this match. First round match against Irina Camelia Begu from Romania. Crowd thinned out here after the preceding men's singles match, but it won't be long before it builds up again because there are tens of thousands of fans milling around outside, moving from one court to the other as the first day's play just provides so much entertainment. It's almost impossible to take it all in. And taking in this arena has been something that transformed Margaret Court Arena over the past 18 months, nearly 2 years of work to transform it from its former self into the third indoor arena for the Australian Open Championship. I'd like to own 20% of the copper that's in the roof, apart from anything else, but it's gone from being a terrific stadium to just an outstanding venue for Grand Slam tennis, for any kind of event if it comes to that. Cara Black with me for this women's match between Angelique Kerber and the Romanian Begu. On paper, Cara, you could say it looks a little lopsided, but as we've learned from long experience, these first round matches very seldom are.
Yeah, that's true, Gary. I think, you know, Irina Begu, coming in from some good form at the end of last year. I think it'll be interesting to see how she comes up against Angelique, who's also had a good year, but it'll be good to see how they go.
Points, including the warm. Okay, any questions? No? Answer tells. Heads. Okay.
Like the coin toss, decisions made, and the warm-up about to begin for this match. Maria Cicak from Croatia is the umpire in charge of the match. Warmest part of the day now in Melbourne, this mid to the latter part of the afternoon during the summertime. The day started out fresh, fairly stiff breeze, overcast, but it burned off in the latter part of the morning, early afternoon, and conditions are just perfect now, and the players would be hoping that it remains this way, but as Melbourne weather can and often does, it changes its mind very quickly, and much higher temperatures are forecast for later in the week. Irina Camelia Begu was voted the WTA Newcomer of the Year a few years back. She had breakthrough results, including tournament finals at Marbella and Budapest. That boosted her ranking from, gosh, mid-200s to number 40 in the world at that time. Then in 2012, she had her first title victory in Tashkent. She upset a highly ranked Caroline Wozniacki, first round of the US Open. But then she had an injury slump that saw her ranking plummet again to 124 in the world in 2013. But there's been a resurgence, as Cara Black mentioned, over the past 12 months or so. A couple of doubles titles, singles final berth to the Kremlin Cup in Moscow. That was no mean feat. She beat a couple of highly fancied players there. That puts her back at 42 in the world. So she'll give herself a chance here against Angelique Kerber, who of course has been a fixture of the top 10 rankings the past 3 years, although she's been unable to add to her maiden WTA title victory. That was in 2013 at Linz in Austria, although it's not been for want of trying. She had runner-up results on 4 occasions last season: Sydney, Doha, Eastbourne, Stanford, semi-finals in Tokyo, 6 quarter-finals including Wimbledon. Previously a semi-finalist at the All England Club, that was in 2012, semi-finalist the US Open 2011, quarter-finalist at the French. The best Australian Open efforts have been the past 2 years here. She reached the 4th round on both occasions, and she's kicked off 2015 with quarter-final results both in the tournaments in Brisbane and in Sydney. So she's coming in here building her game towards what she would hope to be an even better result for this 2015 Australian Open.
That's right, Gary. I think she's said here that Australian Open is her favourite Grand Slam of the 4 of the year, and definitely had some good showings here the last few years.
Yes, and I must correct myself there. I told you the umpire was Maria Cicak from Romania, and in fact it's not. The person in the chair is Mariana Alves from Portugal. My apologies, mate. Head-to-head results: Kerber 1-love, which doesn't tell you a lot. 3-2 rather, last year at Indian Wells. Begu will have taken a fair amount away from that match, you can bet.
Yeah, I think she will have, Gary, like I said, picking up her form at the end of last year, beating 2 of the top-ranked 20 players at the time in Moscow, one of the last tournaments of the year. So I think she'll be taking a lot of confidence from that.
Angelique Kerber, ranked 9 in the world. She has been ranked as high as number 5. And it's just the fact that a couple of those title opportunities last year slipped away from her. If she'd have won 1 or 2 of those, she'd have maintained a top 5 ranking.
1 minute.
So number 9 in the world versus number 42 with 1 minute remaining in the warm-up time. And there'll be a few nerves down there on both sides of the net.
Definitely, it's always nerve-wracking coming into a Grand Slam, no matter what your ranking or seeding is, I think. But especially for Begu, I think, you know, it's a big occasion for her, big court to be playing on, whereas Kerber's a little bit more used to this situation, I think, being on a big court. And as you were saying earlier, what a lovely court it is now, and with this beautiful new roofing.
It's transformed, and it just provides a tremendous close atmosphere. Spectators are virtually right on top of the players. It's a very intimate venue, this one, and that's been added to now with the roof, and that provides, of course, the administrators of the tournament with enormous flexibility. Given the vagaries sometimes of the Melbourne weather, they're assured of continuing play.
Ladies and gentlemen, Angelique Kerber won the toss and chose to receive.
On at least the 3 major courts. Angelique Kerber, as you heard there, won the toss and has elected to receive. So looking to get a jump start on her opponent. Although nobody's jumping into action, the umpire's called time. But again, as we often see, the players are sitting and taking their own sweet time about taking up the cudgels and getting into the battle. excusable on some occasions, I guess, when we've got hotter temperatures than we've got today. They didn't take too long, though. Some of the players, some of the men especially, do stretch it to the absolute limit.
First set, Irina Camelia Bego to serve. Ready? Play.
A nice start there from Begu.
15 love.
Both players with the almost obligatory two-handed backhand these days, but Begu, of course, right-handed, Kerber left-handed. Just overheaded.
15-13.
A little bit unlucky there with that net court coming in on that approach shot. Nice to see her coming forward.
Thank you.
5'11", so she's got a very nice handy serve on her Begu.
Yes, well, the players are getting taller and taller, aren't they? We saw in Sydney last week another player who's making inroads, Karolina Pliskova, tall girl, and uses to good effect on serve as well.
Absolutely, they are, and she has a twin sister too, so
Now that's a testing rally. And Kerber just picked up the power on that final shot from her and forced the error from Begu.
tricky time of the day with the sun right there in Begu's eyes as she's trying to throw her ball toss up.
Advantage Kerber.
And this is what Kerber was looking for when she won the toss and elected to receive break point to her. Sprayed it wide and loses the opening service game. Kerber 1 game to love.
First game.
start I think Begu was looking for, you know, the serve being one of her biggest assets. I think
I called
you know,
back
she
saying that it's fine.
like to be
Then I
coming out with holding serve at the start of the match.
So I just put it back. So all this part...
Well, all went to plan for Angelique Kerber, though. Relying on getting an early opportunity here and taking full advantage of it. Some hard-hitting exchanges with Vega just coming up with a couple of vital unforced errors. Well, I say unforced errors forced by the increased pace when the moment called for it from Kerber.
Stepping in there, taking advantage of that short ball there from Kerber.
Looks
like she didn't quite move her feet and get in position for that shot. Kind of stumbled on the baseline, saw her looking down there as if it was a bad bounce or something.
Be hard to get a bounce on these courts unless of course it skids off the line, which they sometimes can do. Fourth round here last year, as we mentioned, for Angelique Kerber. Likewise at the French, lost to Jeannie Bouchard there in the fourth round, quarter-finalist at Wimbledon. Well, did some heavy hitting in this.
That was a great point there by Begu, well constructed.
30-40.
Coming off her stronger side there on the backhand, pushing Kerber on her forehand there right and deep in the corner, causing that error.
Game big.
Double fault to give the break back to Kerber, to Begu.
One game on.
Not only tall, she's got a very high ball toss as well, Begu.
She does. That was a great serve there, straight into Kerber's body, jamming her in that forehand hip.
Love.
Roll!
A rebuild building progress for Bagu last year, leading on to that finals berth in Moscow. Began on the ITF circuit. She reached 4 finals there. She climbed back up the rankings, winning 3 of them.
There by Kerber and the point before on the outside there. Bagu kicked it out to her forehand, rather high bouncing, but she stepped in there and took that earlier this time.
(40-30).
Terrific depth there by Bagu.
Oh, lucky net court for Bagu. Ball set up for her. She puts it away. She holds serve. She leads 2 games to 1.
Bagu leads 2 games to 1.
Okay. I think Bagu's feeling a little bit more comfortable out there. Nice to hold your serve and be up on the break.
Yes, hitting off the ground with confidence, Bagu, and as you said, she's got the big serve, the height. She just needs to get the percentage up a little bit, and she's going to be a real danger player in this match for Angelique Kerber. Getting to the final in Moscow towards the end of last season, she defeated a couple of seeded players there, Makarova and Safarova. Also defeated last year's Sydney winner, Pironkova.
Time.
Lost in the final to Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova.
Yes, some very good wins there for her to end off the season.
Lefty.
It's always quite tricky for a right-hander facing up against a lefty. Not quite what you're used to. Different angles and trajectories of the ball. Especially off the serve.
30-15.
Oh, attacking play there by Bagu.
Yeah, nice change up with the slice backhand. Yeah, there have been quite a few let cords already, and we're only 3 games into the match.
Well, the two players testing each other out there with great change of pace mid-rally.
30-14.
And it's a break point down for Kerber here. Chance for a 3-1 lead for Bagu in the early stages of this match. Speaking of net cords, there's another one that came to the assistance of Bagu, and there's a break of serve.
3 games to 1.
Not the script that Kerber envisaged when she walked out onto the court. 3 games to 1 for her opponent.
Love.
Another great first serve there from Bagu.
Thinking
of challenging, but decides against it. It's a close call, but definitely out.
$15-30.
Bagu comes into this with only limited early season match play. She lost first round of tournament at Shenzhen in China, and then fell in qualifying in Sydney last week, beaten by the veteran Kimiko Date Crum.
Yeah, I think not quite the start of the year she was looking for. Always helps to have quite a few matches under your belt coming in to the first Grand Slam of the year.
Well, Kerber on paper has the edge in that regard, having been in the quarterfinals both at Brisbane and Sydney.
Definitely, I think she had some very testing matches along the way there as well, so I think she's feeling very much fit at the moment.
$30-14.
Just a bit of a loose error there from Bagu on the forehand side. We've seen a couple at the start of this match already.
The net there kept a cool head. Bagu and got the point.
Nice nice aggressive play. Perfect play there, the wide serve. Opening up the court for her to hit that forehand winner.
Game, Begu.
Begu now leads by 4 games to 1, and Kerber's going to have to do something to get into the match next game round.
A very impressive start so far by Begu.
Just the one break down, had the break each way early on, and then Begu breaking again in the 4th game. It's not quite as desperate as it looks on the scoreboard, but it will be if Kerber, as I said, doesn't hold her own in this upcoming service game.
Time.
Yeah, I think a good key here for her would be just to up that first serve percentage a little bit, where she lost that in the previous game when she served. Put a little bit more pressure on Begu on the returns.
Love 15.
What a slow footwork there, which you don't usually see from Angelique. She's usually very athletic with her movement.
$15.
That's better.
30-15.
Out.
40-15.
Good serve there by Kerber, jamming Begu up in that forehand hip.
$40-30.
Just seems quite unsettled at the moment, Kerber, just very, very up and down right now.
Oh, beautiful. Bent the knees and really laid into this forehand.
Great depth there again, setting up the point for her.
Well, crisis point here for Kerber. Deuce, second serve.
Advantage, Begu.
And a break point for Begu to go 5-1.
Just a little bit sluggish there from Kerber, I feel. Brilliant return there.
Opportunity lost for Begu.
Didn't take advantage of that.
Advantage, Kerber.
Oh, magnificent. She's missed a few what appeared to be easy forehands, but by gee, she's nailed some glorious shots.
Fantastic play there by Begu. You can see Kerber starting to get a little bit frustrated.
Faded wide, second break point in this game for Begu. Already up a break at 4-1. Chance to take a real hold on this first set now. That's the way it works. 5 games to 1 Begu with 2 breaks of serve here over the number 9 set, Angelique Kerber.
5 games to 1.
Very solid there from Begu off the backhand side. Definitely her favourite shot. Backhand cross court onto Kerber's forehand.
Love 15.
Total mishit there on serve.
Love 30.
I think that net cord is very tight out there. Keith.
Love 40.
Game pressure relieved there, release there rather for Kerber, gets 1 break back.
New balls, please.
But it's still 5-2. Begu.
Begu leads 5 games to 2.
Yeah, much better game there from Kerber. I think she's taking out a bit of frustration on the ball there and speeding it up a little bit more with some pace.
Bottom line, though, is that she's not yet held serve in the match.
No, definitely struggling there. I think Begu's been making some very good returns deep in the court and setting up the point well from there, and I think that's been putting quite a bit of pressure on Kerber.
Seemed to be just not quite focused through the middle stages of the set. Kerber, as you observed, just a little bit slow to move her feet on a couple of occasions. But if she needs a spur, then this should be it. She's got one break back and to really focus down here. Otherwise, she's going to find herself out of the first set, and the alarm bells will be ringing very loudly indeed.
Yeah, she has been quite frustrated so far. They're, you know, kind of yelling at her box there a little bit, and let's see if she can hold serve here for the first time. Keep her in this set.
Love 15.
I think Kerber's not too enjoying Begu's high ball there coming at her. She seems like she's really struggling with the ball above her shoulder at the moment.
Yes, it was assisted by coming off the line too, which helped her to kick up all that much more.
15-0.
Oh.
15-30.
Well, that didn't just miss, it was missed by a mile.
That was a big mess. Can't find her range at the moment.
Hit the tape, set up, and came back on the wrong side as far as Begu is concerned. But boy, what a let off for Kerber. Set point saved.
Advantage Kerber.
Bit of an opportunity missed there, I think, by Begu, second serve. With a loose error, bottom of the net.
Game Kerber.
Kerber hangs on.
Begu leads 5-3.
But the test now is for Begu having to serve out the set. First serve percentage low for both players, 58% Begu. 63% Kerber. Kerber winning a very low percentage of points off her first serve, making life difficult.
Love 15.
Begu just pressing a little bit too much there.
Yeah, it's a bit over anxious. Had the serve that she wanted. Could have had a better play on that first strike, but gives Kerber an edge in this game. Another mishit forehand. Door opens a little wider for Kerber to get back into this set.
And Kerber really hitting up the pace again there on that forehand down the line, causing Begu to miss a little bit wide.
She knew.
15-13.
Yeah, really good defense there from Kerber, what she does really well. But Begu just getting that last strike there.
Oh, no. Well, this gives Kerber the chance to get herself right back into this set.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gift there, but Begu just trying to go for a little bit more than she needs to. But I think credit to Kerber, I think on that point before, although Kerber lost it, you know, Begu's feeling the pressure of having to go for more because Kerber's defending so well.
So from 2 Kerber is back on serve. It's 5-4 Begu. Kerber's serve to come.
Begu leads 5 games to 4.
Not to mention the fact that, of course, she survived set point on Begu's previous service game. She'll be breathing just a little easier, Kerber. Not out of the woods yet, but a far different situation than we had 10, 12 minutes ago.
Absolutely, very lucky to get out of that game there. Set point down. Both players just fueling up, although it's, as we said, a beautiful day out there, but still got to keep hydrated and keep that energy up.
Yes, even in these moderately warm conditions, it can take its toll, and keeping in mind players have got to maintain their physical capabilities for 2 long weeks. They've got to plan for 2 long weeks. Whether they get that far is another matter.
Absolutely, yeah, and it doesn't just start in the match, you know, it's the day before, the night before, prepping, keeping hydrated all the time, getting your energy up with the right type of foods to eat, and making sure the body and the mind's all fueled up, ready to perform.
Mistimed it.
15 love.
One of the longest rallies of the match so far. And Kerber doing what she does best is never giving up.
15 all.
I thought that was on the base, out on the baseline. Kerber thought so too. Should have challenged, but once she hit the ball, once she maintained the play, it was too late.
It was too late. I think she was hoping for a call there from the umpire, but never came.
And with preparation and the maintenance of conditions through a tournament, tennis is like a lot of major sports these days. It's more than a sport. It's a science.
Kerber won't be happy with that unforced error there. She's worked so hard to get back from 5-1 to 5-4. She wasn't looking for that.
This time
30-40
and brings up another set point, a second set point for Bagu.
Great hitting there from Bagu off her backhand side, very solid.
A lot riding on this second serve.
Yes.
She quite needed to go for that much.
Well, the first rule there would have been get it back in play, would have thought.
Absolutely. What an opportunity missed there by Bagu.
Advantage Bagu.
Set point number 3.
Nice to see her moving forward. I think that quite a handy doubles player, Irina Bagu, so I think she's not afraid to come into the net.
This is a margin, and Bagu clinches the first set, and Kerber is unhappy as she walks back to the chair.
I think Irina Bagu will be very happy with herself there, finally pulling out that set where she had a few opportunities, you know, at 5-1 serving and 5-3 again. So I think to break Kerber there to win the set, she'll be pleased with that.
So what's the game plan from here for Angelique Kerber? If we look at these stats for the first set, 61% of first serves Bagu, which is good. Kerber needs to lift that percentage for sure, doesn't she?
Definitely, yeah, too. And just looking at the unforced errors as well, you know, 17 there from Kerber. Yeah, definitely been a very up and down set for her so far. I think she just got to try and find a bit more rhythm out there, a bit more range on her shots, and yeah, just forgive herself too. I think she's being a little bit hard on herself and not letting herself play.
Well, apart from a few wayward forehands from Baegu, she's played an exemplary first set.
She has. I think she's served very well and returned very well. And that's what set up for her. I think she has taken quite a lot away from that previous meeting they had in 2013 when she lost quite comfortably to Kerber back then. So I think she'll be...
Time.
Looks like she's come out with a bit of revenge this time.
Well,
so
it's all
far.
a learning experience, and it's paying dividends at the moment for Arena Camelia Baegu, who's come through a tough school like a lot of the players do on the ITF circuit, and that's where she had to rebuild her momentum last season.
Second set, Baegu to serve.
She's won 11 singles titles, 19 doubles titles on that ITF circuit. It's a tough place to hone your game. She's in the box seat here, though. First set, 6 games to 4, serving the opening game of the second.
Love of time.
I think Kerber has to exploit that game plan there a little bit more, as trying to stretch Baegu out there to the forehand side. I noticed the points she has won in the previous set, that's where she did win a lot of them. So
15-0.
Perfectly judged.
$30-15.
Kerber whacking the face of a racket in frustration.
She was going for that second serve there, just mishit it a little bit. But you don't really see Kerber venturing to the net too often, so that was interesting tactic there. I think I wonder if she feels that she needs to be coming in a bit more and putting Baegu under a little bit more pressure from the baseline.
She needs to stop Baegu from hitting out with increasing confidence.
30-40.
That's one way to sap your opponent's confidence.
Yes. Advantage, Baegu.
There was an outcall from the linesperson. Kerber's entered the court early in that point. It was ignored by everybody.
It was. That's what I thought I heard, and I
I heard it and I saw it. I saw the arm go out and heard the call. It was a fraction late in coming.
And the umpire didn't pick that up. Just waiting for the challenge here.
And this is not the one we're talking about. This was the final point. And it was out as called. But gee,
Advantage Begu.
she came out on the wrong end of the stick there, Kerber, for sure, because the ball was out at this end of the court, her end of the court, much earlier in the rally.
The umpire possibly thinking that was Kerber kind of grunting instead of the linesman calling it. Good defense there again from Kerber. Just then eventually getting on top there and forcing that error from Begu.
She might have won the last point, Kerber, but you can still sense a feeling of frustration creeping into her game.
Yes, I think she's just not quite feeling comfortable out there. Return there, pulling Begu out to that forehand side, exposing her movement there. Being 5'11" and having the height really helps on
yes, that helps.
Having a serve like that. But you know, sometimes the taller players do struggle to move a little bit more, you know, around the court. So it can be a little bit of a disadvantage sometimes. But I think it's one area of her game I know Arena has been working on. Kerber had anticipated that lob from the time before she came into the net, but just didn't quite get there.
It's a very testing opening game to the second set.
I'm not sure whether Kerber's hitting her racket out of frustration or if it's also complaining a little bit about the strings. Might be a little bit too loose. But with it heating up at the moment, I think the ball is starting to fly a little bit more. It's one thing you do have to take into consideration.
Well,
as you said, the week it starts getting hotter, you've got to tighten up your string tension so the ball doesn't fly as much off your racket.
and she should have sent a racket for a restring by now.
Yeah, sometimes what a lot of players do as well is have a few different tensions. In their strings, and in their bag, with different rackets in their bag, different tensions.
Three chances, but finally Kerber gets the break in the opening game of the second set. Mind you, she had the break in the opening game of the first and lost the set 6-4. Shadow just starting to encroach on the playing surface. This latter part of the afternoon in Melbourne, 4:40 in the afternoon, Eastern Australian summertime.
Yes, that's not always easy to deal with, and those shadows start coming across.
Right, we'll get the measure of Angelique Kerber now. Early break, second set, having lost the first. She really needs to make a mark here.
Yeah, good hold on the board here will really set her up with a bit of confidence.
Lovely. Lettuces.
Really getting
some good angle there. Great return there, just went for a little bit too much on that backhand. I think Kerber's not quite expecting the return to be so deep. She hasn't adjusted to that yet.
40.
Margin for error, but it was inside the line. That's all that counts.
Lettuces.
Good hold there by Kerber. Really good first serve.
Kerber needs 2 games to love.
Just what she needed to get a good lead here into the second set.
Yeah, slightly more comfortable scenario. Match clock just creeping up on 1 hour of play in this match.
Terrific serve there from Bagu. Really making Angelique stretch on that backhand side.
15-0.
Vega's third double fault of the match so far.
That's better. Sprayed a few of those forehands wide when in that position before. It was just tempered just a little bit.
Chaz, I think she used her legs much better on that shot, getting down low and really willing that shot.
Oh! 13.
Terrific second serve there.
Bagu stays down in the backhand this time and saves a break point. Although she is down one service break already in the second set, but by gee, she's been taking this match right up to the number 9 seed, Angelique Kerber, having won the first set, the Romanian, 6-4.
Yeah, such a key game for Bagu in the set here, I think. You know, she really wants to not let the set get away from her and giving Kerber a double break. So the closer she can stay with her, the more pressure it'll build, I reckon.
She's been quite good at the net, hasn't she?
No, she's very good coming in, you know, that great second serve there, setting up a good approach shot and not scared to come in at all. Volleys very nicely.
Set up to be hit that one, and Kerber obliges.
Yeah, Kerber did a great job of getting that first volley straight to her feet. Making it very difficult sitting up there.
Advantage Kerber.
Good attacking tennis there by Kerber. Great approach shot. Just taking a stab at that volley, doing very well to get out of that. Bagu hit a very good passing shot straight to her feet.
And that's a double break for Kerber now in the second set. 3 games to love. Bagu winning the first 6-4.
Kerber leads 3 games to love.
So the momentum seems to have switched in this match in the early stages of the second set.
Absolutely, you know, that's one of Kerber's biggest assets, as we said earlier. You know, she's never say die, and attitude, and she's such a great competitor out there. I think you know, that's one of the toughest things I think Baegu is going to struggle with throughout this match, is trying to keep Kerber away from her.
Hats off to Kerber, though. I mean, she did seem to struggle mentally through the first set. Right, if you're not mentally on your game when you come up against a powerful player like Baegu, despite the fact that she does tend to miss a few first serves and spray a few forehands, it's the big hitting ones that go in and pass you, leave you standing, that they can play mind games with you. And Kerber was venting her frustration on a number of occasions through the first set. But she's in a better frame of mind here at 3-love in the second.
Absolutely, Gary. I think, as you're saying, there's just no easy matches these days out here, and if you're not on top of your game, you're gonna struggle. Girls are very hungry these days and not scared at all, you know, of coming out here and competing against the top players. So you've got to be ready and ready to compete from start to finish out there.
But it's the ability, isn't it, of the top players, the mental capacity to overcome those rough spots and persist and get themselves back into matches and win through, that makes the difference between them and the rest.
Absolutely, and that's where Kerber's just so good at that.
Also getting a helping hand here from Baegu, who's had forehand and backhand errors just missing down the line in this game. When Kerber played a shot off the seat of her pants.
Incredible pick-up there by Kerber. It's what she does so well, is keep such a low center of gravity and uses her legs so well to get out of trouble.
Well, complete turnaround here. Kerber was down 5-1 on her way to losing the first set 6-4. She's up 4-0 here. All the pressure is on Baegu. Well, it was an attempted drop shot, floated wide. If it had gone in, Kerber would have been in there for an easy put away anyway.
Yeah, not a bad attempted play, but just not executed very well. Kerber down on her knees there, digging out another backhand. Such powerful legs, she uses them so well.
15-13.
No answer to that. Advantage of being 1.80 m plus.
That's right. You're saying that high ball toss sometimes makes it a little bit difficult to read where the serve's going.
There's challenge here. I think it's worth a challenge too. Awaiting the verdict from Mr. Hawkeye. Ooh, it is in.
30-14. Big West 2 challenges remaining.
Well, it's a tide really turning against Tobago now.
Yeah, terrible unforced error there right in the bottom of the net.
Well, frustration creeping into her game, compounded by the fact that she challenged on that baseline call and was found to be wrong. Mind you, that challenge and the outcome, I think, confirmed what you said before about the shadow coming across the court. It was right in that area. And fooled Bagu, a lot of other people too. Appeared to be out, but spot on the line.
Absolutely not easy when the ball's coming from the sunshine into the shadow. Or vice versa, it makes it very difficult to see.
Fine.
Angelique Kerber, number 9 in the world, 9th seed for the championship here at Melbourne Park for the 2015 Australian Open. Serving for the second set. 5-love up. She'd have to do something drastic not to square the match here.
Oh, she's been setting so many points up for herself, Bagu, with deep returns and good serves, and just not taking the opportunity of the ball just sitting there. Just slightly pressing too much, going for that little bit extra. But credit to Kerber for making her do that with her endless running down on shots.
Forty-15.
Every poster winner for Kerber in the second set, 6 games straight. 6-love for her. It's a set all.
6 games. 1 set. New balls, please.
Despite the low first serve percentage for Kerber, a better outcome in that second set.
Yeah, much better there. Also on the unforced error count.
Yes, cut right down, just the 7 unforced errors. Still only 3 outright winners for Kerber. A lot more unforced errors for Bagu, and that's where the difference was told in the outcome of the second set. Obdurate is a good word to describe Angelique Kerber. I think she really knows how to focus down and overcome the rough patches in a match.
She does. Very, very tough competitor, and I think just showing the benefits here of having a lot of matches leading into the Aussie Open, you know, and playing in Brisbane and in Sydney, having some, you know, 5 tough matches there, and I think she's benefiting from that right now, just digging in and fighting her way back into that second set.
Both players taking advantage of an opportunity to take a quick bathroom break here between the second and third sets. It's been a topsy-turvy encounter, all one way, well, almost all one-way traffic for Irina Camelia Bagu in the first set, but the total reverse in the second set in favour of Angelique Kerber. It's a tough game, and this is just the first round. To win through these matches, to get through to the final stages of the tournament, any tournament, let alone Grand Slam, takes a combination of 5 factors. You've got to have talent, you've got to have passion, you've got to have determination, you've got to have instinct, you've got to have athleticism. Talent and passion are not one and the same thing. Passion's got to be tempered with determination and instinct, and it doesn't matter how you combine any of those. If you don't have the athleticism to go with it, you're still not going to come out on the winning side of the ledger.
That's right. I think that's what Angelique has been showing us so far here during this match.
Bagu returns to court, and it won't be long before those players return to what's looming here is a real battle. Odds, you'd have to say, now that there's been a mental shift in the game, have to favour the more highly ranked player, the more highly experienced player in Angelique Kerber, number 9 in the world. Her opponent, number 42 in the world. But clawing her way back up the rankings over the past 12 months, Bagu. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride in the rankings for her over the last few seasons. She rocketed from the mid 200s to 40 in the world 3 seasons back, then took the down curve to 124 in the world again.
New balls.
But currently back to 42 and playing well, and still in this match. Difficult serving directly into the late afternoon sun here.
Love it.
See if Kerber can keep the momentum going on her side. Definitely has been so far, winning 6 straight games. That previous set.
she made it. She's missed so many of those, just cut them too fine.
Much better point there from Baegu. Just what she needed. It's really important for her right now just to get on the scoreboard, I think, at the start of this third set, just to stop Kerber running away from her.
She's going to go and look at the mark on the court. There's a lot of marks on that court.
There are. I was going to say, which one is she going to pick?
Not like clay where they bag the court and you can go and pick a mark with reasonable distinction.
It didn't help her there. That extra long pause in between serves. So it can often be a little bit disturbing to players having to challenge in between serves. It's even double faulting after challenging the first serve.
To let that one bounce.
Yeah, I think it was a very wise decision on that first one. Just sun right in her eyes there again.
She
just
was
with that shadow.
Lucky to get away with it because it hit the net cord, but get away with it she did. Kept herself in the point and ultimately wins it. Gets to 30 all. Important stand here for Baegu in the opening game of the third.
There by Baegu. I think she had quite a bit of time to
Hit
decide.
it straight back to her.
30, she did.
And this is just a reflex action from Kerber, and miraculously it falls in.
Great hands there by Kerber.
Break point.
Giving that fist pump there to her box. I think she's all business. Good second serve there from Baegu, making Kerber take a couple of extra steps there on the return. And once again, the ball getting quite high up there above her shoulders, making it difficult to control.
Ace. Oh, excellent forehand down the line. Baegu survives a break point to hold serve in the opening game of the third.
First game, final sets.
Terrific game, just what she needed to get herself back on the scoreboard.
And the quality of the tennis from both players has just lifted immeasurably in the last hour.
It really has picked up. I think they're both got their full range going at the moment, and I think we could be in here for a very exciting third set.
Well, Kerber's game had to pick up, but she is renowned for hanging tough, and it's paid dividends.
there for Bagu.
Was it ever?
Lefty.
Kerber was 3 metres behind the baseline on almost every shot here. Bagu looks determined to overcome Kerber here with just sheer power and depth. Excellent return.
Good serve there by Kerber.
Call on the left base.
Might be another fruitless challenge, I think.
Oh, it definitely is, I think.
Full marks to Kerber in the course of that point. Net cord deflected the flight of the ball, but just a quick adjustment of footsteps on her part kept her in the point, and she's going to come out on the winning side here by a substantial margin.
Big West 2 challenges remaining.
Mind you, got to overcome 2 more break points to get out of this game. Over anxious.
Over anxious. I think Kerber was in the corner of her eye there again. And Kerber had picked the right corner once again. I think she saw that, and that's what made her miss that. Covering a lot of court. Really being thorough with that put away this time.
It's a 4 break points saved in this game by Kerber.
Another nasty lefty serve swinging out there.
Just another measure of Kerber's never say die attitude.
Correction, advantage Kerber.
Yes, I was going to say. Shock to the system.
Absolutely, once again, though, Bagu really setting up the point there and just going for that little bit too much on the final shot.
Terrific effort. Angelique Kerber surviving 4 break points.
Really working hard out there. paid off in that game.
Well, look, there are plenty of places in the court she might have hit that.
Yeah, I think she's just maybe got a few too many options at the moment when she's getting those sitting balls there. She just can't quite decide where to go to. Maybe she just pull in her margins a little bit, not go too much for the lines.
That's the result of the pressure applied by playing somebody ranked in the top 10 in the world.
Absolutely, and especially when it's Angelique Kerber, who's such a terrific athlete and just running down every single ball out there. Well played there by Bagu.
30-15.
Nice taking that swinging volley out of the air. I think that's really a shot that's developed so much in the last 10 years in the women's game. The girls just coming in and preferably taking a swing volley rather than hitting a volley.
I'm sure I heard another out call there during that rally from the same lines person. Maybe I'm the only one tearing. I don't know.
Didn't see a hand movement. Lucky to get away with that, Bagu.
Games on serve here. She leads 2 games to 1 in what could be a long and exciting third and deciding set.
Her 5th ace of the match so far, Bagu. Arena just fueling up her body there, having a little bit of an energy gel. Not only feeding the body but the brain as well, you know, just trying to keep sharp out there, making sure that you're making the right mental decisions.
Stats of the match make very, very interesting reading.
Time.
Both players would like to see a better first serve percentage, no doubt.
15 love.
Lifted ahead, Bagu, and the ball went long.
$30 love.
There she is again with the swinging volley. Very quick to pounce on those, taking advantage of the great height.
And she set that up for herself really well with that deep forehand right in the corner, causing Kerber to just pop that ball up for her.
Well, you've got to admire Bagu's aggression in this match.
I think it's definitely what she keeps needing to do out there. Keep putting the pressure, although she is missing a few balls. Trying to go for too much, I think it is the right play.
Can't beat the top players without taking some chances.
That's right.
Kerber's been listening to your advice, Cara. She certainly made Bagu move in this point.
Yeah, I think it's not one of the strongest areas of her game, Bagu, is her movement, so I think Kerber has to definitely keep making her stretch out the balls.
Yes.
Did well to dig that backhand out cross court, find the angle, Bagu.
Advantage, Kerber.
Just been pushed that back there behind the baseline, Bagu. Good job by Kerber.
Deuce.
Third double fault for Kerber. Hit with confidence.
Rocket play there by Bagu.
Advantage, Bagu.
Great return there, setting herself up.
Deuce. Advantage, Kerber. Deuce.
Aggression pays dividends again for Bagu. She's keeping Kerber on the defensive and it's taking a toll.
Yeah, good play by Bagu in the last couple of points there. She's really getting Kerber off balance and forcing that error there.
Break point, second break point in this game against Kerber. She's got it. Bagu. First break in the third set. She leads by 3 games to 1.
Bagu leads 3 games to 1.
Well, all well to be 3-1 up, but she needs to hold serve here.
Love of 10.
Bagu just needed to give herself a little bit more room for error there on her forehand side, you know, whether it be the lines or the net, just maybe, you know, give it a foot or two over the net, just not going for too much. Her backhand has been very solid out there today. Nice aggressive play once again from Bagu, really paying off for her.
Again. Comes in, takes the ball out of the air with great effect.
Fantastic backhand cross court there, setting it up for her once more.
Had great success with this shot. Oh, well, extraordinary.
14-15.
It was a great defensive lob from Bagu, but you would have thought Kerber would handle that.
Yeah, just a little bit of lazy footwork there, not quite moving up to, I think she really waited for the ball to come to her and just didn't step into that overhead. Great defense there by Bagu.
Bagu consolidates the break to lead by 4 games to 1 in the third and deciding set. The acid tests coming for Kerber.
Begu leads 4 games to 1.
Well, she's survived many a test of resolve, Angelique Kerber. She's going to face another one now on her serve.
That's right. Could there be an upset in the making here with Begu up 4-1? But still, in saying that, 4-1, you're still a long way away from closing out the match, especially against Angelique Kerber, who will never give up, not for one shot.
Time.
It is the start of the season, and anything can happen. Yeah.
Lovely.
Well, critical game here for Kerber. Needs to get her service game on the board.
That's better.
15.
When she sets herself up and times
15,
the ball,
30.
she's very, very tough, powerful, aggressive, Begu.
$15, 40.
Kerber really rattled here at the moment.
Still a great chance.
30, 40.
Yes. Behind for a vital winner for Kerber.
Terrific depth there again from Begu.
Advantage, Begu.
Really putting Kerber up there on the stretch. Another break point here.
Deuce.
Gee, they're the shots that you need to make in the matches against players of the caliber of Kerber.
Terrible miss by her there after such a great return.
Advantage, Kerber.
Kerber with a little bit of an off-pace serve there. I think Begu was expecting it to come a little bit faster.
Deuce.
Oh, this whole match is very delicately balanced right here in this game. Bagu's had the opportunities to go up a double break.
Advantage, Bagu.
You're really wanting to win this game, give herself a 5-1 lead serve for the match, give herself a bit of breathing space.
Out, yes.
Replay the point. Bagu is challenging the call on the right base. The ball was called in.
It was a very early call there from the linesman.
And the decision from Hawkeye is in.
Replay the points.
I will replay the point.
Advantage, Bagu. Bagu has one challenge remaining.
Kerber wouldn't be happy about that call.
Wide swinging serve. Just picked over the net for Bagu. Kerber got to it, but the lob was just too much.
5 games.
It's a double break now. And that puts a totally different complexion on the possibility, the ability of Bagu to close out the match.
Bagu is in a similar situation here in the first set, so for the set at 5-1, let's see if she can serve out the match. Better than she did serving up for the set.
15 love.
Well, she's on the way. There's a major upset looming. Looming larger.
30 love.
Movement there by Bagu. Not showing any signs of nerves here, closing out the match.
Oh! 30-15.
Kerber needs all the renowned fighting qualities here.
40-30.
Sets up the match for her major upset looming on the opening day of the championships.
Game, set, match, Begu.
Exit the number 9 seed.
2-6-4, 6-4, 2-6-6-1.
Delight from Marina Bagu and generous applause from the crowd after a very entertaining match. The big hitting, tall Romanian has upset the number 9 seed, Angelique Kerber, and is through to the second round of the Australian Open Championships. This is a major victory for the Romanian girl, and a disconsolate Kerber is quick to leave the court.
Disappointed with that performance.
Well, we'll hear some words here from Bagu. It'll be interesting to hear what she has to say, because she's beaten one of the toughest competitors on the women's tour here. She's done it by hitting an awful lot of unforced errors, but an awful lot of winners as well. She talks with Ian Cohen.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Irina Camelia. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm so happy.
It was a match that went either way. The second set went by in the blink of an eye. The third, you came out, you hung tough, and well done. Congratulations. You had to do what you had to do to be able to get through.
Yes, well, I won the first set. It was quite difficult, 6-4, and then, I don't know, I just played, but my game didn't went on the right direction, you know, and in the third set, I just said I have to fight for every point, and even if I lose, I just want to be happy, and when I go off the court, just to enjoy the tennis.
How hard was it, Angelique? It looked like she was struggling a little bit. How hard was that for you to keep your concentration going while she had issues?
Of course, it's not easy when the player is, you know, doing some very good winners and then losing some points. And well, it was difficult, but I managed really good the match. I'm really happy that I could win the third set, and I was just focused on every point.
Fantastic. And you're feeling now your emotion? You must be very, very happy with this win.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I was like a little bit disappointing the first two tournaments of the year, and now I'm so happy. And you know, my team, it's like every time, like every day, like, come on, keep doing, you're playing well. So, you know, today I was like playing good, and I'm really happy that they support me every day.
Well, you are going to keep doing. Please give her a big Margaret Court Arena. Round of applause. Winning in 3 sets, 6-4, love 6, 6-1. Irina Camelia Bagu.
Well, there's a very happy young lady, Cara, with a great attitude.
Absolutely, no, such a lovely girl, and I think she can really go away with a lot of confidence out of that win today. You know, really opening up her side of the draw, and you know, she's got I mean, yeah, she, you know, really upping her first serve percentage there up to 58% in the end. Yeah, cutting down on oh, actually, you look at her winner stats, they're very impressive. 39 to Kerber's 8. I think that's probably one of the turning points in the match.
There's too many unforced errors for Kerber in ratio with the number of winners that she hit. You can forgive some of the unforced errors from Bagu because she really did attack the ball and came up with so many winners. The forehand was astray a few times, but as we've said, considering the way she went after the ball, you can forgive her those, and you can forgive her anything when you look at the scoreboard because it's come out in her favour. 2-1. Angelique Kerber is defeated here by Irina Camelia Begu of Romania in a major upset on the opening day of the championships. The Romanian through to the second round.
Absolutely very exciting for her.
It's hard doing everything in reverse.
Everything.
high sessions here at the Australian Open 2015. And these lunatics out here you're having a look at, have a look at these guys. This is called cardio tennis, one of the best workouts you can get. Mine 770, who's in mine 770? Matches that he managed to get through last year, so keep your eyes. Sure you're enjoying it. Sit back and make plenty of noise when you get the opportunity, and obviously support your favourite player. We'll be back shortly with
Yeah, so we're here in the revamped Margaret Court Arena. It's absolutely magnificent, and we've had a pretty good day. The roof is open, it'll stay that way. You want a level from Cara? She's here too.
Hi, can you hear me? Is my microphone in the right spot? Okay.
Yep.
I was a little bit.
You off mic earlier today?
Down.
So just have a chat for 10 seconds or 15 seconds.
No, not that I can see. Can you see anything loose on the?
No, you look good.
No. Is that right?
No, it looks good. Fine piece of paper.
Thanks.
James done exactly that, turned himself up on the big screen. So if you'd like to see yourself on the big screen, Instagram's where you need to go at Australian Open. Make sure you hashtag AO Selfie and Margaret Court Arena, hashtag MCA as well in there as well.
And we'll get a couple of photos.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a big Margaret Court Arena welcome to Anna-Lena Fritzum of Germany. And now, making her way out onto Margaret Court Arena from Canada, the number 7 seed, Eugenie Bouchard.
So Eugenie Bouchard and Anna-Lena Fritzum make their way to Margaret Court Arena for their round 1 clash at the Australian Open. And what a difference a year has made for that lady on screen. Both of these ladies are just 20, but a golf the size of the Grand Canyon in terms of experience between the two. But a year ago, Bouchard was on court 15. By the end of the 2 weeks, she'd become just the 2nd Canadian to make a Grand Slam semi-final, and the first at the Australian Open, where she eventually lost to Lee Na, of course, who went on to win the tournament. But along the way, she beat Casey Delacqua, Anna Ivanovic. Lovely day here today. It's been no issues with the heat, as often can be the case in Melbourne. But currently it's 20 degrees. It'll get a little cooler. It'll get cool rather quickly once the sun completely goes. We're in that sort of twilight phase at the moment. But this time, instead of court 15, Bouchard is on one of the courts, one of the stadiums where you do have to buy additional tickets. You've got to buy a ticket to get into the court as opposed to the ground pass. There's Friedman, who was only, this is making her Australian Open debut. She had played qualifying here last year, didn't get through to the main draw, and she's had 2 cracks at Grand Slams and been out in the first round in each at French and Wimbledon last year. She's currently ranked number 98 in the world. But we wait for the coin toss. So this is Bouchard's obviously seen as a potential draw card, but we might have an issue here. Cara Black sitting alongside me, and we've got Anna-Lena Friedman leaving the court.
Hi, John. Yeah, I think I saw her having a discussion there with the umpire. I think there's something wrong with her advertising on her shirt, so I think the umpire said to her she's got to go off and change it.
Okay. So perhaps some sort of clash or something, but I didn't see what it was.
Yeah, sometimes the ruling on you can only have on your patches, you can only have a certain number of inches, and I think maybe that was the issue. Could be too big.
Might have been too big. And so the Genie Army, we'll see whether they brought their soft toys along with them again this year. They're throwing soft toys onto the court.
She's a lucky girl. I'm sure they do. They're ready to go. They look all fired up.
She's really businesslike on court, isn't she? She's one of those players that just really does knuckle down and get about her business.
Absolutely. She's very brutal out there. She won't take it easy on any opponent if she gets the chance. So I think Anna-Lena's got her hands full tonight, and see how she handles it.
Likes to take the ball early, doesn't she? And it's a very heavy ball.
Absolutely, yeah. One of her best shots, I reckon, is that first shot after the serve, where she really gets down there, uses her legs, really drives it through the court and takes that time away from her opponent.
Hi there. So we're playing 3 sets, final set advantage. We're using Hawkeye, so you have 3 incorrect challenges per set, plus 1 additional for the tiebreak. Ball change 7-9-6 balls. Just a reminder that here, for the second time, serving, you don't lose the point. You lose the serve. For the second time, when serving, you don't lose the point for time violation. You lose the serve. Now, any questions? Can we just take a photo, please, facing this way?
We're always hot on the time violations.
Yeah, they are. Quick turnaround these days.
Thank you. So, you would like to... Heads? Tails. Serve?
So Fritz will serve. And if you've just to clarify, if you didn't pick up exactly what was being said by a chair umpire, you don't have a limit of challenges, you have a limit of incorrect challenges. If you keep calling it right, then you can have as many as you like. But 3 incorrect challenges using Hawkeye, and that's your limit for the set, unless it's a tie break and you get 1 extra, so 4 if there's a tie break. Often a lot of debate about the warm-up, Cara, as a current player. There's not that many sports where you come out and warm up in front of a crowd. But every sport has different conditions and so forth, even as much as can be done with hard courts to make them identical. Do you think it's something that should be retained always?
Yeah, I think yeah, it would be a good idea if they could minimise it maybe to, you know, possibly 3 minutes. I mean, I know the players are warm; they've had a warm up before going on court, and you know, earlier in the day they'd be waiting, and then right before going on they'd have a good warm up in the gym. So they're definitely already warm. But like you said, it is nice to get a little bit of you know, of a feeling of the court, because sometimes they don't quite get it right, and some are slower than others, or faster.
Yep. So ranked 98, as I mentioned, it's been in the top 100 the last 2 years. Played, as I said, qualifying here last year, didn't make it through to the main draw, but did play both Wimbledon and the French. Has yet to beat the top 10 player. There's been a semi-finals there, as you can see, in Linz, but yet to beat a top 10 player. So this is a big step up for her against a young lady who's managed to get her ranking to 7. That said, though, as we just have a little look at her win-loss record here at the Australian Open, as I've already mentioned, her debut. This is the first time these two players have played each other. Sometimes you'd expect that a couple of 20-year-olds might have come across each other in juniors. Although, you know, Bouchard had a pretty interesting junior career. She was already playing qualifiers for main draws in WTA events at 16. She tried it through to Montreal, and a few months later did play in Washington. But Bouchard has got herself to number 7 in the world, but the winner of just one tournament. So much expected of her because of how well she performed in the slams last year.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you're going to pick some tournaments to perform at, those are the ones to do it. Yeah, you know, unfortunately for her, just backing it up in the WTA tournaments throughout the year, she didn't have quite as good a run. But you know, I think you take that for quite a breakout year on the tour. That was quite phenomenal. You know, 2 semi-finals and a final.
Oh, yeah, really was an amazing performance. It took the Grand Slam record to 23 and 7. Semi-finals here last year, as we already mentioned. Lee Na was the vanquisher there. But that was the first Canadian to reach a semi-final since the Carling Bassett back in the 80s at the US Open. The girl they used to call Darling Carlings in those days, when the world was a lot less politically correct than it is today. And she, like Carling Bassett, is seen very much as a bankable, marketable star in her homeland and all over the world. But she may have a bit of an issue with the second year.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely going to be a tough one for her, you know, to back that up. It's definitely, I think she's feeling the pressure of it a little bit, especially, you know, towards the end of last year. You could already see it happening. Coming into the WTA finals, that was where she really was feeling the pressure and didn't perform well. I think it's been good for her to have the off-season, coming into a fresh year, and hopefully, you know, starting off with the way she did here last year.
Of course, lost the Wimbledon final to Kvitova. What was sadly a rout in the second set. 6-3, 6-love was the score. But there was also that wonderful moment after that match when she spoke to the crowd, said, "I don't know whether I deserve your love today, but thank you."
No, yeah, shame. That was, I mean, you know, quite an overwhelming experience for her, being in the Wimbledon final for the first time. You know, as a 20-year-old, that's quite something, and I'm sure she was a bit overtaken with the whole moment of it all. But I'm not going to be surprised if we see her there again. And her holding up the trophy.
Yeah, and interesting that
1 minute.
you mentioned the performance in the Grand Slams.
And she's pretty open about the fact that she wants to win one, but that it's something she wants, and perhaps almost Federer-like in terms of not. There's a confidence born of hard work. It's not a false confidence. And there's no false modesty either. But she's a young woman who works hard and expects to perform well, and why not? She played Sharapova the last couple of years at the French for the first time, a straight sets loser, and the next time was in a semi-final, and she lost in 3. So the game certainly throughout 2014 was on the up. And here this year, although it's not the official tournament, has had that nice win over Serena at the Hopman.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a great start for her. You know, playing the Hopman Cup, I think, was a really good decision on her part. Just coming into the year, trying to get a few matches under your belt, which you're guaranteed to have over there. So that's that was a really good move, and obviously beating Serena was wonderful for her.
WTA tournament or not, it's got to be a confidence boost.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you beat the #1 in the world is pretty good.
And as mentioned, Friedson yet to beat a top 10er. She did have a nice victory a year or so ago against Sibylkova, who was then ranked in the top 20, was ranked number 12.
No, that is a good win. Sibylkova is not an easy opponent. She really makes you work for it. So. Just collecting her thoughts there and getting ready to do battle.
The first round is thrown open. Right, quarter reader, Friedson to serve. Bouchard.
First set, Anna-Lena Fritzam to serve.
It looks like the breeze has picked
Ready?
up quite a bit out there.
Play. Ah! 15 left. Love.
Well, as you said, Bouchard loves to take the ball early. And you made the point in the warm-up that generally that quite often that second shot after the serve, and there's an example of it straight down the line, but she hits a very heavy ball, and Friedson will have her work cut out all night. Gets that racket right out in front.
Really good return there, Bouchard, not giving up an inch on the baseline. Taking all the time away from Friedson. Really beautiful, fluid service motion.
Juice.
serve, 178 kilometres an hour.
Advantage.
Straight down the tee.
She's a big, strong girl. She possesses a lot of power there.
So the opening service game goes with Fritzen.
First game.
I think she'd be very happy to hold there. No doubt. I'm sure she's feeling a lot of nerves. Big occasion for her, coming out here on Margaret Court Arena. Bouchard's quite used to this. Although it's only been a year, but I think she's played on a lot of big courts last year.
Eugene Bouchard.
So early days, a slightly late start to this match. Too good.
15 love.
Well, it was a lovely return from Fritzen, who probably just didn't do enough with the approach shot before getting into the net.
Yeah, just a little bit too careful there, I think.
30 love.
Allowing Bouchard to get a good shot back right at her feet.
Pretty
15.
optimistic angle, but it certainly came with some purchase as well.
Sergio.
Chance of a break.
30-14.
Good pressure from Fritzen there. Really accelerated on that forehand.
Just
Unforced error.
She almost just didn't get her feet quite in the right position there. Just fell over.
advantage, Bouchard.
Classic Bouchard play right there.
One game all first set.
did a good job of getting out of that game there, being break point down.
It's been a nice, confident start from Friedson, though. As we mentioned, they're both 20, but a massive golfing experience. Opponents played centre court at Wimbledon, Roland Garros, Rod Laver Arena.
She's doing very well out here so far.
15 love.
Keeping her composure very nicely.
The right way. She spent most of last year, or a lot of last year, on the Challenger circuit. Playing the ITF events.
Although I did feel she took a little bit off that approach shot again there. There is a bit of a gusty wind going down. She is with the wind her side, so I think she's feeling that. I mean, taking a little bit off her shot.
Chunk too much for Bouchard there, and it's 2-1 Friedson, first set.
Friedson leads by 2-1 for sets.
Yes, if you're just joining us, we had a late start in this particular match because Friedson had to go and change her top, probably to do with the typical logo. You think I haven't seen the logo.
I think actually it might have been one too many logos. Now that I remember seeing her shirt, she did have 2 patches on that shirt. Now I see this one she's just come out with has only got 1 patch on it.
I don't like tennis players, I don't like motor racing drivers, and fair enough. A few more fans making their way in.
Yeah, they are. It's absolutely packed out there tonight.
Yeah, the forecourt's very busy. A lot of people will be grabbing some food before they come in. And here at Margaret Court Arena, the next match features one of the local clubs in Kyrgios.
Time. Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's always such a great atmosphere at the Aussie Open. Crowds really like to get involved and cheer, and
please find a seat available next to you.
Really helps us players, out there. It gives us a lot of encouragement. Nice to know that we're being appreciated.
Feet in the wrong position and no room at all for that backhand.
Yeah, she's kind of run straight into that.
Perhaps she's expecting Bouchard to bite off more of the line to get closer towards the backhand court. Return. Plenty of depth on that serve.
15-30.
Oh, she's really doing a good job on the returns. Stepping in and taking it early and just catching Bouchard out there.
30 on.
Probably not the right shot to go for there when she was so out of position. She was probably better off trying to hit a more defensive shot and let herself get back into the center of the court.
Helpful net court.
30-14.
It's only her second service game, but that's a second break point save for Bouchard.
Juice. Advantage, Bouchard.
A little bit of a change up on pace there on that first serve from Bouchard. Just trying to make the first serve, I think. Just putting a bit more of a bit of a kick on it.
Couldn't do enough for the second serve.
Juice.
No, Annalena absolutely punished that, and well done. Nice and aggressive.
Ball came back bruised.
Advantage, Bouchard.
I'm trying to do the same thing again there on the forehand. Just went for a little bit too much. It's paying off though.
Juice. Advantage, Bouchard.
All Friedkin could do was bunt it back and too short.
Game, Bouchard.
So it's 2-2, but Bouchard has been in trouble on both of her
Two
opening
games,
service
4%.
games.
Yeah, she managed to serve her way out of trouble there in those last 2 points. It's very well done.
Nice time to find an ace.
Those are always handy.
Lambertine.
With a Genie army like that.
first double fault of the match.
Big second serve there, 160 k's an hour for a second serve.
Yeah. Perhaps a hint of a little intimidation at the strength of the return from Bouchard, going for the chunk extra on that second serve, and overcooking that forehand.
It's on essentially call on the right.
Yes, the challenge was called in. Friedson thinks it was out. It was right in front of it. And this is the break. So the first service break of the match goes the way of Bouchard. She did 3-2.
Bouchard leads by 3-2 for sets. Friedson has 2 challenges to make.
Not having seen a lot of Friedson, I'm sure you probably haven't seen a lot of her either. She's had appearances in WTA events and Grand Slams, but she at the moment is appearing as if though she wants to out-hit or at least match the hitting power of Bouchard. Trying to mix it up a little, trying to
I think maybe
kick a bit to make Bouchard make the pace.
Yeah, bring her area, bring her margins in a little bit. On the serve there, I think obviously she does possess a big serve, but just going for a little bit too much, and I don't think she really needed to. But yeah, try and make Bouchard play a little bit more and don't give her too many free errors.
Study of concentration on court as always.
Very focused.
Yeah, I read a quote from Pam Shriver who said that there's nothing much in her game that would frighten me except when you combine all the skills with her mental toughness.
Time.
She likes the way she just keeps herself together on court.
Absolutely, very well composed out there. You never know if she was winning or losing, and that's a great game face to have on. As an opponent, you're always looking to see down the other end to see if your opponent's getting frustrated or if you're getting to them, but with her you'd never know.
So Bouchard leads 3-2 first set with a break. Good return.
Love it in.
Of course, there are the others. She has the poker face, but there are those others that'll, the Ken Rosel's dragging the racket behind him after he did a poor shot, and then the next 4 will go straight past him with that backhand. Looking like his life was over. Walk and drag the racket along the grass court behind him, and all of a sudden you'd think you'd had him, and
he was
be rifling the punch.
Playing games with you.
Yeah.
There's also that tactic. Well, Friedson continuing to go for it here. Not holding up and being aggressive.
So 2 break
15,
points.
14.
She's saved break points in both of her opening service games. She finds herself with 2 break points here. Chance for Friedson to come straight back. Caroline Kay's that
13-14.
second serve, but beautifully positioned. Bit of a kick. Wide to the forehand. So as you say, 4 break points in this set.
Advantage, Bouchard.
Another great serve there. Wonderful placement by Bouchard.
So Bouchard now leads 4 games to 2.
Bouchard leads by 4 games to 2 first set.
After doing so well to break the game before, you want to make sure you consolidate.
Foot fault call would found its way into the net anyway.
Level 10. Net for serve.
Second
15
forehand, that's not that one, that's the one that brings her into the net, but that put Bouchard back under pressure was a mighty shot.
Oh, some good defense there, and then lovely touch on that forehand volley. Nice to see her coming in.
Third to 15.
Forehand there. She's doing so well in that rally and then just came up a bit short. Bouchard was all over it.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Gives up another break point with a double fault. The second serve was 160 kilometres. So much respect for the Bouchard return. She's just... not willing to spin one in. And Bouchard gets the break. Leads 5-2. She'll come back out to serve for the first set.
Bouchard leads by 5 games to 2 for sets.
And after that, she'll be serving with new balls.
Credit to Bouchard there. She faced some tough first serves from Boots, but she managed to just get the ball back in play. And like you said, just putting that extra pressure on her, feeling that she needs to do a little bit more, creating
errors, but those mental errors are forced on you by the amount of pressure that your opponent's putting on you.
That's right, yeah. And sometimes, you know, as a spectator, you don't realise that even though, yeah, you're not feeling that pressure from the opponent. Bouchard just having a little bite on the banana there. It's always good to keep up your energy throughout the match. You never know how long you're going to be out there.
Time.
It's good to keep fueling up the body.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
So Ginny Bouchard about to serve for the first set. We're on court for just on 30 minutes, 29. It's about to tick over.
She's really starting to do what she does well, really dictating the points.
Switzerland.
The serve's not a massive weapon, but beautifully placed. The depth
40,
again, taking the
love.
line. She's serving at roughly 20 kilometres less than her opponent. But just wonderful placement. 3 set points. That'll do it. Ginny Bouchard takes the first set. 6-2.
6 games to 2.
There's a lot of rankings points to defend here too. You know, given the year that she had last year, you know, she would have come here with no rankings points last year. She's got herself through to the semi-finals.
Absolutely, yeah, no, but it's something as a player you really can't focus on that too much. You know, it's a new year, a new tournament, so you've got to go out there and just take it.
As we look at the stats on the screen, Bouchard serving at 75%, a couple of aces apiece. Double the unforced errors, but as we say, many of those being forced by the dominance. You shouldn't use the word forced when we're talking about unforced errors, but forced by the dominance of Bouchard. Friedson just has to go for it. Now, just as you were chatting there, Cara, I noticed that Friedson has left the court, so she's having a quick break for something.
That's right, I think she.
As we have a look at some of the highlights for this first set, and you mentioned that perhaps, I mean, she's been teeing off Friedson, trying to match her for sheer power, but she takes the ball so early, Bouchard, but she hasn't shown any either interest or ability in dinking things around and trying to earn the speed and make Bouchard play a different type of game.
Yeah, no, I think she has to maybe rethink her game plan in coming out here and, yeah, maybe just upping that first serve percentage a little bit, cutting down on the unforced errors, but really trying to get a bit more and get a few more balls in play and, you know, not making it too easy for Bouchard. I think she's gone off for a little toilet break, which is actually not a bad thing to do. Just go and collect your thoughts again and regroup and come back out and start again.
She always looks so together, Bouchard, as we've discussed a couple of times. But then when you read things and hear her press conferences and interviews and things, you realise that she's still just a kid as well. She's one of the things that she loved about getting to the Wimbledon finals that Justin Bieber noticed her. She's a believer.
No, that's right. Still, you know, it's incredible. Only 20 years of age and achieved so much already. You know, you just really expect. Yeah, you expect so much from the players because you see them out there on the court all the time. But you know, really, just a kid still.
Yeah. And she'll be followed on court tonight by another kid, Nick Kyrgios, just 19.
Yeah.
As we wait for frees them to make her way back out to the court. She's spoken often about it, being a lifelong dream. It's to win a Grand Slam. But you made the point that, her far and away her best performances last year were in the Grand Slams. There was that tournament she won in Germany, of course, but apart from that, the 4 Grand Slams, the rest of the year across the circuit. Some pretty average performances from someone that has done so well in the big tournaments. So she's got an ability to live for the big moments in front of the big crowds.
Yeah, which is, a great asset to have, because that's not an easy thing to do sometimes. And, no, I think, one thing that's so great about Bouchard, she's always looking to improve. She's such a hard worker, as we said earlier. She's been doing a lot of training with her trainer, Scott Burns. I know they had a terrific off-season. I was chatting to him yesterday, and she put in, he was saying you got to hold her back sometimes. She wants to work so hard.
So, freed some to open serve. Second set. She lost the first 6-2.
Oh. 15-9.
Yeah, Scott was saying even on her days off, she wants to go out and do something physical. So in Hop Cup in Perth, they went out and had a. He's a mad keen surfer, and he took her out for a bit of a surf, and she thoroughly enjoyed it, but thought it was quite a good workout as well. She got up on a few waves as well. I thought that was very impressive.
Another double fault, no doubt good core strength and good balance, obviously, if she can get up and away first time out.
Oh, brilliant. No, my husband and Scott go out surfing quite a bit, and my husband's always trying to get me in the water and me surfing, but it's an unbelievably tough sport, so I was very impressed that she got up.
Great serve. Way to answer after a double fault.
13.
We're here in Australia just been celebrating Duke's Day. Subject of surfing. The man who introduced, popularised surfing in Australia, and the father of modern surfing, Duke Kahana-Baku. More constructed point, but she's still in it.
From both girls, and then pity about that shot, but I think she'd run out of gas. Longest rally, I think, of the match so far.
Game Bouchard.
So, frustration at dropping the first game in the second set.
First game, second set.
No, she wouldn't be happy about that. She would be wanting to come out here and get on the board early, especially having such a big serve, I'm sure she relies on that quite a bit, so disappointing for her not to come out and hold the first game.
So have you had a crack at surfing or not? You live down in the Mornington Peninsula, don't you?
We do.
For people that don't know Australia well, it's on the east coast of Victoria.
That's right. No, the water is a little bit chilly, so that doesn't make me too keen. But I'm all right on the boogie board.
Well, the Duke served in Australia 100 years ago. He was Olympic champion in 1912 in swimming. They just had a centenary day. Back to the tennis, and Bouchard up a break. Second set, having taken the first. He's giving that one a bit of encouragement to get over the baseline.
come on there too at the end of the point, just letting Bouchard know that she's not doing so well at the moment, but she's not giving up, she's not going away.
This is world number 98 versus world number 7.
15-0.
Call there, but I think it was right.
It's 30-15.
Nice aggressive return.
30.
The unforced error count
40-13.
starting to take its toll. That's number 19. As we mentioned, though, both 20, but if you want an illustration of the gap in experience, career prize money, 273,000 for Friedson, almost 4 million for Bouchard. Short ball, though.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just
cracked that return and the next shot as well. Getting some good racket head acceleration on that forehand.
advantage, Fritzen.
So Bouchard so far in this match has saved 4 break points, or is it 5? 4? Can she make it 5 here? She got to look at a second serve. It was all she needed. She broke back. It's 1-1 second set.
1 game all, second set.
Great game for her to win there, get on the board here in the second set. Just what she needed for a little bit of confidence.
Particularly having dropped your opening service game in the second set. It's good to break straight back, obviously. Bouchard dug out on that forehand side, floated back, was magnificent.
Incredible defense there, but well done by Friedsam for carrying out the point there, even though she had almost had it before. Kept her composure really well and finished it off.
Third 15.
Come on, she's really trying to lift herself. Friedson.
Even better return from Bouchard, just catching Friedsam right on top of her feet there.
It was 155 kilometres. It was on the line, and she still
skidded off. Yeah.
Yeah, still rocketed that return back.
Oh, a little bit unlucky there.
14-13.
Clipping the net tape.
She's essentially coachless at the moment, Bouchard.
That's right, yeah. She's just split up with her coach, Nick Saviano, at the end of last year. They've been together about 8 years, so yeah, it is, I think, a bit of new territory for her. I know she does have the Canadian Fed Cup coach here with her on her team.
Punishing forehand, took her back to juice.
But I think it might not be a bad thing for her, you know, just trying to find herself again this year and find her game. Sometimes it's nice to just try and figure things out on your own and not be too clouded with your thoughts and someone in your ear all the time.
Advantage, Friedsam.
Nice touch.
It's interesting to see how Bouchard stayed back there. It didn't look like she'd be able to do much more than the little drop shot. But Bouchard didn't start coming to the net.
Juice.
She really wants to stay close with Bouchard here and not let her get too far ahead, as she's such a good front runner.
Marvelous serve, and there wasn't much between that defensive lob and a winner. But, a couple of inches too far.
Yeah, I think she thought that was going a lot further out than it actually did.
Hangs on. 2-1, second set.
2 games to 1, second set.
The coach-player relationship itself is pretty interesting in terms of where your positioning is as a player, who you are at, what level you're at, and whether you're approached by a coach or you're approaching a coach. It's interesting to see how the relationships evolve on tour, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you know, Jeannie and her coach had been together for 8 years, so that was obviously a good working relationship, but maybe she thought it was just time to have a bit of a change up and yeah, explore somebody else possibly, or if not, just go on her own for a while and see how that goes.
A bit of muttering under the towel there to herself.
Time. Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Freed some out of her chair early there, just sending a message to
Players
Bouchard.
are ready. Please take an available seat next to you. Thank you.
Get on with it.
Bouchard serving 1-2 second set. She took the first 6-2. Wasn't a bad approach shot. She did well. Friedson. Got it down low.
She did. I think she needed to hit a good approach shot. I don't think she was. She didn't know quite where to go there when she got to the net. Didn't get herself in quick enough. Beautiful placement. She's really making Friedson work out there. Just brilliant play, just keeping so low, the center of gravity. Really getting behind the ball.
Friedson
would like to have another swing at that one. So 2-2 with the pressure back on Friedson.
2 games all, the second set.
Struggled to hold her last service game. Dropped her first, but had broken Bouchard as well.
Great way to start the game.
That's
number 4. Well, 3 first serves for a 40-love lead.
40-love.
She's going to slot away her easiest service game of the match. Hold to love and takes a 3-2 lead.
Fritzam leads by 3-2, second set.
Context of the match, that came at just the right time for her.
Absolutely, yeah. I think her serve just being, her biggest weapon. I think it's nice for her to be able to finally be getting a few free points off of it and using it out there. I think, it's tough when you're playing such a good returner with the ball out there, taking away your best weapon. But I think she's just got to keep going for it. I know she did a few body serves there earlier in the previous couple of games, which I think really was a good tactic to keep Bouchard honest and not guessing where she's going.
She's winning 74% of the first serves that she gets in, and managed to string 4 in a row there.
Time.
So this crowd's going to continue to build, particularly with the local Australian hope coming up next, Nick Kyrgios. But Bouchard and Friedson. Bouchard took the first set 6-2. Friedson leads 3-2. We're on serve for the second.
Love.
Just overcooking that forehand a little.
And again.
As I said earlier, this side of the court, she's got the breeze going down a little bit that end, so I think put a little bit more spin on that ball just to bring it in.
But 6 games, second set, already 25 unforced errors.
Third to 15.
Well, she couldn't have done a lot more with that approach shot. Bouchard just too good.
No, definitely the right play coming in there, following it behind, but I think Jeannie read that and managed to dip it low to her feet.
Net first up. Games all, second set. Net first serve.
Certainly having more difficulty serving from this end with the breeze at her back.
Yeah, I think maybe she has been missing them a little bit long from this end. Sometimes you start thinking about it a little bit when you're out there, but the wind taking it, so you're a little bit more hesitant on it.
She's also played those couple of hesitant approach shots from this end as well.
That's right. Yeah.
Love 13.
Just a little bit of lack of concentration there, I feel. And Friedson.
So having held her last service going to Love, she's now Love 30. Door open for Bouchard.
Net. First serve.
That's better.
15-13.
They're taking advantage of a good serve there. Another nice body serve there, jamming Bouchard a little bit in the right hip. She does crowd the baseline there. It is a good serve.
Approaching a couple of shots earlier, but this is just too good.
Yeah, I think she did miss her opportunity there earlier. She could have come in on one or two of those balls.
It's the first break point she's been able to save.
Juice.
Yeah, good defense there from Bouchard. Trying to make Friedson play that one extra ball. Just wasn't enough there in that one.
Wonderful first serve, 175 kilometres, took the line.
Juice.
Really wary of that heavy return from Bouchard. Trying to get it deep.
Yeah, it's definitely in the back of her mind. Good response there.
Advantage, Friedson.
She was made to work for it, but she loses 4-3 in the second set.
Fritzam leads by 4-3, second set.
Match been going for about an hour, just an hour and 4 minutes.
Some big hitting there from Fritzam. He's doing a lot better job right now, matching it with Bouchard. If she can sustain it out there.
Because there doesn't appear to be another level to the game. There doesn't appear to be another, like a plan B, when Bouchard out hits her. Well, it's about matching power for power. But Bouchard took the first 6-2, and we're on serve in the second.
Love 10. $15.
Ragged there from Bouchard.
15-13.
Fritzam got a little bit of a chance here. See if she can make Bouchard play. Well, she did the right thing there. She had a second serve and she went for it. She cracked it straight through the middle, but it's going right into Jeannie's hands there. Staying low and getting that winner into the open court.
Answer.
40-13.
Two dominant points. For all.
Game Bouchard. Newcastle piece.
Nice good play there by Bouchard. I think
Fritzam
did nothing wrong. Bouchard just came up with the goods there. You know, she went for it at the right time. Bouchard just coming up with a winner and an ace. It's too good.
Just waiting for new balls. All kids have got them now. good account of herself.
15 love.
Oh, she served really well this set so far.
Bouchard picked right, she stayed there. And,
13 love.
Friesen thought that she might have been moving across court, so she put it back into the...
She did, got a little bit unlucky there on that net cord, but kept her composure well and really stuck that volley.
It's challenging a call on the left, far sideline. The ball was called out.
I have a feeling it was a little wide though. Dismissed.
Not much.
30-15. Fritzam has 2 challenges remaining.
She's getting a little tight here at 4-4.
I think it's out, but it's quite close. Bouchard is challenging a call on the right baseline. The ball was called out.
Brilliant pick off the return there, straight in the body. Pretty effective match, she set it up so well.
40-13. Bouchard has 2 challenges remaining.
Costly error there.
Juice.
Not the time you want to be double faulting at this stage of the match.
Might be about to find out how costly it'll be. Bouchard
Advantage,
with the break
Bouchard.
point.
Bouchard leads by 5-4. The second set.
Double fault number 5 for Friesen. Bouchard back into that game.
I think Friesen very disappointed with herself there. Having game point and getting a big double fault. I think a few nerves just coming in there perhaps.
Yeah. There's only room on the final scorecard for the score as opposed to how it happened, but if it does transpire to be 6-2, 6-4, she's doing a good account of herself, for instance. It's been lots of games have been closer than the scoreline may end up indicating in a straight sets loss, but come out and fight. So Bouchard to serve for the match. Been on court for just on an hour and a quarter.
Bouchard's been in this position plenty of times last year at the big events.
Yep, as we already mentioned, semi-finals here, semi-finals at the French finals at Wimbledon.
15-0.
Just Lena Sharapova in the two semis.
She constructed that point so well, just
15-13.
went for a little bit too much on that backhand. Just rushed it.
Serve, you're back to 30 all, a couple of points away from the match.
A terrific serve there. Good bit of slice going away from her opponent, making her really stretch.
So that point, Jenny Bouchard.
14-13. Faults.
A groan from the Genie Army, but it was well out.
Just
in there, hanging in. She's not giving up.
advantage, Bouchard.
Really has served well throughout the match, Bouchard's really been hitting her spots.
So Bouchard
Game set match. Bouchard
6-2, 6-4.
By 2-6 to love, 6-2, 6-4.
Popular winner as you'd expect. Last year began her campaign on court 15. This year, Margaret Court Arena. A lot of points to defend all the way through to the semis last year. And unfortunately for Annalena Friedson, her runabouts in the Grand Slams continues. Her third appearance, her third first round exit.
soft toys at her. We'll see whether they'll do that again.
See what she gets this time.
There'll be a couple of proposals, but first she'll have to stop for an on-court interview.
Thanks very much, Eugenie. Congratulations. Well done through to the second round. Terrific getting the work done on day one.
Thank you. It's never easy playing the first round, especially of a slam, so I'm happy I was able to get through it and just so happy to be back in Melbourne.
Speaking of being happy, I reckon there's probably 7,000 people in here that are pretty happy that you're back in Melbourne as well. You've had a lot of terrific support. You must really enjoy it.
Yeah, the support over here is crazy. I don't know what it is, but you guys just make me feel so special. It's just, thank you.
A few of the boys are laughing. I think they might know what it is, but they're certainly happy to get in behind. You got Jeannie's Army, which is terrific, and lots of local support.
Yeah, exactly. Genie Army started here last year, so I'm happy that they're still alive and strong. It's nice to see you guys. Thank you for coming out, and we're going to hang out later sometime. So.
All right, that sounds very good. Just quickly through your match, you were happy with the way things progressed. Obviously, the first set sailed through in 30 minutes and then got about it in the second.
Yeah, I was happy I started strong, but it wasn't tough. It was a little bit windy, and, she's a good player, so I was happy to stay solid, and but there's still lots of things to improve for the next round.
Fantastic. We'll let you get on with that improvement. Please give her a big round of applause. Winner in the first round from Canada, our 7th seed, 6'2", 6'4", Eugenie Bouchard.
First Canadian to play a final of the Grand Slam. What about the song of the crowd? Please marry my boyfriend. You can't be much of a boyfriend if you're trying to get him married off. That's me.
Well, you're right about the proposals.
I thought you were about to say you're right about not being much of a boyfriend as well. I was going to defend the poor fellow. So, Bouchard safely through, straight sets. It's fairly predictable in the end, you would think. Overwhelming favourite with career prize money nudging 4 million against a young lady with career prize money of 270,000.
Just because you asked so nicely.
Yeah. Solid performance from her there. I think she'll be happy with that. And as she said, not easy coming out here and playing the first round of a Grand Slam. It's never easy. There's always nerves, so she'll be happy with that.
Jeannie, can my daughter have your other wristband?
And plenty of autographs. We have a look at the match stats in a moment, I would think, but just a few too many unforced errors. But as we keep discussing during the match here, you talk about unforced errors when you're playing something with such a heavy ball, takes it so early. 34 unforced errors for instance, but many of those are just mental errors that are pushed on you by the amount of pressure that your opponent's delivering. But a good first up win for Eugenie Bouchard. Queensland, as we say, unfortunately for her, out again in the first round of the Grand Slam for the 3rd time in a row, but her time will come. Good young player. Nick Kyrgios is the next match on Margaret Court Arena, and he'll be taking on Federico Del Bonis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the second night match here at Margaret Court Arena. And from Argentina, Federico Del Bonis. And now, please put your hands together for Melbourne, Australia's Nick Kyrgios.
He comes out to join Federico Del Bonis. First round match here at Margaret Court Arena. Del Bonis, dangerous player. He's got a victory over Roger Federer, no less. Ranked 57th in the world. And had a breakthrough year in 2013, reached the final at Hamburg where he beat Federer along the way. That was his first win over a top tenner. Made his Grand Slam debut that year where he lost to Usney in the second round. Won a tournament last year, got him to a career high of 44. But he did go out in the first round of all 4 Grand Slams. Something you'd like to stop here. And of course, at the other end of the court, one of the special Ks. 2 special Ks, Big Nick Kyrgios.
Yes, and there he is on the screen. Just taking the headphones off and reaching in deep into that bag for a sweatband.
Came into the tournament with some discussion of an injury cloud. It's getting cooler quickly. The women's match started at about 21 degrees. It's now down to 17. Of course, the Melbourne evening as the twilight finally goes and the sun sets, it'll get even cooler than that. But it's been a good day.
It's been a brilliant day. Started off a little dark, didn't it? But certainly when the sun came out, the tennis.
6 balls in 7-9 have a machine called the net. Hockey system is working this court here. Please make sure that you do it loud and clear. And the time between points. You guys know that this works. Any question? Want to choose? Tails? Heads?
Heads. Hot on the time wasting.
They are.
Heads.
Every chair umpire.
Receive. Decide.
Interesting that Nick Kyrgios won the toss and then elected to offer the choice over to Del Bonis.
And Del Bonis chose to receive.
And that's not surprising either, I guess.
No.
He is much more at home on perhaps some of the slower courts, wants to try and develop, elongate some of the rallies and rhythm for himself.
What would be your thinking in offering up the decision? You won the toss.
Well, if I was Nick Kyrgios, yeah. I would have actually, have chosen and almost to make a statement.
Yeah.
But that I wanted to do, either return or serve. Very rare these days that a player will throw it up the other end and say, you choose.
But I wonder whether the statement he's making is, I don't care. I don't care. I'm comfortable no matter what happens here.
But it's interesting because you, as you say, very rarely see it.
Something of time's gone past.
So there he is, 24 years of age. He's one of just 5 men, including Bernie Tomic, born in the 90s, to have won an event. And that was Sao Paulo last year. He made the final at Nice, semi-final in Casablanca, second round of the US Open. And he's a dangerous player. It wouldn't be a something that Kyrgios would have looked at. It wouldn't be a draw scary, but he could have done a lot worse. But he could have done a lot better than this fella to this.
Exactly.
Top 100 for the last 2 years.
Yeah. 2014 was a bit of a difficult year after an incredible 2013. Delbonis really at the top level. We saw that the only match that he won at Grand Slam level was at the US Open. Lost first round of the Masters Series, and it was only in the second tier events where he picked up victories.
3 minutes.
Some of the background for Nick Kyrgios, still only 19 years of age. Quite incredible. Highlights more the performance led by Wimbledon.
Yeah, the quarterfinal at Wimbledon, where he became just the youngest since, of all people, Bernie Tomic to reach a Grand Slam quarter. 37 aces along the way. The first teenager to beat the world #1, that was Nadal, since none other than Nadal himself, when Nadal beat Federer. Like, it was one of those quirks of fate, of some of the things that happened at Wimbledon that really did put a target on this guy's back.
And just listen to that round of applause, John, for Nick Kyrgios. There are a few spare seats here on this incredible Margaret Court Arena, but I think as this match starts to get deeper, there will be hardly a seat available. This young man is certainly setting alight Australian tennis.
2 minutes.
And also, of course, he's already played Davis Cup. You know, it's a dead rubber admittedly, but you start to look around for Australian tennis at the moment, and you've got this fella, you've got Tomic, who we saw earlier, hopefully is going to,
Well, the Special Ks, they're leading the charge, aren't they? I mean, it's a fantastic situation for Australian tennis to still have Leighton Hewitt, our leader in men's tennis for the last 15 years, still there and guiding, helping advise these youngsters, led by the Special Ks, Kyrgios and Kokkinakis. Of course, Bernard Tomic has been around. We tend to forget, I certainly do, that he's only 22 years of age. Right. Feels like he's been around, he should be 32 years of age, but Australian tennis is looking very solid at the moment. And Kyrgios, I mean, all three of them, they just have explosive games, and wouldn't be surprised at the end of 2015 to see the three inside the top 30, if not knocking on the top 20. Kokkinakis still has a little catching up to do. He is the youngest, and his ranking has still a ways more to go. But just rubbing shoulders with Tomic and with Kyrgios, that's going to help Kokkinakis, and of course with Kyrgios, rubbing shoulders with Leighton Hewitt, working with Pat Rafter in Davis Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will last for 5 sets.
It's a good era. It's the start of what looks could be a healthy year in Australia.
But
he has to, for Kyrgios at 6'4", he's struggled with some injuries over the last since he burst onto the scene at Wimbledon, and I think his body is just trying to adjust to that constant pressure that a player goes through week in, week out at this level.
And the hard courts are punishing.
They are, and he has certainly struggled with it. A variety of shoulder problems, he had a stress fracture in his arm that really made it difficult for him to hit ground shots, especially the backhand, which is one of his weapons. And over the last couple of weeks, it's been a question on that, hasn't it?
Yeah, he was asked about it in his press conference yesterday. I was there, and he was asked, would you have played if this was any other tournament? And he said, oh, that's a good question. And then he's thought about it for a while. Eventually got around to the answer that yes, he would have, but not in a way that made you think that the back was 100%.
First set, Kyrgios to serve.
So Kyrgios to serve.
Long. Let second service. On.
Stunned silence even after that error from Kyrgios.
Early days, not all of the fanatics are in as yet either. It does help when you can pick up cheap points on serve.
30-15.
Not nice, but it was close to unplayable.
Speed, incredible position as well. Position to be any better there. That ace just sliding away down the tee.
40-15. Game, Kyrgios.
Tracks the opening game.
First game.
Just a minute.
Well, he does have
suggesting we're not going to have a lot. He's not going to want to get himself involved in a lot of long rallies.
No, I don't think so. And look, this is not supposed to be a real change of ends. I mean, they don't get the opportunity to sit down, but he's not sitting down. I'm just, maybe. Well, I'm paying great attention to see how his back, holds up.
Yeah.
Had to pull out of Hopman Cup, one of the team events leading in to the Australian Open, part of the summer series here.
It was an event, the Hopman Cup, not an official tour event, of course, but wonderful to see players playing in a mixed teams event.
15 long.
Yes, Hopman Cup unique in that respect. Combination of men and women combining.
Third long.
Run for years by another great doubles player, Paul McNamee.
Too good. You could hear young Nick just acknowledge the forehand, and that's really the book on Delbonis, that he loves to hit as many forehands as possible. Very strong off that wing.
To 15. Game Delbonis.
Too much off there. 1-1.
1 game on.
Over 200 kilometres an hour straight down the tee.
15 long. 15 all.
Wasn't long by much.
There's
that backhand side of Delbonis, just off balance. The ball landed down the bottom of the net. Talking about the stronger wing of Delbonis being the forehand, and it's important for Kyrgios tonight not to just stay away from the forehand. Perhaps might entice him to go a little more often to that wing, so it exposes Delbonis's backhand.
Game, Kyrgios.
On serve, 2-1. First set.
Kyrgios leads by 2 games to 1.
Interesting enough, serving to the juice court. He's the first serve so far. It's only early days. He's been directing down the tee because Delbonis is inviting it, because he's inviting the ball to go to his forehand, which we've seen an ace go down that way already. And when they're flying at 203 clicks, if he is trying to open it up and protect himself away from his backhand, that gives an opportunity for Kyrgios to go down the tee as well.
Left-hander always on that first court loves to, me being left-handed as well, you tend to just shuffle over maybe half a step more. And Kyrgios maybe might have done his homework as well as his coaching staff with Todd Larkin. Now when they're in Australia, Davis Cup coach for Australia is Josh Eagle, works very closely with Captain Pat Rafter, that I'm sure accumulated some knowledge about the Argentine up the other end.
First time they met, of course. So on serve.
Sit quickly, please. Thank you.
Kyrgios in an outfit that you'd have to be able to play in, put it that way.
Helpful is if the lights do go out, at least we know where
he is. Yeah,
we can follow him out the stadium.
If you're going to wear Kyrgios too good, but you got to wear something as bright as that. You want to be a good player, and he certainly is that. But it's a long time since the All Whites. Serve.
It is big, isn't it? It's solid when he lands that first delivery, Delbonis. It's usually into the corner.
And of course, the left-handed swinger out here to the backhand side. Directed that one to the bottom, and Kyrgios responded well.
There's this backhand taking Delbonis out wide. He's a little slow to recover when he's out at end range on the forehand, and Kyrgios takes care of the rest.
Again, they're running.
Shot. 2-2.
2 games on.
A very impressive 2 games by Delbonis. Seems to be quite calm out here, not realizing that he's on a major court against a young rising star, not just in Australian tennis, but world tennis.
Bonis in 24 though. Couple of wild swings just to get his feet in position. He was slow to get into position and just push that one out.
That's a blessing right there. A gift from the Argentine. Love 30. You want to be able to extend the rally.
Stretch there.
A couple of times in the early stages of this set, he has doubled over just to stretch it out a little further.
You've got to learn to play with Nick. I'm not saying it's just otherwise you won't be on court.
Yeah, I think that's what Nick has experienced in 2014. He had an abbreviated end of the season. Didn't play basically any tennis from the end of September.
Dude. Thank you.
Couple of unforced errors being creep in.
And to me, it's a couple of those backhands, John. He just doesn't seem to get the full rotation and extension on it. It's causing him to half swing. Wow, what a return.
Yeah, that came back with interest. It's Delbonis gets the first break of the match. He leads 3-2.
Delbonis leads by 3 games to 2.
Well, it wasn't a break that you saw coming. He looked pretty comfortable till there. Just that service game. A couple of shots with the feet didn't get into position. There's the backhand that you're talking about. But the return from Delbonis on the final point was spectacular.
An explosive return with the opportunity. He was already up love 30 in that game, and I felt Delbonis had played 2 soft backhands himself, but then Kyrgios threw in a couple of mediocre backhands, and Delbonis only needed that one incredible return. So see how he handles it from here, up an early break, and see if the crowd will be disappointed that their man has really fallen behind an early serve. Can they elevate Kyrgios back into this set?
Time.
A little pause halfway through the ball toss, isn't there? So he goes to toss and then...
There's a kink.
There it is.
There it is, yeah.
Lovely kink.
And sometimes what can happen is the underdog, when they pick up an early service break in the opening stanza, it piles a ton of pressure onto their shoulders.
They're suddenly not swinging as freely, that's right.
Yeah. So that was one of the first forehands that he's missed, Delbonis, when going with the off forehand.
Kyrgios has hit that kick serve, and he'd love to have another crack at that, because that really should have been put away.
I like the drive from Kyrgios, though. Not going for anything spectacular, just down the middle and asking the question of Delbonis.
Latif, first service.
Double fault. Long 40.
There it is. It's been holding serve comfortably.
Yeah.
That was that missed by quite some distance. Second serve.
Inviting him to the net.
15 points.
He's a man who was, of course, he's an Argentine. He was Vilas and Ball, two of the great baseliners as his idols. Good serve. Cramped him.
That certainly did. It's a nasty left-handed serve. Just swings into the body.
Stretching that back.
3 again long. Thank you.
Ooh.
Are you sure? Yeah. Thank you. Love 15.
Don't trust him. Yeah, don't.
Wait, please.
What? It's Greenland to go, isn't it?
Well, I think the Lion wants to get out of the cage at the moment. He's playing very restrained. I'm used to seeing Kyrgios very animated on the court.
Mr. Kyrgios is challenged upon the right service line. The ball
could be a good challenge. Yeah.
I think about talking the balls on the moment of the golf course, so don't often listen. Yeah. Exactly the same spot. 207 kilometres an hour. His fastest serve of the match tonight.
40-15. New balls, please.
It's funny, you've got to play the way that you are. You're talking about seeing him fired up. I read some stuff, and now actually we'll get to this in a moment.
We go outside treatment. Already got there.
So it's the tournament doctor there with the man carrying the bag there, and the ATP trainer. They have treated. He would have treated Nick Kyrgios many times during the season. So just going off, there are some new locker rooms at the court side as well. Margaret Court Arena, just a treatment
beautifully refurbished Margaret Court Arena, but beautiful. We mentioned his press conference, and when I asked would you play if it was a normal tournament, the answer he eventually gave was yes, but you had the feeling that the truth was no, that I wouldn't be playing. I'm not 100%. I'd probably rested if it was, I don't know, Indian Wells or something. But he's here. He's at a Grand Slam, not only any Grand Slam, his home Grand Slam. Missed a bit of tennis in the last few months anyway, but clearly he's in some difficulty.
Well, I understand yesterday as well that after a practice that perhaps was shortened, he was players and other people had seen him walking down the hallways and he was hobbling. So
he was ginger.
It is very much a legitimate concern. You don't just pull out of Hopman Cup that's representing Australia. This is the coach of the gentleman in the middle there with the red stripes on his tracksuit. That's Todd Larkin. He's been coaching Nick Kyrgios since he was a youngster. And the man wearing the Akubra is Mr. Kyrgios. His name is George.
Yep. Todd, good player himself, of course.
Todd, yes. He and his brother, Brent Larkin, had a crack on the tour. One of the younger Australians sitting just behind Todd Larkin there is Omar Jasika, another left-hander that is up and coming.
Do you people have a union?
We do. We actually, our meeting takes place every Sunday before each Grand Slam.
Rochi's the chairman?
Rochi, well, it's led by Rod Laver.
Right. He was a reasonable lefty.
Yeah. So that is Team Kyrgios just there. The camera goes back to plenty of the fans that are here, hoping to see Nick Kyrgios in full. Jinx there as well.
Oh, I wonder what your kids will say about that one day. I hope they've got a tape of it. Who is this girl? This song. Megan Trainor. Okay.
I think I need my daughters here to be able to tell me. That's
who I think it is.
Shazam or Spotify. I just ask my daughters.
He's got a different haircut now. They need the eyebrow done as well. And there's Courier next to it. Yes, so we await Nick Kyrgios hopefully coming back and feeling okay.
Carlos Bernardo sitting in the chair there, just letting Federico know how much longer it will be before the players. Constant communication. It's obviously for this young man sitting on the sideline.
He's cooling down.
And look, let's be honest. I mean, he's probably sitting there saying, I hope he's in there being, massaged and won't be able to continue. He doesn't want to.
No, he wants to see the doctor walk out.
Yeah, he would love to see Kyrgios come out and shake hands early. Of course, he's got to sit there, try and remain focused, calm, collected.
It's hot in Melbourne evening when starting each quarter. It's 17 degrees when they started. It's probably 15 now. A little better under the lights, no doubt, but nervous moments with him.
Well, I give him a lot of credit. I think he's commended himself exceptionally well so far in this match.
Oh, yeah.
I did have a feeling that perhaps Kyrgios would come out and just blitz him very early on. The device has dug his heels in.
No, a good sign here is that Kyrgios is running out, not hobbling out.
Time.
So after the injury delay, nice way from Kyrgios to Delbonis. Game being played in good spirit, new
Federico.
balls.
Thank you.
Having a little look at that Kyrgios, I think it was good. Not going to challenge.
First game with new balls, so it'll help Delbonis with the velocity. Much better backhand from Delbonis. Just really pulling it, ripping it cross court. Got the weak reply from Kyrgios. Delbonis knocking off the final forehand.
Ball to line. Again, he's just stretching that back out. Little grimace.
Game Delbonis.
So Delbonis is closing that out with an ace, and it's 4 apiece. But we've got Kyrgios looking pretty uncomfortable.
Mr. Kyrgios is challenged the ball at the left near sideline. The ball was called out.
Kyrgios is pretty confident. He's saying it's out. There's a funny sarcastic moment. It's out, yeah. Pretty confident.
Left. First service. Wait, please.
He's a chatter. Thanks, my friend, to the ball boy when he gets the ball.
Mr. Delbonis is challenged the ball at the right baseline. The ball was called out.
Boy, this is a good play out. We should get him up here in commentator as well. Mic him up. He's right.
Third to line.
So that's one challenge gone for Delbonis.
Ball to line. Mr. Delbonis has 2 challenges on him. 40-15. Game period. Kyrgios leads by 5 games to 4.
He does like to engage the crowd. He likes to get them going. He's lay down here and stretch. It is horrendous flow back home.
Yeah. Thankfully, I never experienced too many problems in that area. Since my last Wimbledon, did I have a slight concern with my back? This is something people at home might be wondering, well, why are they treating him on the court when the previous training events he was off the court? And I would offer that maybe they, just applied some heat cream to the area of concern that might have had to have had him drop his pants just to apply if it's in the lower back region. And again, that's the trainer just stretching the lower region once again.
So Delbonis serving to stay in the set.
This is the ideal position for Kyrgios to be in now. It's so special, spectacular. A burst of excitement in this game, and the first set could be his.
15 all.
Huge point this in the context of the first set.
Hopefully Kyrgios is aware that Delbonis has a habit, a history of getting tight in big situations. That's a big pressure point right there. But Delbonis goes back to a traditional
lefty
strength. Yeah. Slide it out wide with the first serve and then look for the forehand into the corner, cross court.
Game Delbonis.
Good serve to the body. Couldn't do much more than butt it back. It was short. Delbonis puts it away. It's 5-5.
5 games on.
Kyrgios just try and invite the crowd in to his end of the court. Beautiful. Very fast to play the next point is Kyrgios.
$30-15.
It's so fast, he's up there again.
Kyrgios leads by 6 games to 5.
We talk about getting the crowd involved. There's an interesting moment earlier today with Bernard Tomic, Nick Kyrgios' countryman, obviously. The Australian supporters group, for those of you listening around the rest of the world, are known as the Fanatics. Tennis fans world over probably know them. And they were chanting. The chant essentially was Bernard, Australia's number one, and Tomic actually stopped them and said, "No, you've got it wrong. I'm number 2." Now I was thinking, I wonder whether Nick's seeing this because he might have something to say about the number 2 in Australian tennis at the moment.
It's pretty evenly matched, aren't they? With the rankings.
Those, yeah, that's cool.
And Tosevic, Hewitt took a bit of a dive, not having defended the Brisbane result from 2014.
Yeah, so that bounced him back a bit.
Tosevic up there as well.
trying to serve to stay in the first set. And you mentioned a few moments ago tightening up in big moments in matches.
Love 13.
And he's overcompensated. The first one had zero pace on it into the net. That second delivery just over the service line. Very much like a Guillermo Villas forehand. Tremendous arc on the ball.
Great clay quarter he was. Hard to beat on anything.
Just wide. Nice comeback from Delbonis in this game, starting with 2 double faults. He's been able to steady.
Back on him now.
Advantage, Delbonis.
Probably would have liked Delbonis to hit a couple more shots in that rally, keep the rally going a little longer.
Delbonis doing a really fine job when the ball is short. He's actually shuffling up quickly. Even though he missed that one, cut the angle off and tried to take it a little earlier. Of course, that sends the ball back down to Kyrgios much sooner as well, so his reactions are shortened. For a clay quarter, he's actually holding very healthy court position, is Delbonis. Oh, hello.
Advantage, Delbonis.
Two two winners. You can't ever complain about striking the ball.
6 games on. First set, tiebreak. Both players receive one additional challenge.
Del Bonis, 12 winners so far in the match. Kyrgios, 10.
Kyrgios. Mr. Del Bonis is challenger call at the right service line. The ball is called out.
Took a wild challenge. Reasonably prompt. I suppose he's got in just in time. Just looking at the giant screen to see whether it was in or out. And it's out.
Second serve.
So he only has 2 challenges left. You get an extra one. He had lost one earlier, but an extra one for the tiebreak.
Kyrgios. Mr. Del Bonis has 2 challenges remaining. Mr. Kyrgios is challenger call at the left baseline. The ball is called out.
Well, not sure about you. Maybe just a little long. Majority long. But in tennis, it only has to catch the line by a whisker.
Replay the point. 2-0. Kyrgios.
Of course, in this circumstance, they replay it as the ball had been called, so the point had stopped. It's a massive weapon.
2-1. Kyrgios.
It's a little disconcerting for Del Bonis. His win rate on the second serve is down at 25%. And in a tiebreaker, when 1-2 points can make the difference, he wants to have a healthy numbers. That's too good for Kyrgios.
3-1. Kyrgios.
Men's game these days, you have to have multiple weapons. Generally starting off with that serve.
Oh!
Loved the hitting there. I thought Kyrgios certainly had the edge until the final backhand from Del Bonis forced him to make an error.
It just seemed to come on in quickly. He just didn't seem to quite get the feet in position. So that gets us back on even terms in terms of the mini break. Man that's grown up on grass, it's always going to be hard to dig out. Kyrgios again gets his nose in front.
Bit of fluid on the change of ends. Just he needs another burst of intense play from Kyrgios, and the first set is his.
So 2 serves for the set.
Let first service.
Took a bit off that one, just trying to guide it down the tee.
Set point. Quality serve. Don't forget the wingspan of the Argentine.
Lat first service. By 7 games to 6.
Serving at 70% in that first set. Kyrgios down at 61. So Bonus also though. Number of double faults, 3 of them. And the unforced errors.
Yeah, definitely for Del Bonis just starting to creep up there.
Coming off the backhand wing most.
One break opportunity he was successful with. Del Bonis at Kyrgios just pecking away there at the Del Bonis serve, thanks to a healthy first serve percentage, of course, and the win rate at the second serve, just letting him down.
And he's in 13 winners, 2 of them were aces, the other 11 all off the forehand side. That's the weapon. And there it is.
And it does well. Coming in behind the forehand. Made to hit the first volley.
And volley like a play quarter.
Time. Second set. Federico Del Bonis to serve.
So Federico Del Bonis to get us underway in the second set.
$15 love.
And the key now for Kyrgios, after taking that first set, just to play some tight early games against his Argentine opponent. course, he's dealing with the fact that his results at Grand Slam level are far from what he would be searching for.
Chuck out of the line as well. It was a wonderful shot.
4-2-15.
The step up from these are tournament, the step up from a regular tour event to a Grand Slam, massive.
Game no one.
Takes the open game of the first set.
First game, second set.
I think Kyrgios might have had a shot at someone in the crowd.
Let's see the court time, 47 minutes. Some high intensity from both players, but Kyrgios doesn't want to let the crowd, or just lower his guard down here. Mentioned earlier, Delbonis has struggled at Grand Slam play, so he wants to physically go after Delbonis, Kyrgios, but he also wants to remain in his head, make it a mental challenge. There's a bit of laziness there on that first point.
Yeah, and a little bit of frustration. We didn't hear what was said to Kyrgios that saw him respond to the person in the crowd.
Out.
The gift.
15 on.
Yeah, for a left-hander to miss that shot, that's bread and butter right there.
Oh. 30-15.
Kyrgios again, not slow in getting up to the line to serve, hustling his opponent.
30 on.
Frustration again for Kyrgios, just letting his team and a lot of the crowd, as well as his opponent, that he's struggling with his movement.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes, you have to remember he's still a teenager. I don't know if you'd hear Rafa Nadal or Federer, Djokovic, Murray, and any of that elite company let their opponents know that they're struggling and in a certain area of the game.
Game Kyrgios.
So it's up 1-all, and he's still rubbing that back.
1 game on.
That said, there's a player like Kenny Rose, if he hit a bad shot, he'd drop his head, he'd drag his racket behind him, walk along the baseline, and then all of a sudden he'd pass, a scintillating backhand down the line and pass it. So
thank you, please.
I suppose they're all going to work out what works for them, but
I think at this point there wasn't any movement because the ball was hit straight to him from Delbonis, and he doesn't even close the net down. He just moves laterally along the service line.
$15 on. Please. $15-30.
Door slightly ajar for Kyrgios here.
15-30, already taking the first set. Did well with the return. Wasn't a full swing, but he utilised the pace of the first delivery from Delbonis. Got some good depth on the return. The error.
Yeah, he's really engaged in a conversation with everybody out there at the moment. He looks unhappy, but well, the conversation you've got to have with himself.
Yeah, the major battle that he's going on with is at himself right now, and that's got to cease. He's not going to. Delbonis is just a type of a player that is not going to disappear, and as we commonly say, tank the rest of the match. Kyrgios has got to play to earn this victory.
Advantage, Delbonis.
Take this game. When the longer he hangs in, the longer you would think that Kyrgios is going to be looking for quick points.
Notice the second forehand volley. He doesn't look like he's sighted the ball early enough. He's caught it very late.
Squeezed them both the same way.
Yeah. And when he lost in the final of Nice, he was runner-up against Ernst Gulbis there. He had match point, a volley on top of the net that literally just had to put over to play, and the title was his. And had a pair of bricks in his hand instead and dumped the volley, ended up losing the match.
Again, Delbonis.
Game's on, mate.
New ball, please.
Second set.
Delbonis leads by 2-1.
The thing about Kyrgios, and you look, it's hard not to play amateur psychologist when you're watching on, but he looks so frustrated with himself. He just does not look happy out on the court. He looks uncomfortable. And that in itself, interesting enough, when they played this song, I Can't Help But Feel Happy, hopefully that'll help him.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're playing it right now for Nick.
But that itself becomes a battle.
Yeah, there's nothing worse out there for a player competing in singles, and if you're muttering to yourself, it's difficult, it's hard enough when you've got a worthy opponent up the other end. It's just a matter of tolerating. You're going to make mistakes, but again, he woke up this morning. It's the start of the Australian Open. All of the morning papers, the front page, there was Nick Kyrgios, and talking about his chances of not just possibly winning tonight, but actually doing very, very well for the tournament.
You're getting deep into the second week.
Yeah, and you've got to take it one day at a time. So there is pressure on the shoulders of Nick Kyrgios, combined with the injury concerns.
Oh!
What Nick Kyrgios is hoping to achieve this year, no doubt, is not to be remembered as the guy that beat Nadal. He needs to add to the scrapbook.
Yep.
Love 30. Let first service.
And I believe he said can't man. And that was probably directed towards his people on the side of the court, maybe just trying to urge him along.
Love 40.
So the battle, it's with himself, it's with the opponent, and now he's bringing in his entourage on the side of the court.
And a spectator a little while ago as well.
The one is leads 3 games to 1.
I'm wondering, John, whether he's actually, you know, the disappointment that he has this back concern and he's struggling to move.
15 long.
You know, there's nothing wrong with actually just trying to get through this match, and if the back, you know, gets much more hurts him, stops him from playing in the second round, then pull out. You know, it's just one match. I have a feeling that he's thinking of, well, I can't win the tournament now.
15 on.
Exactly, he's already up a set.
Slide down the baseline if he...
Bolton. Regulation racket abuse, warning Mr. Kyrgios.
So, code violation for the slam of the racket, which has damaged the racket as well. Changed it. So he's converted 1 of 7 break points so far this match.
Certainly not giving us any idea that he's taken the first set. You would think that he's way down in this match. Reactions.
You think it was 6-1, 3-1, right?
Yeah.
Not 6-7, 3-1.
Game double.
So out 4-1.
The one is split by 4 games to 1.
frustrating, for us to sit up here, isn't it, and watch it. Someone that's got such a bright career ahead of him, and just reacting like that on the change of ends, is only doing him further damage.
You can medalist as well.
That's right. That's the end of that racket, which only had a crack from bouncing it. I don't want to say minimise the impact of just someone breaking a racket. There was no need for him to even have broken it in the first place. But to demolish it in that respect, he's showing very much how old he is right now.
Although we have seen players still doing it into their 30s too. But yes, he's 19.
I saw someone last week at my tournament in Adelaide who's 50 plus kind of lose it a little.
Thank you. Love this game.
And I will, even throw out there, John, that for Nick, he's probably thinking that this, the finishing line is so far away from him.
In this match.
And in fact, it's not that far away. I mean, if he could just knuckle down, obviously he's coughing, just bleeding errors right now.
So he's loved 40 again on his own serve. He had 2 breaks in the
15-40.
In terms of getting back on serve, but he's in the danger of going down to second break.
Delbonis just taking his time, getting ready to return serve. Not able to really bend down to that low bouncing shot from Delbonis. It's a good move. When he can get Delbonis out on end range on the backhand where the two-hander becomes a one-handed shot,
out.
Should be a green light.
Advantage to you. Mr. Delbonis is on the call at the last baseline. The ball is called. Advance Kyrgios. Again, Kyrgios.
At least 50 in the second set. Still only 1 break down.
That one is this by 4 games to 2.
He was
Mr. That one is now 2 talented.
So many easy errors there to go down to love 40, and then it was like it clicked. He then settled back down. I mean, a few careless drives which landed in, but just goes to show that he doesn't need to be, you know, in that mindset in the early part of the game.
Did he settle back down, or did he sit here and feel tight about it, start swinging freely as a result of, oh, well, you know, this game's gone now anyway, and then suddenly a couple of good winners and, oh, hang on.
Yeah, I guess we're not really mind readers,
Yeah,
but it's so scattered at the moment, isn't it? We know that, what's happening in his mind.
$15 30-15. Violation, outboard Senate, point penalty, Mr. Kyrgios. 40-15.
Lost a point for some foul language. I don't think it's the first time on court tonight.
Thank you.
And that might be a good thing for Kyrgios.
Game the bonus.
So the opponent takes that game.
The bonus leads by 5 games to 2.
The scoreboard hadn't caught up with that code violation, but it's 5-2. Say until he retires, the old fella will always be seen as the leader of this group, Hewitt, no matter what's happened to his ranking, slipping at the moment.
Time.
Fanatics are great supporters of Australian tennis, but yes, they've come about when Leighton was in the early stages of his career. They've supported him probably whenever he retires, they will be there in force.
Yeah.
$30.
He's getting on with this, isn't he? You've been mentioning constantly the pace that he's playing this game at in terms of the time between points.
That could be all due to the point penalty.
Serve for the second
The
set.
bonus leads by 5 games to 3.
So we'll just see how Kyrgios handles this particular game. There's no battle that existed in that last service game. As you said, it was cleanly won to love.
$15. 15 all.
I don't think it mattered that it was out. It was always coming back with interest, wasn't it? It flew off Kyrgios's racket. What would have been a clear winner.
Third to 15. Fourth to 15.
2 set points.
Game. Second set, double.
He's Susie with an ace. He's 6 for the match.
6 games to 3, 1 total.
Do you ever get into much discussion? I've watched you play so much. Do you ever get in a situation where you have this sort of limited discussion with people on court, with the crowd?
No.
No. 78% of first serves in for Del Bonis. Kyrgios still up there at 71. Unforced errors are an issue, obviously, at 16. But we're locked up at 1 set apiece.
If you remember that after the first set, Kyrgios's differential between the winners and unforced errors were in his favour. More winners than unforced errors, not so in the set. And that's because his shot selection has just fallen apart. The mental battle is proving too big. That's when the racket was cracked. A nice move towards the end of that set by Kyrgios, though. But I'm not sure, John, if it was as much Federico Del Bonis won the set than Nick Kyrgios just saying, here you go, I'll give you the set.
Yeah, he had a meltdown. There's no doubt about that. He's clearly struggling physically and certainly the battle that he's playing out with himself mentally. He's constantly muttering to himself, muttering to the crowd.
Third set, Nick Kyrgios to serve.
For foul language. Code violation, racket abuse. What will the third set bring?
15. Third to long. Out. Ball to long.
Again, that's an example of how the
Ball
move
to 15.
It's clearly a struggle. Couldn't do much with that ball when he got to it because he just couldn't get down. First game of the first set.
First game, third set.
What would you like to tell him, Rob? Say this is a Davis Cup and you're sitting beside him.
To be frank, pull your head in. You know, he's mentioned earlier that he's really just handed the set over, and you know, you just keep his mind, you know, in the here, in the now, the present, rather than think that your whole, because you've got a bad back, that it's ruining your whole title bid. You know, give that up. You know, it's a victory in itself to win one match.
Love the things.
Clean hitting, able to move the ball around exceptionally well, and that it has dropped off.
Is that the count?
15 on.
If it wasn't, must have just caught the line.
$15-13.
You would think that Del Bonis wants to take this match as deep as he can and keep the points going as long as he can.
Thank you.
Well, it's like he's re-engaged since that, for me, in my opinion, since he received that point penalty for audible obscenity. There's no leeway now. There's absolutely no wriggle room. So if he opens up again, he's going to be hit with further heavy code violation. So it's like he's just now
15 long.
Yeah, and forget about all of the nonsense. The tennis is doing the talking.
Too long.
So the error off the backhand side and then the swinging serve to the backhand side in the court. Gets him the 40-love lead. And he's invited the crowd back in as well.
Kyrgios leads by 3 games to long. New ball.
Certainly has welcomed the crowd back in. And it's the tennis that is doing the damage. And how quickly have the last 3 games gone past? He's lost probably 2 points in those 3 games. And that's what he forgot to really, I guess, hold on to or embrace in the early stages of the second set. You know, one bad mistake and just really fell apart. But He's back here now at one set apiece, up 3-love. Looking a lot healthier right now is Kyrgios.
He's looking happier, that's for sure. And there's not the constant stretching or grimacing.
Yeah, there's been no...
I wonder if it's getting a little bit warmer, maybe?
Could be.
Time.
I was going to say, does that hair look like it could get wet? It just kind of like trickles off, doesn't it? It's a sponge.
He might have more product in it than you and I have.
Product. It is. There's plenty of product in the locker rooms.
Bit of instant rock star. For Del Bonis to be able to retain his focus as well. He's sat down while his opponent's been off for treatment and seen all the other stuff take place, and he's had a couple of moments of tightness himself. It wasn't a bad idea.
Not a bad idea, but did it bring back memories of Bernard Tomic forehand? You can see just tries to disguise it, comes inside, underneath the ball, very much like Tomic. Spent a bit of time together on the practice court, those two.
Here's one of those shots he hits beautifully.
It's exquisite. It's kind of weird to watch.
Yeah. Just pops straight up in his hitting zone.
Why waste time trying to carve the ball when you can do something like that? For me, this is a bit like when Andy Murray came onto the tour. Without a doubt, you could see the incredible amount of talent that he had, but he just wasn't physically fit enough to maintain. He had to undergo a transformation of his body, which enhanced his game, and I don't think anyone can say that Andy Murray now is soft. So it's very much what Kyrgios is going through, just to develop his body, thinking about longevity.
So 3-1, Kyrgios. The other similarity between the two, of course, is the expectation of a nation. So much expectation on Andy Murray. You know, for so long, for so many, Tim Henman and others. But we've got some company now.
15 long.
ground, and he's also smiling at different stages during that particular game. He leads 4-1 in the third set.
Leads by 4 games to 1.
It was kind of a shot that really the tennis world got to replay over and over. That match against Nadal on centre court at Wimbledon, where he also played the tweener.
Yep.
I believe I heard him in the early stages of this match. He has a repeat of Wimbledon, and so a set and a half later, he does pull out the tweener once more. You ever try that shot?
You're kidding, aren't you?
Did you ever dream of that shot?
I mean, you see players running back a lot. A bit of back. So, it's interesting to say the least. I mean, he wore the extraordinary suit to the Newcomb medal. He's dressed tonight as well.
Thank you.
Ambitious.
15 long.
Beautifully executed. Well positioned in the court, just inside the baseline, enhanced for the winning shot.
Go! 4-15. Game double.
So still just
Series
one break.
leads by 4 games to 2. Thanks.
But you might be thinking about hitting that for a moment.
15 long. Wait, please. Wait, please.
And then produces that extraordinary forehand. Blinding. Wandering back and asking for the towel a bit more often, and maybe back to Kyrgios and then wander back, just try and slow, because at the moment he's getting hustled out of some of these service games pretty quickly.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure I've seen him glance over to his coach on the sidelines, Del Bonis, but I think certainly when he's returning serve, Kyrgios is winning the battle as far as controlling the speed. Obviously, he's got to keep within the amount of time between points.
You're talking off his sleeve. Kyrgios is very quick.
Well, he's not. Kyrgios is not even allowing the fanatics, the few that are still here, because some of them have moved over to Kopenakis' match, which is still ongoing deep into the 5th set. So, but he's not giving them time to finish their chants. Their songs, they've spent hours developing these songs. Give them a chance to finish it.
Well, how long ever they've spent, if they can do the refrain from Aussie, oi, 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 that'll be good.
You want some variety?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Accurate. Down the tee.
Two in a row.
That just forces Kyrgios to reassess where he's standing, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one is a body serve.
Pull that right. He got the job done. All in the mid-190s, these serves so far this game. He has cranked it up to 209. Service ace. He was up 40 love, so no pressure.
Kyrgios leads by 5 games.
Kyrgios to serve for the 3rd set.
Thank you.
Amazing return of serve.
15 on.
Not much you can do about that other than turn around, walk back and serve again.
Thirty 15.
Saved by Delbonis. Nor to squeeze it between Kyrgios and the net either.
Nice to have that up your sleeve.
I don't think Kyrgios thought that ball was coming back either.
No.
Again, it's easy to sit here and think maybe that should have gone cross court, but bad back, bending down, a really difficult shot for him. So look at a second serve and a break back opportunity for Delbonis.
Second service.
Is